Test one. Okay.
There we go.
We're not getting ready to start it yet, but I'm just testing the mic. Oh, awesome. right, test one. Maybe, Ben, can you do me a big favor and let some people come in from outside? Thank you, sir. I just saw him walking out. He got a good job real quick. Come on in. We're going to get started. We're try to kick this thing off right at 8. We do have a pretty full agenda, and so we'll let people come in and get started. Take just 2 seconds. We're also streaming live, so anybody that's following us online, good morning, and hope you enjoy the day as well. Just don't do anything weird on camera. The world is watching. Just think, okay, so I had a little snafu. We didn't know no flag in here, and we're about to have the national anthem, so that'd be kind of awkward. But anyways, I want to welcome everybody to our Growing Power Conference. My name is Chris Asbell. I am so happy you're here, and this is going to be an awesome day, an awesome conference for the next 2 days. I just want to recognize a lot of our partners here, CDOTS, the Falcon Institute. I mean, we wouldn't be able to make this thing happen without those folks. And they reached out to me last summer and said, hey, would you be interested in having a conference? And I said, oh, yeah. I used to do conferences all the time when I worked for the court system. If anybody remembers doing business in Indian country, it was a conference that we put on for over 10 years. And so I had a lot of experience doing it back in the day. Technology's changed. A lot of things have changed. But at the end of the day, it's really about people. And we had 125 people register, which is really good. We're kicking it off early. You know, a lot of people like to do these things at 9, so this will fill in as the day gets old. But do want to get started and move on with our agenda. And so, first and foremost, I would like to recognize Miss Muscogee Creek Nation. She's going to come up. Miss Muscogee Nation's name is Janiyah McIntosh. She will sing the national anthem and also provide an official welcome to our first annual Growing Power Conference. Welcome.
All right. Thank you. Widow. All right. Hikshay Stongo, everybody. So please stand if you're able. And I really like this flag that you pulled up. I like the breeze going through it. No, I'm just kidding. All right, please remove your hats. Dalelinan hijax, hitkanoji ofan, hisageramisi, omidawan omitlis, hotlitli des hijax, Bojogona bugis, Saledawon hijax, Bonhaboidaki omax, Pithabugis igon, Vinkokosi vigon, Avachki bugis, Tektaken bam hoyo, Dalelina mejiov, Atkitle jakis, Hisagiramesi, Ihondiro magis. Widow? My intro? Okay. All right. Hishje Stongo again, everybody. Janae Macintosh Jahajifgiros, Amalegida Gachalgiros, Amidelawai, you follow those. Moment, Mikustupko Jugo, Northeastern State University, Speech Language Pathology Master's Program, IATOS. So hello again, my name is Janae McIntosh. I am the 2024-2025 Miss Muscogee Creek Nation. I live in Eufaula, and my clan is the Tiger Clan, and I attend Northeastern State University. So I just like to thank you all for having me today. It's a really honored because, agriculture is a very essential part of our lifestyles, and, it's the backbone of a lot of our ways of life, eating and even just having our livestock. It's so integral in our lives, and without us even knowing it, not just our modern lives, but also our traditional ways back in the day. So, agriculture has always been there, and I'm glad that I'm just really honored that y'all invited me here today. Again, Mado.
Welcome. So that was awesome. I don't know, man. That's one of the best national anthems I've seen in a long time. It makes me proud. I think the news media says a lot of division in the country, and I think there's a lot of unity, really, at the end of the day. I mean, so I feel really unified today, and that's what this conference is about. It's empowering each and every one of you, and we're focused on nutrition. Our next generation, the future of power, food sovereignty, and obviously climate change, and that is integrated with the, where our energy is going to come from in the future. So let's get everybody on the same pages over the next 2 days and have a really good conference. And this really is just the tip of the iceberg. This one will drive networking and drive communication, and let's stay all in contact as we move forward. So. I've been doing some MC stuff pretty much my entire life. I wanted to be a comedian, but my wife said I wasn't that funny, so I moved on to something different. So this year, I really want to introduce you guys to Courtney Natsaway. She's actually going to be the MC for the next 2 days. She's our extension educator, horticulturalist. She teaches in our soil science and natural resources program, teaches soil science. She runs our garden, our greenhouse, and she's kind of the face of the Seaman Extension program. And if you have watched our Muscogee gardening series, she's actually the one that led that, and we'll be doing more stuff in the future. So no further ado, I want to introduce you to Courtney Natsaway, and I'll be kind of milling around. If you guys need something from me, just holler at me. But please give me a warm welcome for Courtney Natsaway.
Histray, everybody. Good morning. My name is Courtney Nansaway, like he just said. I'm Raccoon Clan. I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma, CMN alumni, and I'm just really excited to be here with you guys. So I'm just going to do a short little intro to kind of set the tone for this conference today. So welcome to Growing Power, a climate, nutrition, and food sovereignty summit. It's so exciting to be in a room full of people who are passionate about the environment, just like all of us here at CMN. Today, you can expect a wide range of topics from 12 qualified speakers. Subjects range from the impact of pollinators on our food supply, GMO education, water protection, ag policy, diabetes prevention, and so much more. Chris and I recently had a really intriguing conversation about manifesting. It was after reading one of his Chewing the Cud articles in Muscogee Media about some of our future prospects and some of our goals in CMN Extension. After reading his article, I couldn't help but just feel really thrilled and really excited about some of the prospects that he wrote about. And I knew I probably wasn't the only one who felt that way after I read it. And I said to him, you know, this is a really good and effective way to like manifest some of the things that we want to do. And I could tell when I said that I caught his attention, because he kind of like looked at me real quick and he was like, what do you mean by that? And I just explained to him that, you know, when you have a vision with good intentions, one way to make it happen is to just tell people about it. Tell people that you trust, tell people who are like-minded, paint the picture for them with your words and make them see your vision too. Then you tell 5 people, then you tell 25 people, then you tell 100 people. Now you have 100 people seeing your same vision, and it almost has to happen. The more people, the better. But you must be careful that you're only sharing your vision with trustworthy people or people who are like-minded like you. I'm sure Chris's article reached hundreds of Muscogee citizens that month, and sure enough, we've been checking goals off of our list left and right in Extension. We're well on our way to fulfilling some of those prospects he wrote about. And I think that's partially because we've been working really hard, but also because of all the good-intentioned people who read our article and saw the vision that he wrote about. And I think that this conference is the perfect setting for that same phenomenon. So we're going to have a room, we're going to have a building full of over 100 people who all care to some degree about the health of the planet and about the health of the people. So we can use this event as an opportunity to share our ideas and our visions and paint our pictures for attendees and make them see our visions too. So with all of these people here and all of their good intentions, I can't wait to see what kind of impacts we start to manifest over these next couple of days. One of my favorite things about attending conferences, aside from free food, is the way a good conference just like stimulates my brain. It gets a lot of good ideas flowing. I started in March. I've probably been to like 5 or 6 conferences since then, and every time I leave with like a notebook full of ideas to bring back to work. So I hope that you guys all have that same experience here. And I can't wait to hear from all of you and talk to you individually about all of the good work that you're doing. When I started my educational journey here at CMN in 2015, I didn't really know what I wanted to do yet. I just knew that, you know, I liked being outside. I knew that I wanted to take care of the planet in some way. But if you would have told little 20-year-old me back then that I was going to be helping host a conference about taking care of the planet, like, I would have been terrified. But I would have been really excited and probably on my best behavior to make sure that this moment happened. Being in a space like this, talking to all of you, is literally a dream come true for me. And on that note, I'd like to close my introduction with a poem that I wrote a few days ago. I actually wrote this poem as like an Instagram caption because I posted some pictures of the garden, and you know, captions are really hard to come up with, but I kind of came up with this on the fly and I really like it. So it goes like this. I wish I was me in the garden living a dream. I close my eyes, I say a prayer, and then there's a breeze, and it's a hug from the spirits, and it makes me smile. And then a leaf hits my face, and it's back to reality. Living a dream in the garden. It's great to be me. So Mado again for attending. Let's save the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So moving forward, I'd like to introduce Major McHenry. He's going to do some opening ceremonies for our conference today. Major McHenry is a citizen of the Muscogee Nation and an employee of the Division of Health. He'll offer us a prayer and a Muscogee hymn. Mado.
Thanks, Jay. Mado, for the opportunity to come and just share one of our Muscogee songs, hymns with you this morning. I'm always blessed and honored to be able to share our songs. I've learned to sing our songs at a very young age, and I'm still learning as an older man. But I'm just thankful that we can come today and take in the knowledge, the education that is presented, and that we receive it well in our minds. And the song that I want to share with you, to me, it's a more difficult song. It's a song that I don't normally sing, but I think it's a proper song to sing for today's summit. And what this song talks about, it talks about Hizagidamisi, our Creator, our God. And it talks about just how we give Him thanks and we give Him praise. So today, on a day like this, when we learn about the climate, nutrition, and the food sovereignty, we give thanks for all that is provided. You know, our lands that we take care of, that we cultivate, our lands that we hunt on, our lands that we fish on, and just our plants that we grow, our vegetables, and everything that we do. So growing up, my grandfather, he had a huge garden, and in his younger years, he used to farm the land, and he would raise livestock. And so I grew up in a garden. I grew up with our land being hunted and going rabbit hunting and squirrel hunting. And some of my family would deer hunt on our land. But I grew up, and so I always remember my grandpa, when he was in the garden, he would always be singing one of these songs. Always singing. He'd come through the back door at my grandma and grandpa's house, and he would be singing. So I knew he was giving thanks for what he received that day in his garden, on his land, whatever he was doing, whether he was working the ground, whether he was planting, whether he was watering, whether he was picking and seeing the fruits of his labor. I knew that he was giving thanks for what was provided for him that day. So I want to share this song with you, and it talks about how our God created all things, and we give Him praise with our mouth. If you know this song, I ask that you help me. Isakita me sit like is na go ma Creator God, maker of all things, I just come to you in prayer, giving you thanks for another day that you've given to us. Thank you for this summit that we can come to and gather ourselves this day. Thank you for all those that had a hand in putting on this day. Thank you for all those presenters that are here, all those that traveled near and far. Just bless us throughout this day and the coming day. Just be with all those that are gathered here this day. And we give you thanks for all that you provide for us in our life. We thank you that we're able to take care of our lands. We're able to hunt on our lands. We're able to plant on our lands. We're able to is come and receive this education and the resources that are provided through these next 2 days. Bless us, be with us throughout this summit. Thank you for all that you provide. Mado. Amen.
Mido, Major McHenry. Okay, so moving forward, we'll have Jay Hayes. Jay Hayes is a dedicated grants and program manager at the Muscogee Creek Nation Office of Environmental Services. A lifelong resident of Shakota, Oklahoma, Jay earned a bachelor's degree in business administration from the University of Oklahoma. His early career saw him elected as mayor of Shakota in 1995, where he served 3 terms and led significant infrastructure projects, including new water and wastewater facilities and an expanded recreation complex. A former president of the Oklahoma Municipal League, Jay was also recognized with the American Hometown Leadership Award in 2002. His career includes roles such as Community and Economic Development Director at Eastern Oklahoma Development District, where he managed over $50 million in development projects across Eastern Oklahoma. Since joining the Creek Nation in 2022, he has secured multiple EPA and Department of Interior grants, contributing to key initiatives like the Tribal Orphaned Well Program and the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant. Jay's work continues to support community growth and environmental stability through extensive program management and grant writing expertise. Welcome, Jay Hayes.
Thank you, Courtney. First and foremost, I got to start off with my priority here. So, Ms. McIntosh, great job. Ms. Muscogee, we'd love to invite you to Shakota tomorrow night, where Shakota and Eufaula will once again renew the longest continuously played high school football game in the state of Oklahoma, and I think it's like the 119th version. Shakota leading that 59, 58, and 1. So we hope to extend that very narrow lead. But we'd love to have you come see me. I'll be working in the press box. Let's see. As always, we like to start any presentation that our department gives by recognizing our leadership. Our Principal Chief, Dale Beaver, again, I realize I'm preaching to the choir here to some extent, obviously, a lot of tribal employees and tribal members here, but Principal Chief David W. Hill, Second Chief is Dale Beaver. I should note, Second Chief Beaver was formerly a Director of Environmental Services for the tribe in our department, so he has been very much a friend to our mission. Our Secretary of Interior Affairs is Mr. Trenton Kissee. And our Director of Environmental Services is here, Mr. James Williams. James, raise your hand. This is my boss. And he is exceptional to work for, and he really gives us the drive and the motivation to really provide the environmental aspect, or at least an environmental perspective, to not only to our programs and the services that we offer our citizens, but to give kind of provide like a shield over, protective shield over our tribal citizens, because we try to respond to any environmental concerns. We go out and do risk assessments, threat assessments. If we get notifications from EPA, we go out and we do a review of that. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Currently, we have the Muscogee Creek Nation surpassed the 100,000 citizens a few years back, so we're 100,000 strong and growing. And you'll see the map there of the Muscogee Creek Nation, which comprises about 3.1 million acres in east central Oklahoma. I should mention, what we do, obviously, we monitor all the environmental issues of the nation. Air, water, they know no boundaries. So we also monitor everything that comes into the nation and everything that goes out, so that we can monitor and so we can check that. Curry Blankenship, who is over our water program, is going to be here later today, and he's going to tell you how we go about the testing that we do on our watersheds and on our the reservoirs, and obviously the creeks within our reservation boundaries. Oops. I'm really going to talk to you today about this is going to be a blended proposal of a blended presentation of about 3 different programs. The first one we'll start off with is the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant. The Climate Pollution Reduction, and again, let me preface all this by saying, my background is not in science. I'm not a scientist. I don't have that technical discipline training, but I did write the grant for this and have been the program manager. So set them in that backdrop, understand I'm just going to kind of pass along to you what we have learned so far and where we're headed with our programs. The Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, this is a two-phase program under the EPA, authorized by the Inflation Reduction Act. The purpose was to provide funding to tribes, territories, states, and local governments to develop and implement plans for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The first phase was a planning grant. Those were non-competitive, but you still had to put a proposal together, which we did. And the Muscogee Creek Nation was awarded $400,000 in September of 2023. Before I go any further, I would like to stop. Ms. Emma McFarland is here. Emma, raise your hand. Emma is employed by the Muscogee Creek Nation and was hired through our CPRG program. So I throw this CPRG, we've exhausted it. We use that acronym on a daily basis, but again, it's climate pollution reduction. You'll hear me say it over and over. Climate pollution is essentially greenhouse gases. So, and when you're talking about greenhouse gases, we'll get into that a little bit more in a minute. The first phase, the first deliverable of that grant was the Priority Climate Action Plan, the PCAP, that's what everybody calls it. That's what how we regurgitate it. But the Priority Climate Action Plan was due April 1st of 2024. This was a very heavy lift in a very short period of time. It primarily involved gathering and doing a greenhouse gas and emissions inventory. Christy Lawson is here. Christy, raise your hand. Christy is over our AIR program. So Christy was very integral in that, in performing that. She has done an emissions inventory on the reservation because we need to know what are the airs, what's the air look like on the reservation. We need to know what gases we're confronted with. And really the best way to do that, because we don't have testing capabilities yet in monitoring, although we are about to start that within the next 6 months. We will start that. What we do have is we have access to data. Okay, so Christy, what was the year that we used as a baseline?
2019.
We used 2019 data because that's the most recent of record that was complete and thorough. So we had to go back and say, where's our baseline? Where are we starting at? And so the next step, again, was creating the Priority Climate Action Plan. We had to do that by April. Now, if you're involved in tribal government, if you work for tribal government, you understand our fiscal year starts October 1. So nothing happens rapidly. We still, like I said, we're still working this year. The budget still has yet to be passed. So things happen a little slowly. So we were looking at by about December, we were able to put together a procurement process to secure an outside vendor, a third-party vendor, an engineering firm that could help us to develop our Priority Climate Action Plan, because we're talking about a lot of really technical data here and in developing that plan, which we did not have the capacity. This grant was about developing that capacity. So Emma was brought aboard in about February, Emma? So Emma came on board in February. Again, it's a unique set of technical training that was needed to perform this. We were able to secure a good contractor. Olson Engineering was procured, and they did an outstanding job for us. They continue to do an outstanding job for us. So we brought them on board. As a result, by April 1st, we were able to produce the Priority Climate Action Plan. Some of you in this room were maybe a part of that. We did have some stakeholder engagement, community input, but we basically identified what does the air on the reservation look like, and what are the Priority Climate Action Plan? What are our priorities for reducing the greenhouse gas emissions from that? We're talking about greenhouse gas emissions, you're talking about CO2, carbon dioxide obviously, and largely methane. There are some other gases thrown in there too, fluorocarbons, polyfluorocarbons, but by and large, you're talking about mainly methane and CO2. So the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, that's the final product that is a deliverable of that grant requirement. It's due at the end of the grant period, which is September 30th. I'm proud to report that we are ahead of schedule. We intend to have our CCAP completed probably soon after the first of the year, no later than next spring. So it will have, Chris has been engaged in helping us and talk about those things, because we've had substantial or robust community engagement between not just our tribal partners within in-house, but outside sources as well. So that's the final deliverable. Phase 2 implementation grants, US EPA awarded $4.6 billion in implementation grants. We developed an application within that short period of time, which was due May 1st, and we submitted it. They requested about $20 million, a large portion of which was solar and microgrid technology. We were going to do some virtual power plant, some other things. Unfortunately, we did not receive that grant. But the process of developing that grant and developing those projects has been beneficial in that we now have, to some extent, I won't say shovel-ready projects, but we have projects that have been budgeted, that have been pre-engineered, that are ready to go, that we can put into, and we intend to put into, other grant applications moving forward. As I talked about the Priority Climate Action Plan, you can see the timeline here. The greenhouse gas emissions, let me give you, here's a good overview when you're talking about greenhouse gas emissions. The greenhouse gas emissions for the region, and we'll go ahead, this is total U.S. gas emissions. If you can see how it breaks down. 79% is CO2. And this breaks it down by where does it come from, okay? So 10% is agriculture, 13% is commercial, residential, 28% from transportation, so basically cars, right? Transportation. Industry is 23%, and electric power, so that whether that be coal or primarily natural gas power plants account for the 25% of that. Looking at Oklahoma, the industrial sector is currently the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in Oklahoma, which is a little bit contrary to the U.S. because in the United States, that's not the case. In the United States, the electric power and industry sectors have the largest share. Carbon dioxide makes up 66% of Oklahoma greenhouse gas emissions, followed by methane at 26%, nitrous oxides 8%, and fluorinated gases at 2%. And again, the transportation sector is currently the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions on the Muscogee Creek Nation reservation. Carbon dioxide makes up the majority of the MCN greenhouse gas emissions, followed by methane, nitrous oxides, and fluorinated gases, similar to the U.S. So our priority action plan, these are the measures that we identified with respect to electric power sector. We wanted to work in ways to develop and implement a regional renewable energy innovation program that would install renewable energy and energy storage systems on government-owned facilities and develop distributed and community-scale renewable energy generation, microgrids, and vehicle-to-grid infrastructure in disadvantaged communities. Now, I want to stop right there for a second. And first of all, this is a small enough room. This is an intimate enough setting. Feel free to stop me and ask questions because I want to be engaged. We want to have dialogue here. Currently, like I said, this is something Chris and I mentioned, we were talking about the other day. You're from McIntosh County. If you're paying any attention to Facebook in McIntosh County, or some of you maybe from Hughes, you see that there's a huge, huge discussion and debate going on right now about wind power, okay? So you know, the tribe is very much, through our office, through other departments, is very much trying to determine, trying to make an educated determination on where the tribe stands on that. Currently, the tribe is not taking a position on it, pro or con, but I'm interested to hear what some of you guys think about the wind power debate, because it's going to be coming up. Oklahoma, there's going to be a huge deployment potentially of wind power. Has anybody got any ideas or thoughts on that? Yes, I understand that. Like I said, most of the power that's been generated, we're told, is going to be going to Texas. And that's probably the case today. Who knows where it could go tomorrow? I mean, I also kind of see the perspective of, well, just like an oil well, we don't really, that energy comes out of the ground and it goes someplace. But these are going to be the windmills that they're proposing, excuse me, wind turbines, there's a difference. Wind turbines they're proposing, they're going to be 700 plus feet above ground. So there are some issues there, and these are going to be some of the largest, will be the largest in the United States. Yes? Absolutely, that's a very valid point. The other thing I would point out is, if you're going to build something 700 feet tall, you're going to have to go down quite a bit, okay? So we're talking between 60 and 100 feet is what those footings will have to be dug on that for the bases. And we know the water table in Oklahoma is around, in our area, is around that 65-foot mark. So if there's a disturbance of that, we might need to look at that. Obviously, we drill oil well, it goes through that as well. So it's not saying it can't be done or it shouldn't be done, but I think the biggest problem, the biggest issue that we're seeing right now, and Director Williams, correct me if I'm wrong, this, like every other process, we feel like the tribe has been circumvented from the notification and the consultation process. That's our biggest gripe, and that's one of the biggest things that I will say that I've learned from my boss, James Williams. We participate in every single consultation opportunity that is afforded us by US EPA or DOI or BIA. We always show up to the table, and we always try to bring data-based, supported, evidentiary background, and because we feel like that is our duty to represent the tribal citizens of our nation. And so we engage in one-to-one and into government-to-government dialogue as per our treaty rights. And so we want them to know that we're always at the table. We are always representing, and doing so has been frustrating at times, but it's also yielded results because they have changed the tribal consultation process to some degree. Some of that's, I think, largely because Director Williams has been extremely proactive in engaging and utilizing that. Some tribes don't utilize that engagement, that consultation process, but we always try to do that. And we always try to hammer home, again, our treaty rights. Yes? It's a good point, and I don't know the answer to that question except to say that it appears to me that, to our knowledge, Oklahoma Corporation Commission doesn't even issue a permit on this as much as they are just provided notification. I think that's right. And so, like I said, yes, Director.
The permit comes from the
FAA. Yeah.
They've already got those permits. They've already notified the OCC to construct. So they're ways down the road. We're just trying to play catch up. We got notified about 3 weeks ago of some of these projects. So it's been a bunch of research, a bunch of information gathering, and there's a lot of people that are upset. There's some property owners that look at that lease when they lease it out, and they're eligible to get thousands of dollars a month, a little larger than that. A lot of the property owners in Oklahoma, you don't realize, don't even live here. They live out of state, so they have property that they're paying taxes on that they either inherited or came across a substantially great deal. They just bought it to be buying it, and now somebody comes across to them and says, "Hey, I'll give you $5 grand a month if you let us put these wind turbines on there." To somebody that lives in Houston.
Yep.
And then the company that's coming in is from Canada, so they don't really have a big stake in in what we have here. And I'll revert back to, if you guys remember, the Trans-Canada Pipeline way back when. It was a Canadian outfit coming from the Canadian border and cut through the middle of the United States, which cut through the Muscogee Creek Nation also. It stayed off our properties, but they still came through. When we got to consultation with them, we said, well, as far west as you are, why don't you go across Canada and out to the Gulf on the Pacific? And they said, well, we're not cutting through our resources.
Yeah, right. It's not in their backyard.
For us, you guys will let us. We'll pay it and we'll let us. There's a misnomer about all the oil coming from Canada and going to the Gulf down at Port Arthur. That wasn't intended for the United States anyway. They'd already worked out a deal with China. That oil was headed straight to the Gulf, straight to China. So we were just a pass-through, and it 750 feet. So man, that is going to be a tall structure. We'll all see that from my house.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's how big those are. So the people in McIntosh County are a little upset because they're going all the way around the lake. First phase is in Pontotoc County. I talked to my fellow cohorts at Choctaw. They did the same thing in Choctaw County, or Chickasaw. Now they're in Hughes County. Now they're venturing on to McIntosh County. They're going to loop on around through the Choctaws. So
Yeah.
we're trying to get all assembled together to come up with some type of plan or initiative to, get more questions answered, because once those things go up, at least some of the leases are kind of questionable. You're going to lease it for 10 to 20 years. And a lot of it is if something goes wrong, goes south, they can just leave the stuff there.
Are they respecting the trust relationship, nation to nation?
No, they're not. They're not.
We should bring that to the table.
Yeah, that's where our hook is, because of the sacred sites, the different, they can't be associated so much close to a school, but our contention is we can't be associated to a ceremony on the ground or some of our churches. So
Yep.
that's kind of where
Yep.
we're looking at. So it's a moving target right now. So that's where we're at. But
Dr. Crouch?
Yeah, one thing is power in numbers. Now, this is an issue that I've heard for the last 10 years about the tribes and these wind turbines. That tribe doesn't want them in their area. And then what happens is it's in a particular area, and then they go across the fence line of those boundaries and install them there. But I do know the voice of the tribes together would have a bigger impact than one. And I think it's consistent with all the tribes in Oklahoma they go. So I just think gathering that information and any kind of consultation opportunity, that it would be simple
Sure.
to use emails and say, hey, we're gathering data to submit, but we're not being consulted in this process. And we need your help on making comments and intervening in what we can do to promote that consultation, even if they're already playing.
Yeah, I think that's dead on. I think that's exactly what we need to do, and I hope that that's what will be the result of this. Now, again, the question is going to be, I don't know if it's in time to stop the first phase. But this was phase one of 5 phases. About 119, I think, wind turbines were proposed in phase one. By the end of phase 5 of project completion, it was going to be over 900. So maybe we won't, I don't know if we can stop the first phase, but maybe we can slow it down. Maybe we can stop the others from going forward. And again, most people in this room, you're here because you're an environmentalist in some respects, right? So we're not opposed to renewable energy. We support it. Like Chris and I had a good discussion on this the other day. But at the end of the day, and again, I spoke with somebody that had been proposed a lease, and they told me the terms of that lease. The lease were not very amenable terms. For one, they didn't have to repair it if it broke. If they determined it was not cost feasible to repair it, they just leave it not producing and therefore not paying a property owner on your property. They didn't have to remove it once it was completed, once it was done, it was finished. Okay, we see all around us, when you see all these rotten tank farms, or you see, the tank batteries and oil and gas wells, we see basically just the environmental degradation and exploitation that's occurred on tribal lands, and then leave it behind for us to clean up the mess and to live amongst the mess, right? Because that's kind of the meaning of environmental justice, isn't it, Chris? Go ahead.
I just have a question. So, you think at 5 phases, it'll be basically 900 windmills?
Yep.
And one of the things that Kansas did 2 years ago in the legislature, they passed a light mitigation technology requirement for all windmills. I think they had like 8,000 windmills in Kansas now. It was really on the backs of rural Americans, so they were getting a lot of complaints about the light basically seeing these flashing lights like living next to an airport or something. And so they passed a deal basically, those have to be on a localized radar where they only come on when something gets close. And Oklahoma, they had a similar bill, and it got killed. They did a big study, and it was going to basically negatively impact our ability to have training missions with our Air Force bases in Western Oklahoma.
Sure.
Is there any possible way you think where I don't think they do training missions in F-16 fighters in Eastern Oklahoma, if that could apply to Eastern Oklahoma now that people are coming in, at least as a mitigation possibility?
Yeah, I don't know. And here's the problem, and this is where it all stems from, because we talked about consultation, the lack of consultation, and the lack of input that was gathered. We're kind of playing catch-ups. We're playing from behind. So anything that's enacted, like in McIntosh County, they're proposing creating county zoning, which has been something that has not been a popular concept, in the past. Now they're proposing it to try to protect that. But I don't know that you can do it retroactively. I mean, you might be able to stop phase 2, but I don't know that, I'm afraid it may be too late to stop phase 1. With proper consultation, we could have maybe mitigated, if nothing else. Might not have been able to stop it, but we might be able to mitigate it. We might be able to set some parameters on it. Maybe we could have regulated the height. We could have regulated setbacks. Those are the things. And again, that's why we ask for consultation. We invoke our right to consultation whenever it's afforded. So that's probably something, and I think that's probably the only what we can push for going forward. And I think that should be the tribe's probably first and foremost stance is proper consultation and input and accessibility to information would have been extremely helpful. Yes, sir.
Main pipeline, East Woodrow keeping construction over on Kena, one outfit. As far as I know, I've been across a lot of lands here in Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Minnesota, and stuff like that. As far as I know, working over in Okema, there are no roads other than I-40 that'll hold any of this equipment that they're going to bring in.
Yeah.
I've done all kinds of work driving truck over in this country, and around that lake, there is no way they have the infrastructure right now to put a 100-foot long piece of pipe and multiple pieces, plus the power head, into this country that nothing will support it back there.
That's about the only, legally right now, that's about the only restriction or that's about the only bargaining chip that the county commissioners, McIntosh County has at this time, is that the company will still have, they'll still have to negotiate a road use agreement, okay? And I think, and basically the regulations on that require that the county cannot deny them access. However, the county can determine what are your weight limits going to be on that, what are your weights going to be, and they can make the contractor, the company, have to build those or pay the amount of money that it would cost to build those roads, those bridges, to hold and sustain those weights and that type of traffic. Now, the other thing that was brought up was, we're talking about the largest ones. So obviously, everything about it's going to be, they're going to be long pieces. When right, the blades are going to be extremely long. So you're not going to be able to make 90-degree corners with some of those. So they'll have to negotiate to cut across somebody's corner, right? If they don't, if the property owners won't allow that, then that mitigates some of that. But here's the rub on that. There's the first 100 and some odd, 119 I think that they're putting out. There's only 25 different property owners, and some of those property owners are going to have 5 to 10, okay, because they're large property owners. Some of them own 2 to 5,000 acres, some of which directly abuts Highway 9. So there won't be county road use on some of those. They can just come straight off it. They may have to build their own road on private property, but that's probably not going to be much different than the price that they would have to pay the county. So I don't know. There's still a lot. It's very much a fluid situation, and we'll see how it unfolds. But again, that's a situation where, like I said, everybody in this room is for renewable energy. But at what price, right? We need smart renewable energy. Okay, yes? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Yes?
So we haven't been sitting back waiting for them
Well, no, we've just been made aware of this within really the last 30 days. So as far as I'm aware, there's been no consultation with the company, or to that extent, I'm not even sure. Tribe has not been engaged with the Oklahoma Corporation Commission, or even FAA. I don't think we've had any discussions with those, to my knowledge. Maybe that's, I mean, and here's the thing, you know, McIntosh County citizens vehemently opposed it. I mean, the property owners in that area are vehemently opposed to it, and they asked and requested the McIntosh County Commissioners to invoke a moratorium. I think they did, that's what they've done in Hughes County now. The legality of whether or not that moratorium is valid or enforceable, that's the issue, the crux of the issue, because the Assistant District Attorney in McIntosh County, his interpretation, and he's pretty, first of all, he's a qualified attorney, he doesn't believe that the county has any restrictive capabilities or enforcement ability to do that. So I don't, you know, a moratorium is just a word. I mean, when are you going to actually go out and stop trucks? You know, that's, and under what authority do you have? What law? Because a 2 to 1 vote of a county commissioner board is not a law. So it's going to be, like I said, it's going to get sticky. Things there's going to be, matter of fact, there's a public discussion going to be held tonight. County commissioners are going to be in Eufaula at the fairgrounds, I believe. You're going to be there? All right. I said, probably see you there. I did. I was at the at City Hall was where they had it. Were you there? Yeah, Director Williams was at the Indian community with Chief Hill on Tuesday night. So, yeah, we're trying to be engaged in this, and we're going to try to. We stand first for our citizens and our sovereignty. So we're going to try to invoke that, and hopefully we can foster an outcome. Yes, sir. Yeah.
And so, we're not taking it away from that arena into another. So we're planning for 2050, the way I'm reading all of this.
Yeah, I mean.
And so the Muscogee River is dammed up. And we were told earlier on that it would supply Dallas for electricity. So there would flood out a lot of people there again. And so our neighbors are needing help there too. So this is what I see happening.
I agree, yeah. And, you know, it's funny because I was thinking about this last night when I was thinking about what's going on with McIntosh County, and you see a lot of those people there that have bought property and moved to Lake Eufaula area, retired there. So you see a lot of people from Oklahoma City, even had some people that were from California, out of state, and it was kind of, I don't know, it was ironic in a way. I thought, well, you know, a lot of people don't think of it from the old farmer's perspective back in about 1960 that had bottom land when that lake was built, you know. I mean, it was, like I said, that was in the name of progress. It was flood control, obviously. But, you know, and there was a lot of tribal citizens that had Fame bottom down in Stidham. I promise you, there was a lot of tribal citizens that didn't get much say in that process either. So, so now the people that come to the lake as a result of that process want their property protected, when our tribal citizens really didn't get their property protected back in about 1959 or 55 or 60, whenever the lake was built. Anyway, I want to move on. I won't get stuck on that, but good points all, and that's something for all you guys to be keeping an eye out on, watching, and seeing how that unfolds. Other transportation sector, we're developing and implement fleet incentive programs. We talked about trying to do fleet conversion. The tribe owns a little over 1,000 vehicles. We talked about going through and doing an assessment and determining which vehicles it would make the most sense, be most practical to convert to electric vehicles. In doing so, and then also talking about some incentivizing eligible agencies as well as individual automobile owners. These PCAP measures are still in place. You know, we did some of this within that application, but that application was not awarded. So. Oh, excuse me. The industrial sector implement orphan well program to properly close oil and gas orphan well sites, including remediation and restoration activities as needed. We've already undertaken that process. I wrote a grant. We received it through the Department of Environmental Services to assess and develop. It's for planning and development to build an orphan well program. We've had two really qualified guys and really motivated gentlemen that have been working since about February to develop an inventory of abandoned orphan oil and gas wells. If you look at the map, the Oklahoma Corporation Commission has a map of orphan wells in the state of Oklahoma. And there's the density of them within our area, within here. I mean, there's 500 of them within, what, 5 miles of here? On the Deep Fork Wildlife Refuge, just a little bit south of here, they've got 500 alone that are orphaned and abandoned. So that's what I'm talking about when we talk about orphaned and abandoned, and we're talking about these wind turbines. It's been common practice of corporate America, or even of just in general business practices. Hey, go and let's pillage the resources of an area, and let's leave it behind for somebody else to clean up. And that's us, the people live here, the people live and die here, right? So we've been aggressive with that. We've already applied for phase 2 implementation funding. So we were applying for about $2.6 million. Actually, we applied for about 4.5, and we were given a notice that to scale it back to about 2.6. So while that sounds like bad news, it's probably good news because it means this is about how much we're going to be able to find for you. So we're going to be getting into the well plugging, I won't say business, but we're going to start to undertake those activities hopefully within the next year or two. And we'll start plugging those sites and remediating them. Those are high methane emitters. So you'd be surprised at what, when you put on a FLIR camera or glasses, the amount of methane that you can see, that's the flume that comes off some of those oil and gas wells. It's pretty surprising. Even the ones that are plugged, when you put that FLIR, when you look at that gas detection, it's amazing how much is coming off of there. We're going to talk about this. We got a little bit of time here in a minute. If we don't, I would encourage all of you to go to this website above, this climateinteractive.org/inroads. It is a really cool tool that's developed so that you can see what has an effect on reducing global temperatures and what doesn't. The end result of which is essentially, it's going to take a patchwork of multiple sectors and multiple policies implemented to make any substantive change. So the topic of my discussion was, is it too early to say that it's too late, right? My answer to that is probably, but it's not looking good. You know, we're not in the right direction, and I don't know that we're going to have to figure out a way to adapt. But there's going to be I'm going to talk about a little bit here in a second about the weather and climate. So I don't want to take away from that. But if you have a chance, if we don't get a chance to go through this tool, I want you to go to that. It's an interactive, so you can do your own stuff. Hopefully I'll show you in a minute. This is pretty simple, but I'm excited. I know everybody in this room is pretty much engaged. But I still see it every day on TV and on social media, the different people not knowing the difference between weather and climate, right? Because every time there's a major snowstorm in Boston, you hear people say, oh, what about global warming is a hoax, they're feeding us a lie. No, come on, man. Weather is the state of the atmosphere with respect to the heat or the cold, wetness or dryness, calm or storm, clearness or cloudiness, and it's short term. Climate is the statistical collection of weather conditions at a place over a period of years or decades or millennia. That's what I always try to tell my friends when we have these, you know, when we've had 3 beers and we're having this debate, you know, and I say, guys, it may be natural for climate to change. It may be natural, okay? It happened to the dinosaurs, but it happened over millions of years. Thousands or hundreds of thousands. It shouldn't be in our lifetime. Anybody in this room that's over about 35 or 40 years old knows you're not lying to your grandkids when you say, well, back when I was a kid, right? We know the winters were harsher, were they not? I mean, who remembers the snow of 76 or something? That was, I was a little taught, but I could barely walk through it. We know that winters lasted longer. We know that they were colder. Now, we're still going to see some random events of where we're going to have extremes. We're going to have a bitter cold. There'll be times when we'll get a foot of snow dumped on us. Ice storms. Those are the things that we're going to see more of, but we're not going to see much more winter. And I've got some climate modeling that'll show you that here in a second. We also undertook, as part of some additional funding that was afforded us through EPA, we were able to fund a contingency drought plan. So we utilized Olson Engineering again, who's an excellent partner, and they began that process with climatologists because, again, in-house we don't have people with that capability. We're learning from them. So drought is a slow onset hazard that can last for months or years, and as a hazard, it has the potential to impact many aspects of life, including two of our most important needs, drinking water and food. Because of the long duration of droughts, the impacts last for years and can ripple through a community over time. That's not me saying it, that's Bill FEMA right there. But the purpose of the plan was to assist with drought resiliency and future planning efforts for all affected tribal members and their communities through a meaningful and effective process. So this was another process where we engaged stakeholders and tribal officials, and Jake and you guys, they were here earlier, but they were involved in it too. And I should say we used this during the THIRA, T-H-I-R-A assessment. So that's a threat, hazard, identification, risk assessment. So that's basically a process where you look and say, what are the risks? What are those impacts? The impacts of those risks, and what do we need to address them and mitigate them? What do we already have that we can put in place to do that? This is the Southern Great Plains. I took this from the South Central Climate Adaptation Center. There's some science that just shows you what you're going to see. Change in percentage of years with a late fall spring. We're going to go a little bit more in there. Like I said, here's you some data really. Okay, so daily high temperatures average. This is showing you the low scenario, the high scenario. The bottom line is it's going up. It's going to go up. There's really not much we can do about it. We can try to mitigate it, but it's already on the rise. So 1.5 Celsius to 3 to 5 degrees. Okay? Number of days the high temperature is greater than 100. We were lucky this summer. We really were. We didn't have as many last summer. The summer before we had prolonged. If you remember what they went through in Phoenix, and some of that is even it's when I say it's human created, it's asphalt jungle or the concrete jungles. We've created those heat. Okay, so look at that increase by up to 32 days on average by 2050. Annual average total precipitation is projected to decrease across Oklahoma under the high scenario. You see, so we're going to, especially over there kind of in our area, well, we're going to be not mitigated as much as western Oklahoma. Let's just say they're going to be impacted potentially more or less. So that has a ripple effect of what's that going to do to crops? What's it going to do to pollinators? What's it going to do to wildlife, right? What's it going to do to potentially to food chains? Winter precipitation is projected to increase, but less of it's going to fall as snow, right? So we're going to see more rain in the winter. Probably see more flooding. And like the other day, if anybody ever noticed, I saw something, a statistic that said in the previous 10 years there'd been 5 tornadoes in the month of November. We had over 45 in the first 4 days. That's going to happen more. Summer precipitation is projected to decrease. Obviously, it's hotter, it's going to be drier, and you're going to have, the drier it is, the hotter it gets, the drier it gets, right? So it's kind of a slippery slope. Average annual number of days of precipitation is projected to decrease across Oklahoma. And the average one-day maximum precipitation is going to go up. So what does that tell you? That doesn't, I mean, yeah, it's going to be feast or famine. That's what we're going to have. You know, like I said the other day, we're at 10 inches for the month of November, and we've got rain scheduled for the next few days. So feast or famine is what we're going to see. So when you're seeing flooding in North Carolina in the mountains, that they've never seen that, they're not prepared for that. It's because you're going to have these extreme weather events. Everybody's complaining about your homeowner's insurance going up. There's a reason. It's because those actuarials are, I mean, they're odds makers. They base it upon data. That's why I tell my friends all the time, look, if you don't believe me, believe the actuarials, okay? And they say, yeah, insurance always go up. Yeah, well, you know what? Insurance is also an extremely competitive industry too. So if there's somebody that knows that they're hedging too high, I promise you there'll be somebody at Progressive or Geico or somebody who'll come in and shoot a lower rate. That's not happening because it's a ripple effect across the industry. There's a map. It's, again, most of the information we've got, it's hard to, Olson did a pretty good job of, we don't really have Muscogee Creek Nation reservation data. You have to compile it, gather it from state data and from county data. So there's kind of what it's going to look like on the tribal reservation. Or that's what it looks like now, excuse me. So here's some of the impacts. Warmer future across all seasons, obviously. Drier statewide, less precipitation in winter, following in snow, more short-term heavy rain events with potential for flooding, more hurricanes, fewer days with rain, more frequent drought, and higher risk for fire. We all know that, right? Warmer seasons cause plants to grow faster, leading to earlier flowering and leafing. Hey, the good news is, like I said, my neighbor told me the other day, I'm getting tomatoes again, right, in November. Okay. Temperature changes can alter the season's timing, affecting the timing of migration patterns and insect life cycles. Again, now we're talking about food chain issues. Temperature or timing mismatches can occur if different species that depend on each other for survival have different responses to changing temperatures. Again, it's a delicate balance. Now, I'm still always totally impressed by the ability of nature to adapt. But we may not like the way it adapts, and it may affect us, because ultimately the bottom line, what we're trying to avoid is the impact on healthcare outcomes. That's what we're worried about. Inconveniences that's not what our concern is. What are asthma rates going to be? What are allergies going to be, right? What's mental health going to be? This is the things that we can do about it. Seed banking, assisted migration, pollinators. Include cultural resources in our emergency management plans. Vulnerability assessments and climate adaptation planning like the one that we've done. Plant and maintain diverse native species to provide habitat and food sources for pollinators. Monitoring sites, which we're doing now. We're about to start our 105 program, which is through the Clean Air Act, Section 105. We're going to be monitoring emissions on the tribal reservation. Probably going to put our trailer up around Tulsa to begin with, right, Christy? And we're going to start monitoring for noxious gases. Indigenous leadership and scholarship, guidance from elders and citizens, understanding cultural landscapes and values, how we adapt in the past might adapt in the future. Culturally sustaining and revitalizing education to conserve cultural landscapes. And traditions, some of the old ways. We need to find out what those were. There's a reason they did things a certain way. You know, you find out a lot of those stories that are passed down there. Those are not imaginations. They're rooted in something. 10 minutes? All right. Yes, absolutely. We need, like I said, that traditional indigenous ecological knowledge. I'm going to go through these. We'll go back to that one real quick, though. The importance of local drought impact reporting and analysis. Local known impacts such as impaired air quality, poor water quality, changes in ecological systems, and agricultural productivity can all signify that certain types of drought are affecting overall tribal and animal health. For example, mental health is commonly adversely impacted due to extreme weather events. Drought, farmers are impacted. If you live off the land, if you have cattle, and you're in a drought, the stress that puts on somebody, the workload that it may be, increased workload, financial woes, all those impact mental health. Same situation for extreme cold weather events. If an air conditioner goes out on an extreme high weather, if you have an elder with those are all those things that really, I don't think people think about the stress that's going to put on our mental health.
Native grasses offset drought. When you bring in foreign grasses, that's what causes a lot of drought in western Oklahoma, because they don't have the native grass out there. They brought in other plants, and that causes drought for them. So we've got to keep our native grasses on our land.
Absolutely. We need to be advocates for that. We need to start making that more accessible and affordable. And we just really need to be advocates for that. Good point. Here's some final takeaways. Past droughts are usually analyzed using the standard precipitation index, and hydrological droughts can be confirmed using groundwater and stream gauge data on various time scales. We can be better informed by impact, and statistical data can help in other drought classifications, especially in agriculture. We can be evaluated in terms of known responses to help prepare for current and future droughts, as I mentioned earlier, the THYRA framework. Current and future droughts, we can be monitored in a variety of different ways, a blended composite of drought, local drought indicators, indices, and impacts. And these are best responded and planned for by having active drought plans that are informed by local stakeholders, which I'm proud to report that we have. You know, when the well is dry, we will know the value of water. Ben Franklin, he pretty sharp guy. Here's some of the upcoming events we've got. America Recycles Day. We're always going to put a plug in for that. You want to change the world, start right here. We would love to have you. Bring your recyclables. That's going to be on the 15th at the Recycle Center. In January 2025, we're going to have our next CCAP virtual stakeholder meeting. And soon thereafter, we will adopt our final comprehensive climate action plan. There's some contact information for myself and for Emma McFarland. Feel free to reach out to us if you would like to be involved or want more information. And I can send you the drought mitigation plan if any of those of you, those of you that are interested. It's about 96 pages, but it's, there's a lot of data in it, but there's also some good stuff in there. There's our America Recycles Day. This is that what that En-ROADS tool I was telling you about looks like. So I tell you what, I'm going to try to jump on it for just, Chris, if I got a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's 6 minutes.
Outstanding. All right. So I'm going to try to jump on it here. Let's see.
While he's working on that, I want to share with y'all that Oklahoma, I work with the national headquarters, and we have 3 tribal soil climate analysis units here in Oklahoma, Cherokee Nation, Choctaw Nation, and Choctaw. I'll send y'all the links because you can actually go in your county and be able to extract data underneath the soil. What's the temperature? What are typical days to plant? And it also gives you, you can check it daily, but you can also maybe use that, James, for some of y'all, the data that y'all are extracting on your drought plans.
Okay, thank you.
So, and there's going to be more funding. I got a call a couple of weeks ago. Oklahoma was the only state in the nation that got 3 of the T-scan units, and ours has been utilized the most. There is going to be some more funding. So if y'all get an email and you see T-scan, that means Dr. Krause has got more opportunities to start that. The 3 units now you can extract data 5 counties.
All right, real quick, I want you to take a look at this. Some of the things that you think might move the needle really don't. And some of the things that don't are not very just glamorous. You'd be surprised the effect that they can have. So this is based upon modeling 3.3 degree rise in global temperatures by 2100 or 5.9 Fahrenheit. Okay, so I'm gonna show you some of these down here where we've got these where I can move the needles here. Let's see. We were broken into work groups when I went to a climate pollution reduction training. Okay, and we were tasked with reducing global temperatures by 2.7 degrees by 2100. So what would that look like? Our first thing said, well, you know, nuclear is pretty underutilized. That was one of our thoughts. So let's go see if we were to, let's say we pretty much ramp it up to full speed. Let's see how much effect it has. It has 1/10 of a degree to go full speed. The risk reward there may not justify that because there's some potential risk involved with nuclear. So let's say we say, okay, we think it can be brought up a little bit. Okay, so things like renewables. Okay, let's bring that up. Let's see what the effect's going to be. Well, it goes up a little bit. A lot of them flatten after just a small increase. Not a whole lot of increase there. How about electrical EVs, transportation electrification? Let's see the impact it has. Not much EV, right? Unfortunately. Nature-based carbon dioxide removal. Let's see that. So let's talk about planting of additional trees and things like that. So that drops it, right? It flattens a little bit. There it goes again, right? So let's put that there. Now, you can also set this among the backdrop of population is going to go up a little. economic growth, we obviously hope for a little bit of that. So therefore, it pushes the bar back up a little bit. You see what I'm saying? But here's the interesting thing. This is not real glamorous right here, right? Energy efficiency or buildings and industry, right? See how it starts, doesn't it really, see the impact it has? Electrification on this, yeah, it doesn't do a whole lot. But energy efficiency, and again, when you're talking about energy efficiency, we're not talking about big, huge capital costs up front, right? You're not having to build huge new power plants, or you're not having to build wind turbines or anything like that. You're just having to affect things like green building codes. So even though they may cost a little more to say, let's say the home builders or the home buyers on the front side, they're going to save money, and they're going to save on greenhouse gas emissions, right? So there's a lot of different things. Like I said, you know, we could drop coal down and it's going to have an impact, and obviously we're seeing that coal's not really expanding, unless you're in China, I guess. But, so carbon pricing is going to have a huge impact. So nobody likes to hear that, because I know industry and people like that don't like to hear it, but see how it drops, moves the bar, really moves the needle. I'm going to leave it alone with that, but I would encourage all of you to play with this. It's really kind of it's an educational process. You learn a lot about what it's going to take, and really the final takeaway from this tool is this: kind of like it takes a village to raise a child. It's going to take a multi-sector approach across the board, a checkerboard of policies and actions. They're going to the only thing that's going to do it, and so that's all I have to say. Are there any other questions? Thank you, guys. Mado. I'll let you guys get out of that. I loved your poem.
Can I see some of these?
Oh, you did this. I'm sorry.
Muscogee. You guys can probably catch him in the lobby if you think of any questions a little later on. So we're going to take a little break here in a second, maybe 10, 15 minutes. Chris is grabbing a poster right now. I just kind of want to debut it to you guys. It's our poster for this summit. The artwork was done by a CMN student, Taylor Dunson. She's an art student here at CMN, and we took a few submissions from different students, and we chose hers for our poster. So everyone is going to get a free poster at the conference today. They'll be out here in the lobby if you're interested.
Yeah, if you guys can hear me, yeah. This was actually, the idea of it came from the Sovereignty Symposium. I don't know if anybody used to go to the Sovereignty Symposium. It was started by Justice Yvonne Cogger, who unfortunately got voted out like a couple days ago. You know, she was a friend to the Native American tribes in Oklahoma, and it broke my heart when I saw her. She just lost by a few votes in terms of first overt campaign to actually get rid of some Supreme Court justices, and since I've ever remembered voting. But they framed her as a crazy ultra-liberal. She was just a good person, and she cared about the Native American tribes. And this came from them, and this idea of it is to be a collectible, and hope you guys enjoy it. And maybe 20 years from now, if we're still doing this, we can look back and say, hey, remember that first poster we did? Chris Asbell, he designed that and publisher, man, and we just printed it out. So that's where we're at on it. I hope you guys enjoy this. Take on with you before you leave, and we're going to take a break. Is that right?
Yes, we'll be back at 9:30.
I know, same. Was there like a rack or something? So we got stuck on 75 for a second. My dad's up there. travel because we know it is challenging. Yes, ma'am. He currently has a goat. Dwight he no longer works for Langston, but he is a community partner still. So we work closely with Dwight all the time. We have outreach events in Twin Hills quite frequently. This happened 2 months ago. So if you'll give me a call or an email or a text, however you prefer to communicate, I'll keep you updated when he's coming this way again. And I know that on goats. Yeah, so we're having the National Goat Conference as well as our local goat conference. Yeah, and then of course our scholarship and Dwight's daughter works for that programming. And so like an agrivision to see what else is going on at the university if you want. And then if you'll just give me a hold, then I can have Dwight get a hold of you. I know he does have a grant currently if you're wanting to get into goats or if you're currently in. Okay. Yes, ma'am. That's my area of extension is community outreach and resource development. But you give me a call and see how we can help your partner work it out too. We need to see you. Yes, ma'am. I'm like, yeah, so while we're down in goat and heritage research, currently we have quite a few grants in goats. We want more people to diversify and or have the opportunity to enter into the goat realm if you want to. And then of course we have the National Goat Conference coming up as well as our local goat conference. So it used to just be about goats, but now we've expanded it to 2 days. So it's about all things farms. So you can come and learn about value-added products, or you can come, like we normally have a goat making day, a goat soap making day, and a goat cheese making day. And so you get to actually go into that class and learn how to create those skills. And you get to take it home with you. And then the second day is always goat themed lunch. So everything is goat and lamb for lunch. And it's amazing. And if you call ahead, lots of times there's rooms for available partners. If you've seen us at an outreach event, you just mention that. And when you sign up, it will actually ask you if you want a room, your t-shirt size, things of that nature. We know like it's far away, and so we just like to be able to provide an overnight stay.
Yeah, definitely. And see if you want some of that food. You know what? I'm excited. I feel like got it. Yeah, I know that's right. I mean, I got all the like those green bars and stuff. I put them in the bag. I just put double everything.
So we're having a national goat conference this year too. And so this is our local one. Yeah, we're so national.
Do you need this or if something happens, the kid has
yeah, and so we're doing lots of classes going on. So we can get a whole t-shirt for you, and she can come and like see a Rory and then come teach a goat soap making class or a cheese making class or so that way if you want to have an outreach event, so it's
yeah. Okay. And we understand that, and that
providing a relationship with something beyond self, right? And so animal husbandry is great for that, as well as taking care of land. Everybody wants to care for something, right? And then they have trials and tribulations with that animal, with that land, with whatever. Sometimes it's lost, right? And so Cherokee Nation really adapted that program. We have lots of farmers. We have a farmer in Renniesville who utilizes Muscogee Nation. And so if you guys would be interested in something like that, or have a program director who's willing to listen to that, we would love to talk about how you guys can get on farms. So in order to become a farmer within a USDA agency, you have 3 years of training. Well, lots of people who have been in rehab and or incarcerated, they have training in farming. Like lots of our prisons in town, those have farms. Lots of our prisons throughout farms. We've also talked about Muscogee, Chandler, John Hine. He's very interested in making sure that the people in Muscogee Jail have the opportunity to do that as well. We have some people who are a part of the coalition that comes to the meeting from reentry. They just don't come regularly. And so just really getting some footing in that opportunity for not only food access, but also for career change. You know? Yeah. Okay. That's great. Yeah.
I raised chicken.
Yeah, that is their specialty. You are.
Oh, thank you.
You got a long stint. Yes. Good to see you. So I sent you a draft of the evaluation technology.
History, everyone. We'll get started with the next talk here in a few minutes. Hello. A what? Possibly. Hey, can we control the temperature in here?
Cold or hot?
Cold. It's chilly. It is chilly. It's a little chilly.
Yeah, we can adjust it. Hey, which one is it?
Tap Gibson pollinators.
Oh, it's probably in there. I probably didn't see it. You just put it in there, you just put it. Oh, perfect. That's fine. It's just easier, man. Like we don't have to mess with the USB the whole time.
Okay, so you're.
That's my USB too.
Oh, it is, man. Let me. I'll see if I can hook you guys up with some. Yeah. So.
Okay.
All right. We'll. I'm gonna get people in here, and you guys go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I love how you have a blanket. Yeah. Okay, I guess we'll go ahead and move forward. So for our next speaker, we have Brandon Gibson from Uchee Butterfly Farm and Tribal Alliance of Pollinators. We've done a lot of work with him in CMN Extension. He's botanist, pollinator expert, bird expert. Once you get him going, you're going to learn a lot from him. So very short and sweet introduction. Welcome, Brandon Gibson.
Yate Abene. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brandon Gibson. I'm a registered member of the Navajo Nation, and I am part of the Twahaglini clan, meaning water flows together, and also being Cherokee and Choctaw as well. And so just to give a little more introduction, does this work? Yes. And so just to give a little more introduction about who I am. Can you guys all hear me? I kind of like to walk around a bit. Okay, perfect. So I started here in 2020 at Tribal Alliance of Pollinators at Uchee Butterfly Farm as the program coordinator. Nowadays, I work more sort as the main botanist for the farm, collecting wildflower seeds. But before that, I didn't know really what I was doing in the world of plants because I was focusing all my time on looking at birds, being in the bird world. I did ornithological work up until about 2020, so predominantly in Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, and Minnesota. And so a brief introduction, I'm sure you guys have already met some of the employees of the Uchi Butterfly Farm. Those are the guys really handling the day-to-day operations of the bugs. Meanwhile, I get to go out and collect seeds and do research and work in the greenhouse while they're feeding all the bugs. And so we work a lot with the tribes of Oklahoma. Pretty much any tribe in Oklahoma we'll work with for free, and whatever you guys need. If you want education, you guys need butterfly tents for Monarch Day and things like that. We work with Chickasaw, Choctaw, Cherokee individual citizens, as well as the larger establishment of the tribes as a whole. And so education is a really big component about that part of the farm. A lot of education booths like we're doing today, showing kids butterflies and maybe even just showing them 25 monarchs in one spot and a big net. A lot of kids that are growing up in rural or in the city areas, so think like in the middle of Tulsa, I've never seen more than one monarch maybe on a good day in Tulsa. So if they can come out on the outskirts of Tulsa just 20, 30 minutes, and then we can release them in a tent outside with 1,000 butterflies and let them hear that audible noise of those things flapping around and letting them land on them, that makes a big lasting impact on a lot of the youth. And then so with Tribal Alliance of Pollinators, that's who I mainly work for, like I mentioned, and that's who's also working in cooperation with the college, like what we did with this semester. Down in the bottom left there, Bo and Bryce Wetstein, they're graduates of this college, and now they work full-time at the farm for Tribal Alliance of Pollinators, helping me out, and then also helping out the butterfly farm side greatly. And so we'll go back to this photo in a bit. This is here on campus, just right over by our gardens. But we're also doing larger plantings with the tribes of Oklahoma. The bottom right is the Choctaw tribe. And then we've also worked with the Chickasaws, like I mentioned, Delawares, you can kind of name it. I haven't got to work with every single tribe in Oklahoma, but that's the end goal, essentially. And so some people ask me, I don't think I have to explain it too much here, but why should we only work with the tribes of Oklahoma? If this is a public setting, people ask me, like, how come I can't just buy your plants? Well, we're funded by grants for a private nonprofit, and so all of the things that I grow in my greenhouse, all of the seeds that I collect, I'm on the clock. That's been paid for already through those grants, through state and federal grants. And so that means I can grow those plants out and grow out great plants like you have here in this bottom left photo in the bottom right and then in the greenhouse, and I can give them all to the tribes at no cost at all. And that's going to save a lot of money in terms of plants, because if you order them online, they're not only going to be very pricey, you have to pay for shipping, which gets expensive, and they're also going to be not exclusively native to Oklahoma or not collected from Oklahoma. So they may be from North Dakota, Minnesota, Nebraska, Kansas, if you're lucky, because that's a relatively close state. And so we do a lot of work with the tribes around Oklahoma as well. Before we kind of dive into the pollinator aspect of it, this is a couple of examples of doing, Butterfly and Monarch Day with the Chickasaw Nation. We've done for multiple years now, just going out and doing education booths like this, and then doing an actual indoor butterfly house. Lots of plant giveaways. That's in the bottom left. That's near Tahlequah, Oklahoma. That's with the Cherokee Nation. They wanted a plant giveaway for all of their individual citizens to come and go. And then so we got to hang out at a indigenous-owned restaurant, and then also get to give out plants and such. The bottom right with the Choctaw Nation, we planted some plants out there, Phylla nodiflora, and it's really great that they felt so gracious to highlight it. This is at their main headquarters building, a very nice building, but they're also going through the issues of highlighting, what we're planting, what it's a host plant for, what you can expect to see, and why we have planted that there for a reason. And with all this work we've been doing since before I even started, we've managed to sort of stumble our way into National Geographic this year. This is about a year and a half, or the bottom right photo is actually, when we were out there doing it with our staff that we have here and a couple of seasonal workers at that time. And we were doing a planting for the Creek Nation around a pond, essentially. And those plants did very, very well. I went back and visited them the next season, and probably 90+% of them had all survived, which was awesome. And so this was really great to be able to be highlighted in this year's issue of National Geographic, and that's the 2020 version. But let's talk a little bit more about, since this is a food sovereignty summit, let's talk about, I could stand up here and throw a bunch of graphs and things about protein per foliage pound and things like that, but I don't really think it would make too much of a difference. And, I'm not a USDA guy, that's not my full expertise, but so I kind of want to stick to more broader concepts. I will make you look at some graphs and arrows, but for the most part, this is going to be the main theme of what we're talking about. A food web. Notice, we're in the food web. Man, woman, we're still in the food web. We like to think that we're special and unique and, we're smarter, we've evolved. Well, look at a lot of the native habitat, and we're losing species at an unprecedented rate. And this is the first time in history, things go extinct. I'm aware of that. But this is the first time something has gone extinct, as we know, caused by an individual species, which is us, because we're rapidly polluting the land at an exponential rate. This looks a little spooky, but just stay with me here. So on the bottom right, all the way here, this is the timeline of Earth, the rock that we're standing on. So as far as we know, the Earth is about 4.67 billion-ish years old. And so this is the formation of Earth, down in this bottom right, the Hadean era. Now, as you go more recent, you go upward and to the left. And so, we're entering the dinosaur era, and then we enter the modern era all the way at the top. That tiny little slit at the top where it says Holocene, that's where we're at. And look at the one right below it, Gelazin, or Calabrian, 0.012, which is 1.2 million years. That's a long, long time in terms of thinking about us as a people. And so extrapolate that. Imagine what the land that we're on right now looked like 2,000 years ago without us here. There would be river cane, there was Carolina parakeets, there was thousands of monarchs roosting in the trees all around us. We know that because we saw evidence of that just as soon as 100 years ago. So extrapolate that to 2,000, you can't even make a small little dot on the slit of that. So we're rapidly changing the world around us at a rate that these things cannot adapt to quickly enough, because things that adapt over time take a long time to adapt, not a quick instantaneous, populations and generations evolve. Individuals do not evolve when we're talking about an evolutionary time scale. And before we get into talking about pollinators and their benefits to agriculture, we're going to go ahead and nip this one in the bud right now. Honeybees. Honeybees are not a native bee to Oklahoma. They're all from Europe, brought over whenever pollinators cross the ocean, and then they set up hives. Now, the problem, there's good and bad with honeybees. I'm not going to knock on honeybees too hard because, as you can see, I do love honey as well. I'll take a drop of honey in my tea every time. And then I also know it's an important medicine to a lot of the tribes. This was the gift I got recently in May when I went down and did similar talks like this in Santa Fe for the tribes around there. They gifted me some honey that they harvested from, their hives personally. And it's a great medicine. We know that with modern science that it does have a lot of medicinal properties, as well as just being a great treat. Now, crop pollination. They do pollinate a lot of our crops here, not just in Oklahoma, but in the U.S. due to the accessibility of setting up hives now. We've sort of figured out how to maximize honeybees at this point, because there is no other bee on the planet that is understood as well as the European honeybee. There are oodles and oodles and oodles of research dedicated to this one bee species. But what about all the other bees? What about our bumblebees? What about our Eastern Plains bumblebee? What about our double-spotted bumblebee? What about our Barbara's, sweat face bees? These things that you don't ever really think about. That being said, even though honeybees are pollinating a lot of the crops, they're not pollinating everything. And they're not the most efficient pollinators. Depending on how you have your crop set up, they don't jump rows very well. So if you have 5 rows in a line, honeybees will stick on that first row and maybe go to that second row and stay near that hive. Native pollinators, you have those same 5 rows. That butterfly starts up in the top left, jumps 3 rows to the right, goes back up to that first row, goes down straight, over there to the right, jumps 4 rows down. And so they're spreading that pollen, that genetic diversity packets, around a lot more. And so that's going to increase the overall population health of those native plants and your crops as well. And so threatened, like I mentioned, no, absolutely not. Honeybees have that they're not going to go extinct, trust me. That's going to be one of the last things that we as a species let go extinct because of how much funding and research has already gone into it, and we understand their disease so well. So, native flower pollination, best, very, very, very good. At the best, there's no real best in the world of science. You know, there are things that are more advantageous, but there is no singular best individual. Now, what makes an individual better? Well, you have to look at whatever it is the pollinating, because the flower morphology, I was just talking about with someone in here about, you know, what can you plant for peppers and tomatoes. Honeybees don't do very good with those because of the morphology of the flower, due to the size of it. But comparatively to one of our native bumblebees, they can peel open those flower structures and access that pollen and make a more efficient job of the visits that they make. Competition, honeybees, as well as, you know, it's the same old story. You know, something that was non-native was brought over. What also gets brought over are diseases. So diseases are sort of affecting our local native bee populations as well. And then they also just bully out a lot of our native populations because they're larger. Real quick, I want to highlight this top right photo. I learned this just this year. So honeybees here right now are not native. They're all from Europe. But long ago, 1.4 million years ago, or sorry, 14 million years ago. And so 14 million years ago on this massive scale that we're talking about is going to be that Neogene into the Miocene, and then right in the middle at the Lagian. That's what we're looking at. That's what this fossil of an Apis species of bee is. An Apis is the genus of the honeybee. So we've discovered in the past decade, just recently, that North America did at one point have a native honeybee that was able to produce honey, but we lost that 1.4 or 14 million years ago, which is a big span of time. And so the ones that we have today are nowhere anywhere similar to these fossil records. But it's nice to know that there was at one point a North American honeybee. And that was a very fascinating discovery made at that time, because the European and the Asian bees, this is a map that I looked at, looking at what the Earth looked like in terms of all the continents 14 million years ago. So back when we had those North American native honeybees, this is what the Earth looked like, which is crazy to think about, because how long had the European and the Asian honeybees been separated at that point, just geographically, and how different were they from a genetic standpoint? So that's just something I'd like to think about. And so pollinators, obviously, we need them to pollinate our flowers. I'm not going to go too big into saying, like, okay, guys, bees and butterflies are good for crops. Everybody knows that. And I think that's a blanket statement we can all agree on. Because what happens if you don't have your pollinators? This is a province in China, the Wuhan province. They have to hand pollinate all of their cherry trees. This is called prunus. Now, prunus is also a species that we have here that you may be more familiar with. So they have their own different species, but we have our black cherries, our sand plums, Chickasaw plums, whatever you want to call them. And we're looking at what's pollinating these flowers. And it's not necessarily the butterflies or the wasp. What we're realizing as we study these things more is that there are certain types of bees that pollinate certain types of flowers more efficiently than others. And you also have to think about how much energy did they expend getting to that point to get to that flower, and how effective are they actually pollinating that flower. I know I'm trying not to make it look like grass, but this is a kind of a neat one that sort of gets a quick point across. You start at number 1. This is talking about air pollution. So air pollution is absolutely affecting it. The smog in the air, even the dust that you kick up whenever you're driving down dirt roads. You know, those dirt roads that have those really, all the trees on both sides, and it's just a long corridor. And then you go through there in July, and both sides of the road are just completely covered in just one monocolor of dust. That definitely affects all of the pollen and the fitness and survival of those flowers, because you can't pick up dirty pollen and take that back to your home and then expect that to be as good as a quality food as something that was clean. And so the air pollution is affecting not only the flower quality, essentially, the quantity and quality, but it's also affecting the behavior of our pollinators. So the hazes, the things that we can't see on an ultraviolet scale, those things are popping out on, through different, butterflies and birds. When I'm thinking about pollinators, I'm including bees, butterflies, wasps, beetles, even spiders. I'll put spiders in there, ants. All of these things are pollinators. And think about how that's affecting all of those individuals outside of just one, species. And so what's happening? Why do I care? How come we can't just put honeybee hives everywhere? We got money. We got hives already. We understand them. Let's just get a bunch of honeybees and start throwing them out. Well, it's a larger picture because, again, we're going back to that food web idea. Everything is connected that we have going on around here. And so with the prunus, this is a staple crop. I'm trying to keep everything related to Oklahoma because all of this stuff is seen in Oklahoma for the most part. There's a couple slides I'll show that aren't in Oklahoma. But these are the reasons why I care about growing these native plants and observing these native pollinators, and we can dive into each one of these issues which is affecting them. Overgrazing and climate change. This is in Osage County. This is probably back in 2021. This is in July. I measured this out. I remember the day that I came back and saw this. So this might look like a nice lush green field. This is tall grass prairie. This is Osage County in July. This is not anything near what 1,400 acres of land should look like at one time. They could have divvied this up. They could have did some burn management instead of just making it an entire golf course. And while I was standing there, I noticed it was so silent. The silence was so loud whenever I was standing there because there was no birds calling. There was no bugs. I had binoculars. I watched for 15 minutes to see if there's anything flying low. Nothing. Directly behind me on the other side of the road was a really overgrown field, just teeming with butterflies and monarchs and birds. So overgrazing and just poor land management leading to pollinator deserts like this. Because we're also going to talk about another topic, but before we get there, pesticides usage. This is sort of a no-brainer. Use it responsibly. I'm not entirely anti-pesticide. I use pesticides on Bradford pears because that's sort of the only way I can manage to deal with them as an individual when there's a large amount of them. I use triclopyr. If you do it at a responsible rate, it's not going to leach into anything else. I started doing that last year. I had about an 80% success rate with all the ones I sprayed with no collateral damage. But the pesticide use I'm talking about is the people that spray their pecan trees maybe on a super windy day because they just like, oh, I just need to get this done today. All of that is going to drift quite far into other people's fields. And so if you're spraying for something that on a windy day, you're not affecting only what you're spraying. Especially with large sprayers like this, if you get up close and you're spraying from that distance away, obviously unless it's a hurricane, you're not losing that much moisture as you spray into whatever it is. Soil health management. This is another big part about bees particularly. Soil health management, this is the Dust Bowl, 100 years ago-ish. That was not that long ago before Oklahoma looked like that. What caused the Dust Bowl is just over-tilling, poor soil health practices, and obviously I know the economy made a big impact on it. That's really the major thing, and that kind of pushed people to the limit, to push their land all the way to the max to where they were just, planting every single season and then harvesting and then planting and then harvesting and planting. You're basically ripping up all those root systems, and so imagine we have just a big, a sandbox here. If you have root systems of corn and only corn in there, when you harvest that, those root systems don't stay there until next year. They die. That's it. They're done. And so when you harvest those tops of the corn, those roots die. Nothing's holding that soil together at all. It's loose soil. It's the same thing as if I had a bucket of soil. But imagine that, layers and layers and layers and layers deep due to over-tilling and not allowing land to restore back to its original health. And so then you get our famous Oklahoma, sweeping across the prairie winds, and it just kicks up dust. And that's exactly what's happening here. And so thankfully, Oklahoma has been able to remediate that very quickly. You know, we're really good as humans as mucking things up really quickly, but we're also really good at fixing things really quickly. So Oklahoma, talking to soil health experts for years now, Oklahoma has one of the best soil health of any state in the U.S. Because of the Dust Bowl, pretty much. We got kicked so hard it kind of woke us up that we realized that the water being conserved was going to be a massive issue, and so our soil health is pretty darn good. Speaking of soil health, this is one of my favorite plants for not only soil health, but for some pollinators as well. Everybody drove past this today. Everybody drove past that left side photo today, probably full of seeds just like that. This is Illinois bundleflower, Desmanthus illinoisensis. It's a native bean species. And the reason I'm bringing this species up is because, you know, whenever you think about farming, you think about, okay, corn, beans, soybeans. Why do people plant soybeans? It's for soil health. You know, farmers will plant a season of soybeans, or sometimes they plant a non-native vetch species, and they let it just sit there and allow all of those bean pods to fall into the soil, enrich the soil, so that way the following year they can plant it to some sort of crop, whatever it is. Cover crop is a term that you may have heard. And why they're doing that with beans specifically, it's not only for those bean pods like that are very high in nutrition for the soil, but as well as the root systems themselves. A lot of bean species have a very unique ability called nitrogen fixation, where it's taking in nitrogen as a whole or N2 from the air, which is two molecules bound together, and separating them. That's what we are able to process. We are not able to process nitrogen as an air molecule, as two bound together. But those plant root systems have a very special enzyme called nitrogenase that gets applied to those bonds, and it breaks them apart into a pure nitrogen atom. And that's how deer, prairie chickens, us, how we have nitrogen in our body. And without nitrogen, you know, we don't exist. Organisms don't exist without nitrogen, at least for us, what we're talking about right now. And just to highlight one more thing about soil and thinking about the diversity of Oklahoma, this is a map from the United States Geological Survey on an app called Rock that I use all the time. Look at how expansive and diverse Oklahoma is purely in geology. The eastern side of Oklahoma is way different than the southeastern side of Oklahoma, than the southwest. Then you got the Panhandle, you got the Tallgrass Prairie bleeding in through that blue line, going through Stillwater and Shawnee. And, you know, Tulsa, we're sort of a river plain, and so a couple million years ago, you know, we would be like underwater right now. And so it's interesting to think about where that soil ends up landing just a couple million years ago. Now extrapolate that to that geology timeline that we were thinking about. Million years ago, 10 million years ago, that's not that far on that timeline. So imagine those evolutionary adaptations that are occurring. Now this is where I'm taking a little bit of a lean outside of Oklahoma. This is what I was doing in Nebraska. I was tracking greater prairie chickens with little radio antennas that they wore around their neck, and then I walked around this entire multiple counties tracking them and making sure they were alive. If they haven't moved for, you know, 2 hours, the radio goes into a certain mode called mortality mode, and then if that is in mortality mode 4 hours later, something's wrong with that bird. I need to go see if something predated upon it, what's up with it. And so that's what I did every single day for 2 years. And this is sort of a quick screenshot of what I observed there. So the heart down here in the bottom mid is where we released 100 greater prairie chickens. And then they sort of scattered. Most of them went north to northeast, north-northeast essentially. And look at what that looks like. Now look at what, there's no red arrows going. This northwest. Anyone have any ideas why there was no wildlife heading that direction? Corn. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. And, you know, the farmers out there, as much as they would love to tell me, greater prairie chickens love corn. They love being in the corn. Absolutely not. It's a terrible place to be as a greater prairie chicken. Your biggest strength is your takeoff speed, your flight. Once you get in the air, you're kind of just a glider. You're not quick. You're not a super fast runner. A coyote can catch you, and a badger, mammals, a lot of things can catch you. So your main power is your just insane takeoff speed. Even if a red tail or an osprey or a northern harrier gets close to you, as long as that chicken sees that and has that takeoff speed, they can dodge it. But looking at this, the closest any of my 100 birds got to making it through that corridor was at that cemetery that's actually marked. It got about that deep in, and then an owl got it. Found it with its head ripped off by the center pivots, because that's where owls hang out. And trees, you know, because greater prairie chickens want to be in areas that are just flat like this, that have native plants there. This is not a cornfield. They need cover. The top right, I see lead plant. I see great native bunch grasses, some mare's tails. Looks like a panicum grass there. And then right in the middle, prairie chicken. That's a female prairie chicken sitting right in the middle. She's on a nest right now, and so I tracked her to that nest, and I needed to count how many eggs she had for that season, and then I would just leave her alone. I wouldn't touch her again. But I needed to know how many eggs she had for measuring and weighing them and things like that. And so talking about plants being used as a bunch grass, but they're also used as a host plant. And so everyone sort of knows the classic story of the monarch and the milkweed. We don't have milkweeds, we don't have monarchs, because monarch caterpillars can only consume, well, there's always tiny little exceptions, but they can only consume milkweed Asclepias species. And so that's going to give them the healthiest diet, the diet that they're most adapted to, because again, think back to that geologic time scale. It's taken a long time for these caterpillars to get to this specific stage to where they're reliant on these Asclepias species. The left side, I won't go too big into grasses today, but the left side is Indian grass, Sorghastrum nutans, one of our native grasses, the state grass of Oklahoma. Those are also host plants for a lot of different moss species. And we've been kind of not been talking too much about moss, but we'll kind of highlight them in a bit. And this is sort of what I sort of want to get away from the, or more broader principles. And so, again, I could tell you about, you know, okay, whenever you have your corn row, your cornfields, you know, maybe have a little pollinator strip on the edge, and you're going to see a 30% increase. You know, everybody understands that. Let's talk about what's actually happening with our native pollinators and the complexity of why we should care about them, because they're a lot more complex than, I'll just pit a sunflower out. Hey, I planted a tree, I'm good. No, you're going to be servicing a very small aspect of the ecosystem, but we want to service everything. So this is just by the Arkansas River. This is about 40 minutes away from here. In the middle photo, the middle and the bottom right photos are the seed pods there, and the top right is the actual photo of the flower of this woolly pipevine vine. And that flower is probably about that large. And so whenever you think about that, and it emits sort of a unique smell, And what it is a host plant for is this awesome looking guy, pipevine swallowtails. Without the pipevine plant, we don't have pipevine swallowtails here in Tulsa. And so I raise out hundreds and hundreds of those every single season. I figured out how to do it quite well. It has to do with container size and such. But this middle photo here is, look at how extensively tall. This is the ground where I'm at. This is the pipevine going all the way up, and it goes literally all the way to the top of the tree line. And so who's pollinating that? It's actually not the butterflies. It's not the bees. It's not the wasp. Does anybody have any guesses? Not caterpillar, not moss, not bats. Flies. Flies. We would not have this guy if it wasn't for flies. Because going back to that photo of that flower, this flower is a unique flower. It's not a sweet-smelling flower. It's sort of a mimicry aspect. It mimics decaying organic material. So a lot of different species do this. Sometimes it's rotting fruit, sometimes it's decaying meat, sometimes it's sort of soil decomposing. But with this woolly pipevine, it's sort of decaying matter. So that's what's attracting those flies in there. The fly flies into that flower, the flower closes up. Once enough receptors have been triggered within that flower, the flower opens back up, the fly leaves, goes to the next flower. And so, thinking about that food web again, I'm going to go all the way back, but food web again, everything is connected. You know, the flies are connected to the butterflies, which are connected to the sunflowers, which are connected to milkweeds, which are connected to monarchs, which are connected to soil health, to the worms, the mycorrhizae, and, you know, they get eaten by a bird, the bird gets caught by a mammal, the mammal gets killed by David at the farm, by a deer or something. That gets back into us. And so everything is connected, essentially. And let's look at another example that I know you guys are really interested in here. I've been dropping off pawpaw trees here at the college throughout the season. And I hear you guys are trying to get a pawpaw orchard going. And so this has been a great one. This is the first time we've been able to grow this year because it took a while for us to find, obviously we can't just order our seeds in. We got to find local populations. That's another big point that I kind of glossed over real quickly, is that all of the things that we're growing is all going to be locally collected from remnant areas. So I've been working with Wildlife Refuges, Nature Conservancy, Oklahoma Biological Survey to get access to these areas that haven't been disturbed, such as, and then also private citizens, such as where this pawpaw came from. This one came from one of the last native pawpaw populations here in Oklahoma, at least to the west that I know of. This was in Bartlesville. I won't say anything more than that because it would be a real shame if it got destroyed. But they were very generous to donate us a couple hundred seeds, and we did really well with them this year. The left one is one I planted late last year. It's probably about this tall now, right about this point. But last year when I planted that, it was probably only about that large. And within that same season last year, I attracted this zebra swallowtail. I have never seen this thing in Tulsa County. It's a host plant. It will only lay its eggs on that pawpaw tree. The only time I've seen that swallowtail is 3 hours to the south of here, probably more like 4 hours to the south of here, heading into, you know, the almost Texas border. But here in Tulsa County, since I picked that pawpaw tree there in the back by our buildings, you would be amazed at how quickly these insects will find their host plant. You know, they have a ton of different receptors that we are not able to pick on, that they view, you know, their respective world in a much different fashion. And so with pawpaws talking about food crops, you know, yes, corn is good. Yes, corn is good. I like corn. I like beans. But what's something unique to us? Pawpaw. This is the largest native North American fruit, and it's got a very unique taste. How many people have tasted pawpaw? See, I mean, look at that. This is the largest native fruit, and only like less than half of the room even has any idea what it tastes like. It grows natively here in Oklahoma. And so, thinking about that, you can make ice cream out of this. They have whole festivals for this plant, you know, in different states. And it's a massive, important part of our culture as well. Now, down in the bottom right, I'm going to try not to nerd out too much, but they got a lot of really interesting flower morphology, too. So they're a bisexual flower, meaning they have male and female parts, but they're unique that they have them at different times. So the bottom left is the female version of the flower, and then after about 10 days, it starts to morph into the male flower. That's the mid-stage. In the middle, this is a full pollen-infused male flower. And so this has to be pollinated at this stage, that has to be pollinated at that stage, and that has to be pollinated at that stage. Now, again, what's pollinating these flowers? I'll just spoiler it, it's flies again. These flowers look very similar. If you look at them, if you squint your eyes a little bit, they look very similar to me, but if you squint your eyes a little bit, you guys might see the similarities between these two. Because this one is also emitting, that last one was emitting a carry-on smell. This guy's emitting sort of an ethyl smell, so it's like a rotting fruit, like an apple that sat too long in your fridge. Now, this is a cool one. I haven't had to talk about this one at any of my talks before. Bloodroot. Cherokee Nation individuals, I've been looking for this plant for cultural reasons. It makes a great dye. They use the root systems. It's a beautiful flower. This is in Tahlequah. These photos here, minus that bottom one. I couldn't find my good photo. But the other two are just in Tahlequah on the north side. This is a spring kind of ephemeral, late spring ephemeral plant. Grows in the woodlands. You got to be near a water source, and that's one of the, you know, our water systems. Our Illinois River is one of the most beautiful river systems I've ever had the pleasure of going down, with the diversity of plants that you see along there. But thinking about the food web again, those overall concepts, these are the actual seeds down there. This is the seeds in a seed pod. And what are these weird, are these worms? They look like worms or like some kind of fungi or something. Whenever I first saw these, I was like, what? Why do they all look like this? Did I pick them too early? What is this? No. This species of plant, Sanguinaria canadensis, and other relatives in the same family, Papaver. This is a common characteristic that we see with the seeds of their plants, where they have this unique appendage called an allelosome. Now, that's basically a very starchy protein. So the starchy protein, whenever the seeds fall to the ground, what that immediately attracts, not only here in Oklahoma that we've observed, but internationally, that other plants that are producing these allosomes on the seeds, they all get pollinated, or they get distributed by, any guesses? Ants. Yes, ants. Same thing with other senna plants. You know, ants have a really great relationship with them across multiple variabilities, and so the ants have a mutual relationship. They get the extra benefit of having that energy because they take those into the colonies, they eat that allelosome off of it, but they leave the entire seed. And ants are clean, they're structured, they're civilized. So when they finish off with their food, they take it to a special section of their colony that is for just trash, which is mainly going to be comprised of poop that they don't want sitting in their living areas, and then also expired ants, I'll put it that way. And so with those seeds being in that section of the colony, great nutrition for that seed. It's in a perfect germinating environment, comparatively to where if these seeds were left on the soil, a bird's going to come by and spot that real quick. It's going to eat it up. It's fine. It goes to the digestive system. That bird's going to poop it out somewhere that's not ideal. It's going to travel, you know, who knows, a quarter mile out into a pure sunny field where it's dry. But if they're germinating where they're dropping their seeds, they get a lot better, healthier of a population. And this is just a sort of a simplifier highlighting on some of the ideas that everything's connected again. When we're thinking about the ecosystem as a whole and wanting to conserve our pollinators, not only for the ecosystem, but for our agricultural purposes, flower morphology. I kind of mentioned that a couple times, but you got big flowers, and then you also got tiny, tiny, tiny little flowers. It's important to think about those different morphological sizes when trying to establish a healthy population of diversity. So, obviously, the big giant bumblebees aren't going to be utilizing a flower that's that tiny. That's through a 15 times lens there on the left. And you can barely see the size of the flowers. You can see one on the left side right above me on the back side of my dog's fur there. His name's Puppy. He loves to lay down in it. And this is a great plant because it's one of our few native ground covers that we have here in Oklahoma. Super easy to grow too. Also being a host plant for those common buckeyes. Pest, you know, pest. What do we call pest? You know, we're talking about ag, and you know, we don't. Anyone sees their aphids on their milkweed, they freak out. They go on to Facebook and they start asking people online, "What do I spray on this?" And I'm always just like, "Oh man, just soap, water, and neem oil." And I'm like, "Oh no, oh no." The problem with that is that they are a native part of the ecosystem now. You know, they're an established part. And so as we're planting these native plants, we're going to be attracting pests. You know, that's a loose definition. Let's look at a couple different examples. Top left, this is on butterfly milkweed at the farms. It's got a sweat bee, and then that crab spider, which is also a native insect. This is a whole native interaction going on, a native plant, a native spider, and a native bee. That's sort of what we're aiming for right now, because that food web, again, we need our native predators. Obviously, that native sweat bee is not a pest, but let's look at a different example. Let's look at the middle photo. This middle photo, this weird orange and black thing, is actually a ladybug. That's a ladybug larva before it looks like the ladybugs that everyone knows that are red, and you know, the 7-spotted ladybirds and all that. Ladybug larvae feed on aphids. Now, let's think about, and then some people I see online, they'll see orange aphids on their milkweed, and then they say, "Don't worry, I just ordered 1,000 ladybugs from online." And I'm like, who even knows where those ladybugs are from? And if they're harvested ethically. A majority of the ladybug harvest here in North America is around the western side of the U.S. Think California. And it's horrific whenever I've seen videos of it. They do it when they're dormant, and they just lift up their habitat, and they just scoop up buckets of them, wiping out areas, and then you just sell them online. It's horrible. And they're also not native to the state. You know, we have different ladybugs. And so what I like to do with our ladybugs here, they're a valuable part of the ecosystem because they clean up aphids. And now, the reason I put this photo in is that these are black aphids. These are not the orange aphids you see on your milkweed. black aphids come in, from what I've observed over the years, about a month in advance before I ever see any orange aphids. But the ladybugs are already there in advance. So along the buildings, I plant a whole row of frostweed. I plant them by the greenhouse because I learned that frostweed was a host plant specifically for those black aphids. And so people might be thinking, why would you ever want black aphids? Why would you want to attract them? Well, I want to make them the ladybugs a month prior before those orange aphids because I'm growing milkweed in a mass quantity. If I can get native predators in there to where I don't have to put nets or spray water, it's too much work. There's natural predators out there, and so by the time the orange aphids come in, I don't ever have to worry about them. I never spray any of my milkweed plugs. I have thousands of them right now. They're still fine because we managed to boast up a good ladybug population. And so integrated pest management is a very good way for us to think about this. And I'll sort of push through some of these so maybe we can have some questions. But real quick, tobacco. I just had a conversation a moment ago. Pest species, tobacco hornworms, you see them on your tomatoes. They're a native moss species. Those big fat worms you see like that, they eat a lot. But what they're after is the sort of the nicotine in your tomato plant. They're part of the Solanum family, Solanaceae. Solanaceae, tomatoes, tobacco, nicotine in both, but different concentrations. Cultivated tobacco has a much, much higher concentration comparatively to your tomatoes. And so if you have this nearby your tomatoes, and I'm not even talking about like, oh, you gotta have an acre of tobacco before it works. No, I'm talking about you can have 6 raised beds from here to the boost there, and then maybe have 3 tobacco plants right there off on the side. We never ever have one of those tomato hornworms on any of our tomatoes because they're just way happier with the actual cultivated tobacco because that's what they're desiring. And then we get to let them live. We're not having to feed and kill off any of our native caterpillar moss and things like that. And we get to see these all over the farm. After they go underground, they go dormant. Moss species go underground rather than making a chrysalis like you think with a butterfly. And so pests can be a very broad definition. Pest to me may not be a pest to you. A pest to you may not be a pest to me. And so you just got to be pretty cognizant of what you're looking at and what you're managing for. Now let's think about how we as individuals can sort of manage this. Obviously, large organizations that have federal and state funding and things like that, they can do a lot more when they have hundreds of employees and millions of funding. But I like to try to keep it down to a smaller scale as an individual. What can we do as a small group, just as in this room, or maybe if we took a quarter of this room, what could we all achieve as a small team? Fire is an easy way to make a large difference in the landscape because Oklahoma has a very, very close relationship with fire. Every fire, let's think again, let's say 20,000 years ago, still drop in the bucket on that grand timeline. 20,000 years ago, every single field here in Oklahoma would have been burned, conservatively 6 to 7 years. And so think about that evolutionarily, the plants have adapted with that regular co-cycle that happens frequently. And so that's going to affect, since the plants are being affected, that's going to affect the pollinators, that's going to affect the soil, those mycorrhizae, the organisms that we don't see in the soil, and just the overall soil acidity, where the geology at. And so it's very good to have fire as a common thing on your property. And we do workshops on the property pretty frequently this year, and we've had really, really great results. We had our pollinator, not our, OU's pollinator ecologist come to the farm just about a month ago, and he was doing some bee species surveys. And one of the fields that we burned about a month and a half ago, I've never seen so much salvia in my life in just one eye focal point. And I was like, everyone's got to see this, and we had the workshop, and that was one of the places I wanted people to see just because it's beautiful in person. Thousands of stands of just light blue flowers and bumblebees, and the pollinator ecologist said this is the densest patch of Salvia azarea I have seen in my entire life, and this is also the most amount, at this part of the year, the highest density of bumblebees that are native and day moths that are out in the day I've seen in my entire professional career. And that was just us that we did a burn workshop, such as Kogi's doing there on the right side, using a drip torch there and just making a fire break. All of this stuff can be done very, very easily. You know, this isn't something that's going to be costing you thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And so why do we want to think about burning? You know, thinking back again to that overall concept of the food web. I'll flip back and forth here. But thinking about how many bees and butterflies that we can all see and think about throughout the season, and birds that come and go. So do the plants. Look at the dates between these. This is less than a month, and all of these species can be found commonly together out in the wild. And so this is just one of our gardens that still looks very, very, very similar to this. And so these are all different host plants, as well as being nectar sources. And the color, we want large swaths of color. We want long blooming times. We want everything to have a blooming time. We want big flowers. We want tiny flowers. We want tall flowers. We want short flowers. And we also want bare soil as well to give those native bees. You know, 80% of our bees here in Oklahoma are ground nesters. So they're solitary as well. And so they burrow into the ground. So having bare patches of soil is also a great thing. Now I'm kind of finish up here and pivot with, you know, we're talking about conserving pollinators as an agricultural source, but there's also another, to me, just as important aspect about why we should save these pollinators. Saving these pollinators is also helping preserve a part of us and our culture. You know, everyone may be part of a little bit different tribe here and there. You know, obviously I'm Navajo, Cherokee, and Choctaw, but also in Creek, in a lot of the tribes, the Pueblo, and the Sioux, the Lakota. You look at regalia of these things, or you look at stories of butterflies. There are stories that have gone, you know, millennia back about, you know, the blue jay. You know, the Cherokees have a whole story about the blue jay. How did the blue jay come into creation? That's being taught to the youth, and those make lasting impacts. And so, a lot of the regalia has bumblebees, has butterflies, has birds weaved into it. I've even seen milkweeds being weaved into it, because that was a common staple food source for a lot of those mid-central tribes, like Lakota and Sioux. They would dig up the root systems, the big tap roots of common milkweed, boil that up, and that would make a nice stew. And so, keeping these stories alive and preserving them out of respect, because without these native plant species, we wouldn't have our native pollinators, we wouldn't have food for us. You know, without these stories, we don't exist as an individual. And so it's important to think about and respect these things as true wildlife. So let's look at this, think about the sunflowers. You know, two different sunflowers. Let's just sawtooth sunflower and Maximilian sunflower. It doesn't matter if you know what they look like. They're very distinct species. They actually look kind of somewhat similar. I wouldn't hold it on anyone if I had two of them and you got it wrong on which one was which. But if I had a red-tailed hawk and let's say a goshawk, they look very different, but they're very closely related. But they are just as complex, vastly from each other, as those two sunflowers that look similar. And so these flowers have just as complex of a life history, an adaptation, an evolutionary, you know, story to get to the point of where we are. And so it's important to instill a very high amount of respect on these seeds and the plants that we're working with. And talking about what we can do as individuals, we'll probably take a look at that garden later. I'm sure you guys are all pretty familiar with it, but we planted this summer. Bo and Bryce there, and these are all natively collected outside of the tobacco. But this is it, 2 months later, with Courtney watering it, and just simply watering it. I came out and I would weed it. But this is what happened. And this is all grown from seed from this year. And this was planted like midsummer. And so you got cardinal flower, you got swamp milkweed, you got spiderwort, blue vervain, the tobacco for ceremonial purposes, and then also just to divert them away from any of Courtney's tomatoes, if there's any of them around there. The cup plant in the middle, We got some green antelope corn milkweed, lake boneset, passion flower, coral honeysuckle. That's a tiny area where we're fitting a lot of species diversity in a small section. And we saw caterpillars out there very quickly. I've seen monarchs out there. I've seen those common buckeyes. I saw oodles and oodles of fritillaries out there this season, just because we put those things out there. And so how do you get there? Basically collecting seeds is what I do. So what we do is teach people about how to collect the seeds, when to collect the seeds, and just highlighting that point that, just because there's an abundance of seeds available for you, doesn't mean you need to take all of them. There's insects still using those seed pods, where those arrows are pointing at are tiny little holes in there. Some kind of beetle, sometimes it's an ant, sometimes I've seen bees even go in there and eat the seeds. And so understanding the life history of each of these individual plants, because again, they're all different. Green antelope corn milkweed is vastly different than swamp milkweed. Even though they're both milkweeds in the same genus, they have vastly different growing conditions in terms of moisture content, the root system, what they do for the soil, even the toxicity content. Some milkweeds here in Oklahoma are more toxic than others. And so even that's a factor in the overall fitness and population health of our pollinators. Cardinal flower. I put this one here just to highlight that, this might seem a little daunting at first, just having to figure out, oh man, how am I going to figure out how to collect all of these seeds? I'm going to be collecting seeds for hours and hours. I'm never going to have a garden. This is one individual stalk of that cardinal flower, and cardinal flowers typically have, some of those out in the garden I saw had like 5+ stalks. This is off of 1 or 2 seed capsules, the amount of seeds you get off of that one stalk. And so this would be plenty enough for you to grow as a household individual if you were just looking to get a big population of it going. Now extrapolate that to how many pods there are on that one stalk, and then times that by 6, and then imagine if you had 4 cardinal plants of the same density. That's a lot of seeds really quickly. And so if you know how to propagate these things efficiently, I know that these things need to be exposed to cold temperatures for minimum 60 days. So 40 degrees for 60 days at 40 degrees. And then whenever after that, they also need exposure to light. And so this is a common one you see come back after there's a fire along river systems, because they're clearing off all that tall grass that's along the edge of the river system. But those cardinal flower seeds that germinated 5 years ago, they've just been sitting there on the soil bed, waiting for all that top cover to be burned down or grazed down, and then that sunlight gets through, and then that germinates. So just understanding what the requirements are. The same way every single bird, you would want to raise them. All nest boxes are different. If you ever try to make a nest box, they're different. Owl nest boxes are different. The same thing that if you're trying to rear wildflowers or just propagate wildflowers and boost up your pollinators, that's what you're going to be doing the most. This is I've been working in the Wichita Mountains on the actual wildlife refuge. I got a seed collection permit to collect on federal land, which was a big deal for me because they never give those out. But they fast-tracked it whenever we asked them. They told us it usually takes them about a year plus to get that approved. We just asked out of nowhere with a backing of the tribes as well as that local area. Say, hey, we're working with these tribes. They want to restore some of their land on their tribal land. We're doing this for the tribes in this area. We got that permit within a week. And even the federal officers didn't believe me. They thought I had a fake one because they were like, these dates don't match up. And I'm like, you can call the office. Like, I swear it's a legit permit. And he says, like, yeah, I've heard that before. What are you taking photos of birds? And I'm like, no, plants. And so it was we're getting a lot of respect, thankfully, because we have this seed bank of collecting all of these seeds that are native to the state, that are locally found in the state, and then growing them out and giving them out to individuals like yourself. And real quick, wrapping up, just talking about propagation, you really don't need a lot of space to propagate thousands and thousands of plants. I mean, this is easily over 1,000 seedlings of this liatris here on the left. Beautiful, probably about this tall, beautiful common tall grass prairie plant. I would love to see a lot more of that in people's gardens. And you can learn a lot about every single different plant, even through their root system when they're seedlings like this. The The middle and the right, look at how many more root systems those have at a very early on stage comparatively to the left one. The left one is that green antelope horn milkweed. It sends one long root down, and then it starts to flay out into more fibrous. Those are germinating in very, very, very dry areas in Oklahoma. Whereas these two are germinating along pond edges, soggy areas, so there's no need evolutionarily for them to go deep, deep down and then flay out, because all of the water and resources that they need are readily available where they are germinating. And you can extrapolate that to plant plug systems. This is just highlighting a lot of button bush plugs in a small amount of area. You know, this is a tray of 50 could fit on. I could fit 100 button bush plugs on this bench right here, and the trays are only about that tall. And so you're not needing a lot of soil to produce 100 button bush plugs. And then this is another example. I mean, this is a prairie. This is a prairie taking up half of the size of this podium right here, because you got milkweed, you got grasses, you got sunflowers, you got your mints, you got your silphiums in there, you got some early blooming penstemons. And so you can make really cool creations and then bring them back to your place and save yourself a lot of money as well, and just helps you get a greater appreciation for your environment, because sometimes it's good, sometimes it's good for, sometimes it's bad. Sometimes I see that field of 1,400 acres that is just pure mowed and grazed down to the nup, and that makes me sad. But then I go to the Ouachita Mountains and then I see pawpaws and I see those zebra swallowtails. That makes my entire month right there. And then birds, I go out into the tall grass prairie, I close my eyes, I can tell you 20 species of birds that are calling. But then when I'm at home watching a movie, I hear a bird calling out, it pulls me out. And I'm like, that bird would not be there. That bird would not be out at night right now. And so it changes your view of the world. And so I'll kind of wrap up here. These are just some resources. I can leave this right here for now. But if anyone has any questions, but I'll sort of wrap it up there. I just want to say, hey, thank you for listening to me yap today. And there's my email if you ever have any questions. Cultural information is a little more kept sacred, so that I don't give that out readily. But any scientific propagation information, tribal or not, I give that information out to anybody. I may not get back to you immediately. I get a lot of emails. So if I don't get back to you immediately, honestly, just keep bugging me. And that's probably the best way to do it. But yes, thank you guys. Yeah.
Brian, what is that pawpaw taste like?
It tastes, so it's got a really funky consistency. It's kind of like a weird mix between the consistency from like an avocado, in my opinion, and something more firm. Someone help me out here.
Banana and avocado consistency, mango and banana, maybe pineapple.
That's it right there. Yep.
So hey, we're kind of running a little bit behind time, but we do want to have a few giveaways. I want to thank Brandon for that awesome presentation. I mean, that's one of the best presentations. That was awesome. Thank you so much. I want to do a quick plug. For our extension program, we're a relatively new extension program. We started really at the end of November of last year, and didn't have a desk, didn't have a truck, didn't really have much at all, and we got it going pretty quick. And Courtney came on, I think, in March, and so we really started ramping up. And one of the things we did, we partnered with Oklahoma State on a number of things, and we recently got a grant that's going to allow us to really ramp up our website. And so we're going to have a website that's going to be, we'll be rolling out, we'll be doing some press releases on it. It's going to be called, or the website will be basically a subdomain under our existing site. It'll be extension.cmn.edu, kind of like the way OSU does their extension URL. And so one of the first things that we're going to do, and I'm going to make this short, is we're going to do a fact sheet, very similar to the way Oklahoma State does their fact sheets. And so we want to become that destination, that clearinghouse for information, and a destination point for people seeking information about the Muscogee Nation, about things that are important to us. It'll be something that we can determine what information we want to put out there, and be culturally sensitive, but also very important to not only our citizens, but anybody doing maybe research on outside of the tribe. And so I would like to recognize somebody, Ben Yehola is our really good friend, and he's our contractor. And if you came in today, you saw something out there, it's called Yopon tea. If anybody did anybody get to taste the Yopon tea? Yeah. All right, so our first fact sheet is going to be Yopon. And so we're going to have a big ceremony, and we're going to probably be in here, and we'll invite everybody in. Everybody's going to get to drink Yopon tea again. And so with that said, I want to have a giveaway. Does anybody know what's unique about Yopon tea? And Ben cannot answer. Go ahead. What do you got?
I believe it's the only natural caffeine that's brewed
In North
it's the
America.
original caffeinated drink of North America. So get yourself a hat. Now, does anybody else have another interesting fact about Yopon? You got it. What do you got?
Its Latin name, the specific promontoria, was changed because of the political nature of it being a caffeinated plant in tea and competing with the English tea companies.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it was a smear campaign because the native tea would have taken over the English tea companies' monopoly on tea.
Hey, I'm going to buy you lunch. Good job. Here you go, buddy. That's all I got, and turn it back over to Courtney.
Okay. So we were supposed to have a short break, but I'm going to skip it just because we're so crunched on time and it's almost lunchtime. So moving forward to our next speakers, we're going to have Bill and Tammy Breckenridge. They're going to talk about the good life and living off the grid. I'll just kind of give you some short background information on the both of them. Bill Breckenridge has worked in the greenhouse business for over 20 years as a real estate professional, as an environmental inspector for the nation, as an authenticator of archaeological material, and now he devotes himself to working on his homestead and sharing the lessons that he has learned. His wife, Tammy Breckenridge, worked for 30 years in public education, teaching English and Spanish, and in community college. She has an undergraduate bachelor's degree in Spanish and a master's in teaching English as a second language. She's taught in Spain and Mexico and spent most of her years teaching in Oklahoma. So please give a warm welcome to Bill and Tammy Breckenridge. Is this one yours? Living a Good Life? Yes. And then this comes off. We can take it off.
It's a really soft, low voice.
Yeah, turn it up high because I speak softly. So.
It's on, yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys.
Oh, you can do it here as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want me to start?
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Tamara, and I'm short, so I might have to adjust this. So I'm the one who taught for so long, and Bill has also given a lot of different presentations, mainly on tobacco, which he's grown for many, many years. But we've never done a presentation together, so this is going to be unique for us. Bill's going to start out and probably do most of the talking, and he'll let me know when it's my turn to speak.
Yes, we've been married for almost 40 years at this point, so a lot of couples speak and stuff. When Tammy and I met in 1984, we were both young. She had just got back to the United States, and I had been off doing some other stuff. Actually, I'd been in Mexico and just got back to the United States too. And we had the most wonderful summer fishing and enjoying ourselves at my parents' ranch that they had bought in the early 60s. It was abandoned at the time, and it just was a great natural area to swim, and so she got to be introduced to what I always thought was a special place to me. And, oh, okay, thank you. And so it was kind of really almost as soon as we met that I really kind of shared with her my dream of eventually relocating to this area. Concharty Mountain is the spot. Some of you guys probably know that area south of Leonard, there by the river. And she had actually never thought about living in the country, even though it had been my dream since I was young. I wanted to say a few words about the book, Living the Good Life. That's part of the title of this get-together, and that really resonated with me because I read that book when I was 15, back in about 1975, and it made a huge impression on me. Go ahead and click that. Yeah. Yeah, go one more. I think our presentation is going to kind of mirror the book Living the Good Life in a lot of ways. And one of the main ways is that it's more of a presentation on why to do something than how to do it. There's a lot of information on small homesteads, on small sustainable farm operations, and on relocating to a more natural lifestyle in the country. And so I'm not going to sit here and try to give you guys all of those how-tos because you can find them yourself. You can get on YouTube and find out everything you want to know about wiring up a solar panel or installing a wind generator. And that information is not going to really benefit you right now coming from me. You can get a better expert on that. But what I am an expert on and what Tammy is an expert on is surviving out in the blackjack woods of Oklahoma. We have actually done it. We have been through the cold winters and the hot summers. She's been bitten by a copperhead and sweated it out. You know, we've been through the hailstorms and the firestorms and everything else. And we've done it without a lot of inputs. We've done it without a lot of money. We've done it just through sacrifice and caring about the project, through caring about what we were doing and believing that it was something important. And at this point, we're really through the other end of the tunnel on it. You want to go back? Yeah. So we'll go back to where we started. Shortly after we met, we pretty much aligned our dreams, and first thing that we did was rent a small house in Tulsa. This is the front of our rent house in 1980, early 85. And I had already been in the greenhouse business. I'd been preparing myself since I read Living the Good Life for a life as a sustainable homesteader through Mother Earth News, which I read back when it was a news rag. Oh, yes. Helen and Scott Nearing, by the way, are the authors of Living the Good Life, if you all don't know that. And if you haven't read it, you should. It's an important primer for learning how to manage your finances and how to successfully deal with people and the land and make your homestead a success.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
This was our first house in Tulsa, and it was super urban. This is right in front of the expressway, 412 and Delaware. Now I believe it's a Cherokee substance abuse clinic. I think it still is. Our house is no longer there. But we took a super urban area and turned the backyard into a plant oasis. And I'll let Bill kind of explain what the backyard looked like. We don't have any pictures of it, so.
Well, we do have one picture. It doesn't have much of the backyard, but you'll see it. We actually built a geodesic dome greenhouse in the back. This place had wonderful dirt. That's one of the reasons that we rented this house. Had beautiful black topsoil in the back, and we had a good size for urban comparison, maybe about a 75-foot by 50-foot garden.
Yeah, the older houses had bigger yards then, of course.
Yeah, and then the greenhouse, and had other areas that we were using for tropical plants. I was working for a tropical plant service at that time. Tammy had just started. This was her first year in the plant business, working with me. We did plant accounts, service plant accounts around Tulsa for another person. And I took a lot of sickly plants home. I took a lot of plants that just needed a little help or things I could propagate home. Yeah, and we sold them actually off of the interstate ramp there. And we had kind of a tidy little business doing that. May have sold some of you guys plants back then. But it was fun, and we met a lot of people, and we started accumulating materials, looking for property, figuring out how we would do this, how we would make the jump. And that really is very much the hardest part, and that's one of the things I really wanted to talk a lot about today, because trying to actually, it's easy to dream, and it's easy to get a great idea, and it's a lot of fun to sit there and get all your ducks in a row. But sooner or later, you have to make the commitment. You got to get out there and just go, I'm never going back home to that place again. My home is over here now. So this was Tammy. When we were making up our mind to do that, that's our first greenhouse behind her. And those are gourds. We actually still have some of those gourds sitting around the house. So, like I said, this is more of a why-to than a how-to. And so I kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit first. And Tammy brought up a really good point early on in our discussion on how to do this presentation, and that is the difference between homesteaders and preppers, and we added survivalists too because there's such a lot of overlap. But they're very different. The ideas are very different. Even though they both prioritize a lot of the same independence, they both prioritize accumulating skills, useful skills, but preppers are prepared to ride out a disaster. They think that they can get through something, survive something, and live till things recover. Homesteaders, on the other hand, are really more focused on creating a sustainable lifestyle for themselves. They're looking towards a brighter future, and they expect disasters and setbacks, and they prepare for them. But the focus is not on the disaster or how much water you have, how many bottles of water you have stored in the basement. It's more of a goal of how will we be better next year than we are this year. And that is where our focus was. We always wanted a sustainable lifestyle that was a low impact on the earth. Tammy and I have both been really concerned about environmental problems since the 1970s. And yeah.
The last presentation touched on something that has been really important to us, and that is not just pollinators, but insects in general. When we first moved out to our place 40 years ago, every night we would go out and look under the porch light, and we would see so many bugs. Hundreds. You wouldn't believe it. Hundreds. It was fun. I learned so much. Now we go out and look under the light, and granted, we've been enduring a drought for so long, but you don't see the same amount of bugs. you do not. You guys probably already know this, but it's very worrisome. So yeah, we've always been hyper aware of that.
Yeah, on that bug thing, I bet we would see 300 insects of maybe 40 or 50 different species 20 or 30 years ago under those lights. And now we're lucky if we see 3 or 4 moths. And it's just unbelievably shocking. It really is. So we're not doing a bomb shelter. You know, we're trying to make a farm and a home, and we're trying to contribute to the community. And something that's unique on homesteading on the reservation is it's an opportunity to preserve a lot of cultural values and preserve a world outlook that is more grounded in nature than in the artificiality of human existence. And you can't avoid nature. You can't avoid coming to terms with it when you're immersed in it. It's much like the immersion in a language, you know. When you actually stick yourself out there on a homestead and have to, there's no turning back. You have to go forward. You necessarily learn a lot about yourself as well as the environment. So one of the things that you learn is, as the meme says, no one is coming to save you. You have got to get yourself out of that hole. You got to get the truck unstuck. You got to, you know, get the tree off the roof, whatever it is. This is our yard now where we live. And I thought that the bench is just a place to sit and think, but the fence is a good poster child for thinking out of the box, because cultures all around the world need fencing. If you have free range, you got to fence the animals out of the garden. If you have animals, you got to fence the animals in the pasture or off your neighbor's place. You know, it's a constant thing, but not everyone does fences the same. Here in suburban Oklahoma, everyone's fences look alike. They're either the plastic white fences that we saw so many of coming out here today, or they're hardware store T-post fences that, you know, are very efficient, not terribly expensive. But the idea that if you need a fence, you have to run down to the hardware store and get a fence like your neighbors and pay someone for the privilege, that's a cultural mindset that eventually you may outgrow if you're put in the right environment. Again, YouTube is a wonderful place to see fencing. In Great Britain, they use hedges and rocks. In Mexico, they plant rows of cactuses. All around the world, people use sticks. In Africa, they make bombas out of brush. You know, and bamboo over in Southeast Asia. So, you know, fencing is just one example of how different cultures solve natural common problems in different ways. And some of this is a little back step, I think, perhaps, but no, this is good. But these are the things that I started thinking about and that Tammy and I carried forward with us into creating our homestead. And these are things, again, that I was really seriously wrestling with at age 15 and 16. So I don't know if that's common for people, but it served me well and Tammy well. Permaculture is one of the things that I'm a big believer in. One of the first things that we did before we were settled in our first place was to plant a pecan orchard, because they take many decades to really mature, but they're eminently suited for Oklahoma and for the area that we were farming. These trees are native, and you know, they're just wonderful. You can't beat them. So that was our plan for a long-term permaculture investment. The mortgage debt, this was something else that I think is really fundamental to successful homesteading, to successfully integrating yourself into a natural system. You can't do it while you're slaving for the bank. You just can't. The pressure, the economic pressure is too great. You're going to be reaching for that 7 desks. You're going to be, trying to cram more in. You're going to be working harder to develop markets, and you're going to lose your personal freedom in doing that. And you're going to lose the opportunity that nature provides you to reflect and understand its lessons because you're so busy trying to make money to pay the bank. So mortgage is not really the way to go. A mortgage comes from the words mort and gage. It's a promise to the death. It's, I will pay you back if it kills me. And honest to God, that's just a well-named thing. Sometimes the roots of words are very informative. And so we knew that we didn't want to do that. And if that meant living in a tent, so be it. We were willing to do it.
Could I say something? Yeah. Figuring out how to not be a wage slave and not be working just for the bank for your whole life is probably the hardest thing. So we're going to talk about that again later on. But I just want to say you might be uncomfortable for a while. Comfort is paying the bank and having a really nice place to live. We didn't have that for a while. And it was okay. Bill mentioned that I never really wanted to live in the country, but I've always been an outdoors person. And so that allowed me to survive in the wilds of Concharty Mountain. But it's easy to say, oh, you don't want to have a mortgage and owe the bank for your entire life, but how do you not do that? That's the key, and we will come back to it.
Well, it is the key, but again, in living the good life, the Nearings talk a lot about a concept called sufficiency. In America, people kind of dwell on success. Success is, I guess, having everyone envy you. But sufficiency is a little different concept. Sufficiency means that you have enough. And enough is enough. It doesn't help to continue to pile up things, toys, status goods, until you have to rent another box someplace else to store it all.
What Bill was talking about earlier, getting out of the cultural box. That's it.
So okay, we come back to that a lot because it's the basis of all of it, really. The health benefits of natural lifestyle and good quality food, that was obvious to, I think, both of us in the 1970s. And it's also equally obvious that it's awful easy to not go to the gym or not do that exercise. There's always some good excuse for not following that health program. But if you have got to split wood or freeze, I guarantee you will get some exercise. So, we have put ourselves in a position where being a couch potato is not an option. And it's paid off. I'm 68 as of yesterday. And 67? Oh, well. See, so, yeah, I almost told a lot there. But, okay, an economic refuge. Again, this is part of being free from the bank, but actually it's more than that because this extends to other family members and it extends to friends, and it could also be a refuge for you for a long time because some economic downturns take a decade or more to turn around. So, yeah. So those reasons that the Nearings moved out to their place, another one that I didn't mention that is also, I think, important, the Nearings were kind of goaded into moving to their first farm by being blacklisted and fired from their academic jobs. They were victims of McCarthyism, and they could not get a job in New York City. So this kind of gave them the kick that they needed to get out and find some place that they were not at the whims of, you know, the whatever was politically correct at the time. So that probably is another good reason. But all of those reasons, economic security, food, health, exercise, sufficiency, all of those things are still as valid as they were in 1954 when the book was written. So,
So when you're looking for a home site to homestead, you got to look at the soil. Bill's going to talk a little bit about our first place.
Well, the Nearings did not stay at their first farm in Vermont. Let me just say that in my defense. And we didn't stay at our first place either. We're on the other side of the same farm now. But you have to get started however you can. And no one at our age then, or people who are trying to escape the wage slavery trap, the rent trap, they don't really have the money to just go out and buy the nicest farm in the world. You know, they don't have the time to shop and the money to put down for that perfect spot that looks just like a greeting card. You know, you actually have to make some compromises, especially to get started, because the important thing is to get out of the rent trap, get out and start learning something, learn some skills, get your hands dirty, and start seeing if you can really make this work. We were, when we were shopping, a family member said, "Oh no, I really don't want you going out and wasting your money on some horrible piece of land somewhere. We really want you to stay here close. We want you to stay on the farm." There was no one on the farm, but my grandmother was very understanding and helped us a lot. And eventually we were permitted to have 5 acres in a remote corner at the edge of an oil patch, you know, with no road. It had a few problems. You can actually read some of these. It was horrible, frankly. It was an unfenced rock pile with construction going through one side, had a pile of dead bull-toast trees about 15 feet high and 100 feet long, had no water.
Brush.
Oh, yes. Well, the brush was a result of waterline construction for the city of Bixby. And this was the reason why it actually was possible for us.
We burned brush for years. It wasn't done in a couple of weeks. When he said there were mountains of brush, there were mountains of brush. You couldn't get through it. They had to bulldoze down the oak hickory forest in order to put in the water line, and that's where we were. And I had never burned so much my entire life. We burned and burned and burned.
Well, this is true, and it was a lot of work. But the area that was bulldozed was our sunshine. That was the only sun on the place. So that had to be where the garden was going to go. So, yes, well, we had several things that we had to address in order to make that site work. And number one was we had to get there. And this is something that I think we also kind of want to emphasize. There are a lot of places that really are quite nice and are affordable, but you can't get there. And maybe you can get there by four-wheeler or maybe by mule. But, you know, as far as like getting in with a truck to deliver some lumber or trying to get a truck out to take a stock trailer into market or just, it could be very, very difficult. This was a county section line, that's me, and I'm using old landscape timbers to fill in the road so that we can actually get our pickup in there. But have good roads. Access is important if you're looking for a site. Okay, well, like I said, you really have to, you got to take the plunge. You got to make the sacrifice. You got to say, I'm going to sleep in my car for 3 weeks, you know? You have to be willing to do that, and then you have to do it. And so that's where we were at this point, I think, is just at the point of taking the plunge. We had a site that we were ready to go on. We had started working on it. I had some experience in the plant business, and enough I thought that I could grow a decent garden and get a start. And so,
You mentioned the aluminum log. You might want to explain.
yeah. So we were ready to go. And saving money while you're preparing to move, this is part of the how-to part, is save some money because you're going to need it. There is work in the country, but it's not highly paid and it's irregular. And so you're going to need a little to carry yourself over until you have that part of your life worked out. We did not have a whole lot. We did not save very much because we didn't have that opportunity.
But I had worked for a couple of years teaching by then. Bill mentioned earlier that I was helping with the plant business, so I took a year off to help start the plant business. I worked 2 years at Central. I commuted. It was a 40-mile commute, 80 miles a day. So it wasn't a lot of fun to commute, but it was worth it because all of the money went to this project, our living space. Yeah.
And there it is. Ah, what a beauty. Yes, we called it the aluminum log. Trailers are a good first step for a lot of people. You see them all over rural Oklahoma, and for a good reason. Log cabins are nice. Used to be a lot of those. They've all burned down. Right now, the trailers are in the process of burning down. Eventually, they'll all be gone too. But we went into the trailer lot and said, we need a cheap trailer, and they tried to sell us some what they thought was cheap trailers, $3,000 or $4,000, and we said, oh, no, we want a cheap trailer. And he said, well, I have one old POS back at the back of the lot for $1,000, and I said, that's it. We went back there and just took one look inside it. It's completely gutted, and we said, yeah, that's it, we'll take it. They were shocked. They literally could not believe that they had sold this trailer. But one of the things I liked was it was gutted, and we didn't plan on living in it forever. I had some plans.
But we did spend 7 years there.
Okay, it felt like forever, but you can see the construction starting on the side. That was a greenhouse that we built, and that was facing south and west, mostly west. There were 2 trees going through it. Oh yeah, now this is an example from western Oklahoma, another Dust Bowl picture. Oklahomans are really scarred by this. This is how not to have a homestead. There's no water, and there's no access problem, but there's nowhere to go. There's no future in this place,
I was quick to point out to Bill that the shack itself might be livable for a while you were getting something else together, but his point was the land itself, that there's nothing there to support you. So yeah, you could live in that shack, maybe even 2 or 3 people, maybe even a couple of kids. It wouldn't be comfortable, but there's no point to it with nowhere to grow any food and no water.
Yeah, and you have to see that future, that path to success, the path to developing a place into what you want, because then you'll be at the point of sufficiency. There's no chance of reaching sufficiency here. I love the picture of the child inside the door peeking around. I mean, that's the only cover for miles, and she's using it to hide from the photographer. You see the water barrels, but there's no water. You know, it's just the only thing that's probably in really great shape is the car, so that they can go somewhere else. But go ahead. Yeah, well, I know. I wondered that too, Chris. That's a good question. I thought maybe a feedlot or a hog pigsty or something. I'm not sure. But anyhow, it's not. I don't mind the house. As Tammy said, well, maybe they're just like staying there a little bit. I said, see that stovepipe? You know, there's a kitchen in there. They live there.
But while we were doing research for this presentation, we did see a lot of people who are homesteading in really, really small shacks and in old campers, just a very impressive variety of structures. Breaking away from the wage slavery, this is part of it. Allowing your mind to be able to live somewhere that is substandard.
Yeah, this is making the break. This is what it takes. Sometimes this is what it takes. Sometimes it takes, you know, sleeping in the back of your car. But again, this is the difference between a homesteader and a survivalist in this. A homesteader is doing this temporarily while they're working towards a better future. And it's worth making sacrifices for that better future. You know, and you will have to if you want it to happen. This is the greenhouse being completed a little bit more. That's my brother-in-law, who's passed away since then, Bobby helping, and I'm down there with the red hat. This was another double-walled greenhouse. Yeah, this another double-walled greenhouse, and it really kept the house warm. This actually worked with the wood stove inside to create a pretty stable little thermal bubble, you know, for what it was. It had very little insulation, and of course that aluminum, it's like the old aluminum tumblers. All of the ice melts instantly because all of the cold is like sucked out by the aluminum. But yeah. Okay, and Tammy brought this point up. I'll let her address this a little bit more, but this is our sink. We had frogs living in it for a while.
That you won't believe this, but that tree frog lived in our bathroom for, this is our new house, okay? This is not the trailer. Lived in our house for 8 years. We didn't have central heat and air, so we left the doors open a lot, and we had lots of insects in the house. And he was able to live for a very long time. When we finally got heat and air, which wasn't that long ago, we had to close the doors and windows, and I felt sorry for the frog, and so I went and bought him crickets. Okay, so how comfortable and stress-free do you need to be? I have to say this about Bill's comment about the greenhouse keeping the trailer warm. The greenhouse did not keep the trailer warm.
Fairly warm.
It helped, though. Our bedroom was on the north end of the trailer. You're going to think I'm lying about this, but we had a lot of plants inside the trailer, so there was a lot of humidity. Our bedroom had ice in it during the winter, but I don't mean a thin layer of ice, okay? It accumulated. There would be a thick coat of ice on the north wall. It was very cold. Bill, how did we survive that cold?
We were very young. No, the other two, the electric blanket. Yeah, that's right. Really, seriously, an electric blanket is one of the things that you can power with a solar panel that is really, really a lifesaver. So electric blanket was one thing, and we had a wood stove too, which, remember the giant pile of wood that they had left us? We had fuel forever.
I have to remind him that, yeah, we did have a wood stove. I was commuting, I was teaching. We had to get up at 3 o'clock every night and put wood in the wood stove because it wasn't real efficient and it was so cold in there. But you know what? It was worth it because we were doing what we wanted to do. So this is part of the changing your mindset. Can you do it? Or are you too uncomfortable? It's a lot easier when you're young, it's true. But even old people can endure discomfort to get what they want.
Well, that's true. Yeah, 100%. So, but there will be some discomfort, and you can mitigate that if you're an older person by throwing more money at the problem. And I have to say, too, technology has really helped, too. There are better insulation options. Their heat systems have actually improved. Wood stoves have improved. We had an old box wood stove that it was like a steam train. You just had to almost sit there and shovel coal in it all the time and it burned it as fast as it went in. So, yeah. No. Well, this was part of getting familiar with nature. Nature was really in there with us, that's for sure. And a little note on trees here also. You know, in working in real estate business, I had a listing where a gentleman had 20 acres without a tree on it. And it was very bare bones looking. And, you know, we were walking around looking at it. And I guess he noticed me looking for the trees that weren't there. And he looked at me dead serious and said, "I hate trees." That just shocked me to death. But he was a cattleman, and he looked at them as robbers of grass. And so he didn't like trees. We love trees, and you might have seen in the greenhouse, we left 2 trees going through our greenhouse that we had to like make little rubber grommets for so they could move around and be happy. But trees can be a big problem. They can go from being one of your best assets to being one of your biggest liabilities in a matter of hours. We went through a couple of ice storms. The 87 ice storm was a real mind blower. We were in the trailer and trees were snapping all through the woods. It sounded like gunfire. You could hear it just echoing across the ice, you know, snap, crack, and sometimes branches, but often whole trees just snapping at the base, these oaks. And that was nothing, as we learned. That was a baby storm. 2007 just about did us in. It was horrible.
We're both really scarred from that storm. I was teaching at Union at that time, and even if school had been open, we couldn't have gotten down our driveway. We had planted pines on either side of the driveway, and the day after the big ice storm, you couldn't even see the driveway. I don't know how many pine trees were laying in the driveway, but it took Bill a really long time to cut them all up and get them out of the way.
Yeah, it took a couple of weeks just to dig ourselves out, and that's the prepping part. We were not uncomfortable. We had plenty of wood. We had no power, but we had lots of food. We had heat.
We had food, but we were, as you probably know, we were cooking on the wood stove, right? Yeah, we didn't have any electricity for quite a while, almost 2 weeks.
Oh, and I should mention too, when we moved out to the aluminum log, and this is something that we didn't mention, that was about as off-grid as you could get. We had no water, we had no electricity, we had no gas. So, you know, that's pretty much it.
We camped out for one summer and did all of our cooking outside and just camped out, basically. And he's talking about the pros and cons of trees. In this storm that just passed a few days ago, supposedly there were no tornadoes where we live out in Leonard, but we lost the tops out of a lot of our trees. I don't know if anyone in here lost trees or the tops of trees. We love our trees, but we're glad that nothing fell on the house, and so that was something.
Go ahead and click us. Okay, this is me again, getting ready to do the gardens. We actually had to build dry stack sandstone gardens going down the water line. We spent some of our hard-earned cash on dirt, which really hurt my feelings, but I couldn't see any other way around it. We started at the bottom of the water line cut, built rock walls, had a dump truck load of dirt dumped, boxed it in with rocks, moved back up the hill, and you want to go ahead to go one more. No, oh, I'll go back and we'll. Okay, well, but we have said some of the horrible things, like having to build the gardens about the place, but are the good things about our site there. That's not the good things.
Want me to keep going?
Yeah, one more, I think.
Okay, I don't know. Remember to mention the city water, okay.
One more. Okay, the good things. Okay. Yes, we had lots of room and access to nature, and that we've pretty much already covered. Okay, it was close enough to Tulsa to commute. Well, if you commute to North Tulsa, it was 40 miles, but Tammy did it. So it was close enough. And, you know, Tammy had a lot of investment of her time and soul in her education and her desire to teach. Tammy is a natural-born teacher, and people who are teachers must teach. If you all know teachers, you know that. So, you know, it was very important that that she have appropriate outlet for her teaching energy, and Tulsa is big enough that it gave her the opportunities that she needed. I don't think that she could have found the same amount of satisfaction in a smaller school district, but you know, we'll never know. So. And access to city water. As I said, with no water, we were almost like those guys in the shack in western Oklahoma. You have to have water if you're going to stay someplace in Oklahoma. And we at least had access to city water there. And we just made that work. We spent a lot watering gardens, and I wish that we had not had to do that, but it worked out okay. Go ahead.
At the time, Bixby got its water from Lake Bixoma, and that was wonderful water filtered through sandstone. Since then, that has been closed, and now where we live now gets water all the way from the Tulsa plant. So that's been a big change too.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. And of course, the low cost. And the less you spend on buying your place, the more you have left to make it suit your needs. And I think that that's a really good rule to keep in mind. So I had done container growing. You saw us selling the plants there in Tulsa. And container growing does not need dirt. It just needs dirt in the pot. And so we used pallets and cinder blocks and built grow benches under the trees, and then we put an irrigation system in to water them. We also, our gardens, that's one of the sandstone gardens that I built. Those all had soaker hose and drip irrigation to keep our water use as low as possible. Also, we did a lot of foraging. You can tell left and center, those are more recent pictures, and we're still foraging. But I'm digging onions, berries, mushrooms. You know, we make use of the wild foods and wild areas around us, and always have.
But we're still trying to learn about the mushrooms. You have to be really careful. So we have an elderly friend who's 83 in Leonard, and he knows a lot about mushrooms, and he's been helping us. So it's really good if you can find people who have lived in the country and really understand the wild food to help you get started.
Absolutely. Your elderly neighbors are one of your best resources. They're invaluable. This is another picture of our rock gardens, and you can just see the rocks there. It was quite a lot of work to build those. This is the long view looking from our top garden down through the gardens. The edge of our 5 acres was about where those willow trees are, or just past it. And
you might mention that's where we hold the water.
Yes, water, as I said, we had no water moving there. So if you look all the way down the path down there, just about to where you can't see anything else, there's a pond down there. And that my father built in 1964, that Tammy and I fished in and swam in a lot. And we hauled water from there in 5-gallon buckets by hand. We didn't have a four-wheeler. We didn't even use a wheelbarrow. We were real Luddites. But the garden, as you can tell, it paid off. It gave us wonderful benefits. If you see the oil tank in the background, this is something that low-cost places in Oklahoma often have this problem. Salt burns, spills from early oil field activity, and that was something that we dealt with there. So we did a lot of work on that place, and we suffered and sacrificed a lot. So why didn't we stay there? Why aren't we there now? Well, there's some good reasons. As I said, there were some compromises made in taking the place because you have to break that rent trap. You just have to. And so things may not be ideal to get out. One of the first things, no deed was transferred for the property. A deed was promised, and that's why we were there. But as family politics often go, it just didn't happen. And after investing in the place for quite a lot of time and putting an awful lot of sweat equity in it, we pretty much learned that we were not going to get a deed to that place. Actually, our improvements had made it more valuable. So I really, really cannot stress enough. Handshake is not good enough. Your neighbor may let you put a trailer on a piece of land, and that may help you for a little while in escaping the rent trap, but don't plan long-term infrastructure on property that you do not have a good title to. And so we learned that, and I would say have a deed. And not only that, as a realtor, I would say, a former realtor, I would say, get title insurance. This is Oklahoma, and it is the land of fraud, corruption, and theft. And the clouds on people's titles are ubiquitous. There are problems with, I think, virtually every deed in Oklahoma. One thing, the state was put in illegally, and this is our reservation. So we're learning that maybe some of the things that we were told aren't true in regard to property ownership in Oklahoma. Get title insurance. It's not that much, so it's an important thing. We didn't have soil, as Tammy said. We had to have some dirt, and we also had to have a better orientation for our house. I'm a big believer in passive solar, probably because when all of these dreams started happening and our efforts got underway, photovoltaics were really in their infancy, and the solar panel option just wasn't really there. It wasn't efficient. It wasn't cost effective. But passive solar is a winner any way you look at it. It's free energy from the sun, and so we'd planned on a passive solar house, and that just was not a good place for it. And number three, of course, you have to have water or you can't stay. And city water is okay as a stopgap. You can water a garden with it. You can water your horses with it. You can drink it. But when the electricity goes out, when the boil order comes through, when the road and water main wash away, you're going to be without water. And you have to have at least some water on your place that you can use. It's, it's not even negotiable. And so that was something else that was a major factor in us relocating. And number four, 5 acres of submarginal land is really not enough for sufficiency. If you are able to use the land around you and you have a good confidence that you will be able to for a long term, like an inholding in a national park or Corps of Engineers land, then that might work. If you're a greenhouse grower, if you plan on growing greenhouse crops and you have good sun and the the 5 acres is flat and has good access, then that might work. So there are exceptions, but if you're going to have a market garden, if you're going to raise a family, if you're going to have livestock, you need more land.
So the key term there is submarginal. 5 acres of nice bottomland is a different story. That's not what we had, though. We had the 5 acres of the sub-marginal land with no soil. So that's a huge distinction I wanted to make sure everybody caught, because, you know, you see poor farmers in third world countries do incredible things on an acre. That's with good soil.
You guys had a good view of all the nice land.
We did. You're absolutely right. We can look across the river valley and just see some marvelous farms.
I always tell the people down in the bottom, you have our soil. It all went down to your place.
Well, and talking about one of my old neighbors, he said, why, Bill, back when I was a little boy, there was more people living up on that hill than was living down here in the farms. And I said, but Forrest, what did they all do for a living up there? He said, well, they worked for the people who owned the farms down here. And that's true. There were an awful lot of little tiny places up there, but they were just really, you know, like the same gentleman said, you could, you could throw a cat through the walls. So, but the important thing, like we said, coming back to it again, is to get out of the rent trap.
We've got about 5 minutes left.
I know.
Okay, I know. We gotta flip through here.
5 minutes left before we need to get on.
Okay.
Okay.
So.
Well, this is our last slide.
A lot of this, but we didn't mention the goat ranch, so we'll just move on.
Well, we'll just this is our new house going up. Yeah. This is where we moved to. This is me learning to lay rock. There are a lot of jobs that you're required to do as a homesteader. You may need to do construction, you may need to be a vet or a plumber or a botanist.
A roofer.
A roofer. So this is our answer to water. This pond is 16 feet deep. You can see my white water takeout pipe that irrigates an area underneath that's some of our best dirt. Happens to be the lowest spot on the farm. And the little pile of rocks there is a fish house. I made little fish houses for all my fish. And here's a view of the pond looking across to our pasture. You can see our bald cypresses along there. This pond is all non-agricultural runoff. It drains through about 15 acres of sandy sandstone and just, very cow pasture. Okay, there's our new house now, all closed in. You can see my little wind generator. Turned out to not be a site for wind power. The wind just spins up there. It is pretty good photovoltaic, and I now have some solar panels up, and we're using that as mostly a backup. The roof is very suitable to a larger solar installation, but I haven't done that. Water, more water. That's another view of the pond. And what we do now, we still don't have dirt worth the name. We're still on top of the hill, but what we do have is a lot of brush and rocks. And what likes brush and rocks? Goats. So we have a foundation herd. We have actually conserved a feral goat herd from southern Texas, and they are now called Conchardi meat goats. Tammy has gotten quite famous being the goat herding lady, and they go out on the mountain, not strictly on our place. We have permission from neighbors who are large landholders, and the goats have made a huge difference in taming the brush.
I just wanted to say that we mainly sell goats now for breeding stock, because a lot of people want these goats because they're very hardy and very survivable. And almost all of our customers that buy our Spanish goats say, oh, I've been raising Kiko or Boer goats. The Kikos are good also, but the Boer goats just are not survivable. And so they get our goats to improve their DNA.
That's right. Okay. Well, so anyhow, how this all helped us. Peace of mind. And peace of mind to us comes from doing no harm and leaving things better than we found them. And we feel like that we're doing a good job on that. The health thing of forcing ourselves to get out there and be healthy has worked pretty good. We're both very, very healthy. And we're completely debt-free, and have been for decades. We've built a house and maintained our...
We don't have any credit cards.
Yeah, if you have credit cards, get rid of them. Okay, and a chance to pay it forward because we've learned a lot, and there I am paying it forward. This is some tobacco giving out. I've been a player in reestablishing tobacco culture in the Muscogee Nation, and yeah, those are my usual presentations. This is my great-grandmother, and this is when I decided basically that I loved the farm and would make it my life. I'm the short one with the pipe in his mouth. And she was a wonderful lady, died when I was about 14 or 15 years old. And our new place, if you can see the little log corral, if you go straight back about a quarter of a mile through the woods, that's where we live now. My grandmother was born in a log cabin actually on that side. So, and that's our last slide. Do you all have any questions or? Well, everybody ready to go homestead?
Hey, that was awesome. And I asked them to do this topic. My undergrad was environmental science, and I went to school at Oklahoma State, Ag Econ degree, environmental science. And one of my professors read this book my first semester, maybe my first or second semester, and it always stuck with me. And so I made the title, and I called him. He's like, "Oh, I know that book." He knew it immediately, and so I knew he'd be a perfect person to do that presentation, and it really does resonate with me, and hopefully it resonates with everyone here. I'm going to just quickly, we do just for time, we have a bus out front, so we're going to be going to Muscogee County Fairground, and we're going to have a big barbecue feast lunch. It's being catered by Loop Square Meat Market. So you don't have to ride the bus. If you want to drive over there, if you know where it's at, you feel free to drive over there. We'll meet you over there. If you want to ride the bus is outside waiting on everybody. And if you do want to drive and you don't know where it's at, just stick with me and I'll give you a map. And I got the address. And then also, we're going to be giving out this Pendleton blanket at 5 o'clock. So that means you got to stick to us, right? This is the awesome Pendleton blanket. You can't get anywhere else up right here. So 5 o'clock, we'll be giving that away, and hopefully see you guys over there at the lunch. All right, we're going to get back started here. Let me find my paperwork and I'll be right with you. This you, buddy, right? All right, we have a really good one coming up. That's Courtney. I'll just do this real quick. And how about everybody enjoyed the lunch? I know it's a tough spot to be. Tough spot to be coming after lunch, but I think if anything's going to stimulate you, it's going to be genetically modified organisms, GMOs. If that's not stimulating, I don't know what is. So just real quickly, Dr. William McGlynn is a professor in the Department of Horticulture and Landscape Architecture at Oklahoma State University and a horticultural food scientist at the Robert M. Kerr Food and Agricultural Product Center in Stillwater, Oklahoma. With a PhD and MS in food science from the University of Arkansas, Dr. McGlynn brings extensive expertise in food safety, processing, and quality improvement, particularly in fruit and grape wine products, which that's as close to my heart. I'm kind of like the Hawaiians, walk around barefooted, and that's how they used to do it. They don't do it anymore? That's probably not food safety, is it? So he serves as a process authority advising commercial food processors on regulatory compliance and food safety protocols. His research focuses on evaluating the winemaking potential of Oklahoma's grape and fruit crops, exploring the processing potential of alternative crops, and addressing safety and quality challenges in processed fruits and vegetables. And with no further ado, Dr. McGlynn, come up and we'll get ready for your presentation. Looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. You didn't bring no samples. I didn't bring any samples, sorry. Actually,
1, 2, 3.
The samples that I have now, I'm not sure you'd want anyway, so it's probably just as well. It's research. It's all research, see. No, it's GMO. I think it starts with GMO.
Right there.
There it is. That's it.
Narrowed it down. All right, guys. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. I think it is a little cruel to put the most boring presentation right after lunch, but I will do my best to try and keep this interesting. I am going to give you mostly facts. That's my goal. I'm probably going to insert a few opinions as well, but when I do, I'm going to try and let you know that those are my opinions. Okay? And, of course, please, if you have any questions at any time, please don't hesitate to ask. So, we're going to start with just a little bit of background, and I'm sorry if I insult anyone's intelligence. I don't want to assume that you don't know anything about this, but I thought we'd start with just some basic definitions. And the most basic definition is what is a GMO food. And a GMO food, simply put, is a food that has been genetically modified. That's where the name comes from, right? So it means that you've taken some snippet of DNA that codes for some desirable characteristic. It could be a lot of different things. Most of the GMO foods that are out there now, as we will see, it involves some kind of protein or some other compound that's normally produced by another organism, and you take that DNA and you put it into a different organism, either a plant or an animal, so that that organism then it starts to express that desirable compound. And that's basically what a GMO is. Another term that you'll see sometimes, and the term that the government prefers to use, is bioengineered food. So you'll see that too. I kind of use GMO throughout this presentation, but you'll see both used kind of interchangeably. So how are genes modified? Yeah, I don't actually work with GMOs. I don't know the specifics. So if you want to know the details of which enzymes are used and how they're specific for different cleavage points in the DNA chain and all that, I'm not your guy. I can't tell you that. But in simple terms, what it involves is using enzymes typically to snip out that little piece of DNA and insert it into another organism. And once it's been inserted, then it becomes a normal part of that DNA for that organism, and it just gets replicated as those cells divide and replicate. So once you do that initial insertion, it's there. Okay, so what GMO products are on the market these days? There aren't actually a whole lot, but some of the ones that are there comprise a pretty high percentage of the crops that are grown. And you can see that on the screen here. So the most common by far, soybeans, corn, canola and cotton, sugar beets to a somewhat lesser extent. We don't grow that many sugar beets in the US. But you can see the percentage of the crops there. So greater than 90% of all of those crops now that are grown in the US are GMO. They've been genetically modified. And most of them have been modified either to be, they've all been modified to be pest resistant in some way or herbicide resistant. A lot of them are modified with this Bt. You saw that on the last slide. That's a protein that comes from a bacteria that lives in the soil. It actually mimics a growth hormone that is used by caterpillar type insects as they grow. And so it interferes with the life cycle of those insects and basically kills them. They can't turn into an adult. So Bt corn, very, very common. A lot of it's used for animal feed. Some of it's used for human food. Soybeans, Roundup Ready soybeans. I'm sure you've all heard of that. That's what we're talking about there. So they're herbicide resistant. You can see the advantage, right? You can grow those beans. You don't have to go out there and weed. You can just spray them at the end, and it kills all the weeds, and you can harvest your soybeans, and it's nice and clean. The downside is that you're using more herbicide potentially. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. Same thing for canola, sugar beets, cotton, also pest resistant. The other plants that you'll find, and these are much less commonly grown, but there are some that are grown in the US, alfalfa, and that's mostly for feed. Potato, I don't think there's a big presence of those in the market yet, but they exist. They've got some pest resistant potatoes and some potatoes that have been modified so that they don't turn brown as easily. You can cut them and they'll stay unbrown. They'll stay white for longer. Same thing for apples. Papaya, we'll talk about that a little bit more a little later. Papaya crop was almost completely wiped out by a particular type of virus several years back, and they bred a strain, they modified a strain to be resistant to that. Summer squash, that's pretty new, that's virus resistant as well. And then sugarcane and eggplant. So those are all of the plants that are currently on the market right now in the US that are GMO. Are there any GMO animals? Yes, there are 2 on the market right now. 2 that have been approved, I should say. So one is the Aqua Advantage salmon, and you notice that these have brand names, kind of, and we'll talk about that here in a second. There's a significance to them having a kind of a specific brand name to these products. So we've got the Aqua Advantage salmon, and that's been modified to grow faster, so it grows faster than regular salmon. And then very new is this Gal-Safe pig. And does anyone know what alpha-gal is? Have you heard of that before? A couple folks. So that's a tick-borne food allergy or sensitivity. And you may have heard of that. It's a kind of meat allergy, right? Red meat. So there are some folks that, after they've been bitten by a tick that carries, well, it causes them to become sensitive to the sugar that's found in red meat, and so they can't eat red meat. But now there's a type of pork that's presumably safe for them to eat, because it doesn't have that sugar as part of the cellular matrix of the pork. So those are the 2 animals, but they've been approved for use. They're not really a major presence in the market right now. That may change in the future. Okay, so who regulates GMO foods here in the United States? It's actually pretty complicated. So we've got 3 main agencies, federal agencies, that regulate food, and those are the FDA, the USDA, and in some cases the EPA, and they are all involved in regulating GMO foods. And you can see kind of the different roles that they have there. The FDA is tasked with making sure that GMO foods are safe, safe in the sense that they don't cause any kind of, they don't have any toxin in them, they don't have any allergen in them. We'll talk about that a little bit more here in a second. But basically to ensure that the foods are safe. The EPA, if they have the herbicide, or I'm sorry, the pesticide resistance, or if they have that internal pesticide in them, then the EPA regulates that as another pesticide. Yeah, so the EPA has to certify that it's safe and effective for the intended use, just as they would with any other pesticide. So the EPA can get involved in this as well. And then the USDA is concerned about the potential effect on the environment and other plants, and we'll talk a little bit more about that here in a second as well. So you can have all three regulatory agencies involved in regulating these products, and that can be an issue because these agencies, they don't always talk to each other and work together well. That may come as a shock to you, but sometimes there are issues with cooperation and just transfer of information, really. Okay, so more specifically, the FDA, how do they regulate? It's actually a voluntary process, kind of. They call it a voluntary process. To get this food approved, food or feed, to be approved to be put on the market, it basically has to be approved by the FDA. The process of getting that approval is voluntary, but it's really not, because if you want to sell it, you have to go through the process. But they call it voluntary. So this is very similar to what you would find for a food additive or something like that. So basically, it's the responsibility of the developer of this GMO product to collect safety data and to present that to the FDA. And the FDA will evaluate that data, and that's the same thing they do now with food additives, if you didn't know. And so the FDA will evaluate that data, and if they're satisfied with the data that's been presented, then they'll go ahead and grant approval. And if they're not, then they'll go back, and it could be a step-by-step process until, according to the FDA, all their questions are answered and they're satisfied that it's safe. And when that's happened, then they grant their approval. And if you're interested in that process and what foods have been approved, that website has a list of all of those products that have gone through FDA evaluation and all of the information about that process for those foods. So we'll talk a little bit more about this list here in a second, but the USDA maintains a list of GMO foods, bioengineered foods, and feeds available in the US and potentially outside the US as well. There's a regulatory reason why they do that, but for your information, if you're interested in getting a complete list, and actually I just gave you pretty much a complete list on that other slide, you can go to that website and they'll have them all listed there. That's a running list that's updated as new products come on the market. Okay, so that's a little bit of basic background on GMO foods, what they are and how they're regulated. There are some regulations here in the US that specify that, these are relatively new regulations that specify that GMO foods have to be labeled, okay? And so we'll talk about that. So this is something that people have been pushing for quite a long time. And it just fairly recently became, well, fully effective. The law was passed in 2016, and it became mandatory for all foods in January 1st, 2022. So relatively new. Okay, so what does this law actually require? First of all, it defines bioengineered or GMO foods as foods that contain genetic material, DNA, that has been inserted by those mechanisms that we talked about that could not have been accomplished by normal breeding methods. Okay, so it has to be something that you couldn't do by normal breeding methods, because you could use that transgenic technology as a substitute, if you like, for conventional breeding practices, right? For conventional breeding, you're mixing, you're matching, you're trying to get those traits into the offspring, and it's kind of a hit or miss proposition. Well, you could edit out the gene that you wanted from both parents and insert it into the offspring just as well. So you could do that, and if you did, that would not qualify as a bioengineered food because you could have done it by normal breeding practices. All right? But if you're inserting a gene that wouldn't be there naturally, so to speak, that is a bioengineered food. All right? So those are the foods that have to be labeled. The law also provided for putting together that running list that I just showed you the link for. There is an exemption for foods produced by very small manufacturers. I don't know that a lot of very small manufacturers are going to be producing bioengineered foods, GMO foods, but in theory it could happen. They're exempt. It does not apply to foods derived from bioengineered ingredients if the final product does not contain detectable amounts of that novel DNA, that novel genetic material. So you could have something that was derived. One example, I guess, one good example might be sugar. We talked about sugar beets. So sugar beets are GMO. Most of the sugar beets grown in this country are GMO now. But the sugar is refined. And when it comes out of that refining process, it probably does not have any detectable DNA in it. So that would not be considered a GMO food. It would not have to be labeled. Same thing for soy oil, vegetable oil. Exact same idea. It could be produced, or corn oil, it could be produced from a GMO organism, you know, corn or soy, but it's gone through that refining process, and so it doesn't have any genetic material in it, so it would not need to be labeled. Okay? That's just the provision of the law. There is in the law, there's a provision for voluntary labeling. So if you have a product that was made from an ingredient that was bioengineered, but doesn't meet that definition of a bioengineered food, you can voluntarily choose to label it. I don't know how many people are going to do that, but the law makes that provision. So what does this labeling look like? Okay. If you are required to put that GMO label on your food, that bioengineered label, you have several different options. You can have text. You can just have written words on your label. If so, then it has to read as you see there, either bioengineered food or contains a bioengineered food ingredient. Those are the two options. Or, instead of that, you can use this graphic. So has anyone seen any of these things on a food label? Yeah, you're starting to see it now. It's not super common, but you are starting to see it. So, and that was actually discussed during the comment period for this regulation. I can tell you that the rationale was, as best I remember it, was that according to the surveys that they did, most people want to know if they are consuming a bioengineered food or food product. They're not so concerned if they're, I guess what I'm trying to say is the information they really want is about the product that is bioengineered. That was the argument, that was the rationale. So. All right, if you were doing the voluntary labeling, this would be the text that's required, derived from bioengineering or ingredients derived from a bioengineered source, or you can use that graphic that you see there. So again, that's for voluntary products that don't have bioengineered according to the definition. They aren't bioengineered, they don't have a bioengineered ingredient, but they are derived from a bioengineered food or ingredient. Again, like sugar, corn oil, something like that. A manufacturer can voluntarily choose to put that on there. I have not seen that label on any food products. So I don't know how well adopted that's going to be. There are some other options, and this gets kind of involved. It depends on the size of the packaging and the size of the company and various other things. But rather than having either the text or the graphic, there are circumstances in which you can have a barcode or a QR code with an accompanying disclaimer. Must have a phone number that they can call if they don't have a device to scan the barcode. Or you can have a little instruction to the consumer to text this number and you'll get a text message back informing you about the bioengineered food or ingredients. Okay. So that's the current state of laws and regulations that relate to GMO foods here in the United States at this time. So, this is the million-dollar question, right? Are GMO foods safe? And here is where I'm going to start giving you a little bit of opinion to go along with some of the facts that I've presented. And I think one of the big questions, in order to answer that big question, I think one of the things we have to think about is what do we mean by safety? Because the government has a particular definition of safety. That may or may not be your definition of safety. And you kind of have to think about costs and benefits, right? Okay. That's the FDA standard. The FDA standard is that GMO foods should be just as safe as non-GMO foods as best we can determine. So genetic modifications may not introduce new food safety risks, and we'll talk in a second about what some of those might be, compared to a non-GMO food. In other words, the GMO food must be equivalent to the non-GMO food in terms of safety and nutrition and value. The FDA is concerned with all those things. Okay? That's great as long as you're dealing with known hazards or known risks, right? So again, how do you define safe? We'll talk a little bit about that. There's my opinion down there at that last bullet point. Genetic modification is a powerful tool that offers both advantages and challenges. And I don't think that we've done a particularly good job in addressing or thinking about either the advantages or the challenges at this point. And I'll explain what I mean by that. So let's talk about some potential health concerns that we might have related to GMO foods or GMO feeds. And here I'm talking about kind of quantifiable, if you want to call them scientific, we can call them scientific, quantifiable hazards that are pretty easy to understand and acknowledge, in my opinion. So one is transfer of antibiotic resistance, okay? And we see that, we see that a lot. So if you have a GMO food or plant that's been engineered to express, and this is true for pesticides and herbicides too, it's not just antibiotics. You're kind of, well, let me put it this way. We have an issue with antibiotic-resistant microorganisms, right? In part because of the overuse of antibiotics in kind of a broad spectrum way to treat all kinds of issues when maybe it's appropriate and maybe it's not. And I think that that's a potential risk with GMOs as well, because you're putting a lot of whatever it is you're talking about, whether it's a pesticide or whatever you've engineered into that product, you're putting a lot of that out into the environment. And what's going to happen? It's going to cease to be effective over time. I think we know that. So that's a potential health concern, specifically talking about antibiotic resistance. We have tools to try and control that, but it's something I think that we have to be aware of and we have to be careful about. Toxicity, that's one that a lot of people, I think, are very concerned about, and I think some of those concerns are valid, and I think some of them probably are less valid. Again, I'm going to give you my opinion. In my opinion, as long as you understand what the DNA does that you are taking from one organism and moving to another organism, you can have a pretty good idea of what the risks are for toxicity, because you know exactly what that DNA should do. So that, to me, is kind of a scientific question. And sometimes I hear people express concern that, well, we're doing something very risky and unknown. We don't know what's going to happen. Who knows what effect that might have, transferring DNA from one organism to another. I'm not going to say that that's completely wrong, but I am going to say that a lot of times that's probably overblown. I think most of the time we do understand what that DNA does, and if we've done our due diligence in understanding that and understanding it in the larger context of what we're trying to accomplish, there's probably not a lot of risk there. But there are some potential toxicity risks that come from this. There could be novel compounds produced by these GMO organisms. What do I mean by that? There was a product, I'm trying to remember, I want to say it was a potato. I could be wrong about that, but it was some kind of vegetable that was developed that was high in a specific protein. Well, it was high in some specific essential amino acids. They had transferred a gene in there that would produce a protein that was high in these, not really a protein, a short chain of amino acids that had a high concentration of these essential amino acids that are important in nutrition. And so the idea was that this was going to be a more nutritious product that could address potential nutritional deficiencies around the world. The issue was that when they did the testing, and they did the testing and they found it, but when they did the testing, they found out that the protein, the short chain of amino acids that they had produced was highly allergenic to certain people. It caused an allergic reaction. And why did that happen? It was because they didn't really understand exactly what that allergenic segment was. So they were looking at the amino acids that they were producing, and this is good. What they thought they had was good because it was producing a lot of the amino acids that they wanted, but they didn't understand that the order in which they were arranged was a problem. Does that make sense? So that's the kind of thing that can happen. Okay? You can make something that you think is good that's not good, because you don't understand it well enough or you haven't done your homework well enough. And I think that is a very real risk. And that ties into that last point, allergenicity. Known allergens can be screened out. We have pretty good tools for doing that these days, but there's a lot about allergic reactions that we don't understand. We don't understand. We have a pretty good understanding of the allergens that we know about. Let me put it that way. But we also know that there's cross-sensitivity, that people can be allergic to one thing specifically, but something else that's close enough can trigger that reaction. And how close is close enough? I don't know that we necessarily know that really well. So that is a potential issue as well. Then, of course, there are the environmental concerns. And to my mind, these are really, this slide and the next slide are the two big things that I worry about, right? And there's a link between these two things. This slide and the next slide, you're going to see that. So one concern is biodiversity. This is something that I have a lot of concern about. And you just saw from that earlier slide that for soybeans, for example, it was like 94% of all soybeans are a few GMO strains that are grown. Same thing for corn, same thing for cotton. So we're losing a lot of diversity, and not just in this country, but around the world. So we're growing more and more of the same type of crop. And that, I think, is something to be concerned about. That loss of crop diversity. It opens us up to potential disease issues. There's just all sorts of things, bad things that could happen because of that. Another big issue that I don't think we can control completely is the potential for genetic drift or outcrossing. So you're introducing these different genes into other organisms, into organisms where they didn't normally exist before. Well, they might be able to drift over time or outcross into closely related species that we don't want to have that pest resistance or herbicide resistance or whatever the case may be, right? So transfer of that resistance can be a big problem, potentially. It hasn't happened yet, but it could be a big problem. Another, and I alluded to that before, if you're growing a lot of Roundup Ready, I don't mean to pick on Roundup, if you're growing a lot of herbicide resistant, whatever it is, soy, cotton, one of the consequences of that is you're probably using a lot more of that herbicide to clean up your crop prior to harvest. And there have been some studies looking at specifically at glyphosate, Roundup, right, in the food supply and find that that level over time has kind of crept up and up and up and up and up. Now, it's still below the level where we think it's going to cause any harm, so I wouldn't panic about that, but it's probably not good that we're having more herbicide in our food over time. I think that's probably something we want to avoid if we can. And then pesticide and herbicide resistance, or insecticide and herbicide resistance, I talked about that earlier. That's just something that is going to be a problem. It's already being a problem. You're already seeing some Roundup-resistant weed pests out there that are making these Roundup-ready crops less attractive, and they're trying to breed other herbicide tolerance into these crops now. So that's just going to be a running issue, and I don't have a good answer to that. So linked to that are these social and economic concerns, and I would say these are not scientific concerns. They're political concerns, social concerns, whatever you want to call them, but I think they're very valid, and I think they're closely related to what I just talked about in the previous slide, all right? So growth of monoculture plantings, well, that ties in directly to that loss of biodiversity that I talked about, right? So more susceptible to large-scale disease, adverse events. Then more on the social, economic, political side. Remember those brand names that we saw earlier? These are all protected, right? These are all patented, copyrighted, whatever the case may be. This is all intellectual, this is all somebody's intellectual property. And they are managing it and they are selling it. And they're managing it very carefully and closely, and they're not giving it away. So, if you've got 90+% of the farmers planting a certain type of soybean, there's only a limited number of seed suppliers who are selling that seed. And they can pretty much control the market, right? So.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yes, sir.
Like, you look at like Monsanto corn or like Roundup Ready corn or whatever it is, Roundup Ready soybeans. It's the offspring. There's no viable seed in the offspring of that, right? They genetically modify that to the point where they have to continue to go back and buy that seed from Monsanto each year, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, that is correct. So in some cases, yes, they've modified it so that the seed is not viable over time. And in some cases, they just have very tight contracts, purchase agreements, that says, we'll sell this to you, but you may not save any seed, you may not plant that seed. Yeah. But either way, they're controlling that. You have to go back year after year after year. Yep, one way or another. So that's when I talk about loss of seed stock and increased prices over time, potentially increased prices, but just a lot more control by larger companies over our food supply, which I think is not necessarily a good thing. That's my opinion. And that relates to that last point there, right? Seeds as intellectual property, and what we just talked about, restrictions on planting and seed retention and all of that. And some of those contracts are very, very restrictive. Now, there are some potential advantages to GMO products. So I don't want to paint this as all gloom and doom, right? You can have lower costs of production. You can have pest resistance, disease resistance. I mean, that's what they're breeding into these, that's what they're inserting into these plants and animals, improved growth characteristics. That's what they're doing now. That's what they're doing. And that could lead to fewer inputs, cleaner harvest, less labor, lower prices. It certainly leads to increased profits for some, I think. It could lead to reduced pesticide use for some products that have those sort of internal pesticides built into them. It can allow growth of crops that would otherwise be lost, and one of the examples of that I mentioned was the papaya, and they engineered that to be resistant to a particular virus. Now, you know, papaya, pineapple, banana, a lot of these, all of those fruit crops are basically one variety, right? So they're all basically clones that are grown, at least the major commercial ones that we have in this country are all basically clones of one particular variety, and so if there's a disease that they're particularly susceptible to, that can wipe out the whole crop. And that was happening to papayas. And they developed this virus-resistant, ring spot virus-resistant papaya, and they were able to basically save the commercial papaya industry in Hawaii. Well, if you're a papaya grower in Hawaii, that's a pretty good deal. I think you like that. Potential healthier crops, and we'll talk about that here in a second. So examples I just mentioned, the rainbow papaya. How many people have heard of golden rice? Few people. Okay, there's a picture of it right there. Golden rice, that was developed probably 10 or 15 years ago now. And it's been genetically modified to produce vitamin A. So normally rice does not have, technically it doesn't produce vitamin A. It produces beta carotene, which gets broken down into vitamin A in the body. So typically rice is very low in beta carotene, vitamin A, and in countries that poor countries that consume a lot of rice as their staple, they have a lot of problems with vitamin A deficiency. And so this golden rice was developed to help treat that problem, because people can eat the rice as they normally would, and they'll get vitamin A that they ordinarily wouldn't get in their diet. And I forget the figures, but there are substantial numbers of children who either go blind or die every year, tens of thousands of children around the world, because of vitamin A deficiency. So that's an example of a GMO product that could be very beneficial to a lot of people around the world if it were adopted, distributed, made available, and grown. That hasn't happened. And I'm not sure why that hasn't happened. I think a lot of it is resistance, because if you've eaten white rice your whole life and someone says, hey, you should start eating this gold rice, it's better, you're probably going to be resistant to that. And so just making it available without some kind of education campaign is probably not very effective. And then there could be a number of other reasons. But for whatever reason, the uptake has not really been there yet. Okay? High oleic acid soybeans, that's another potential example. Those are out there. I don't know that there are a lot of them being grown, but they're certainly available. And so the soy oil made from those soybeans would be healthier. Oleic acid is a monounsaturated fatty acid. So the oil is more stable and it's more heart healthy. So, and then pink pineapple, that's kind of a cosmetic thing, I guess, but that pink pigment is actually lycopene, which is an antioxidant and which has been linked in some studies to lower incidences of cancer and heart disease. And so you could make the argument that that pink pineapple may be healthier for you than regular white pineapple or golden pineapple. So the point I want to make here is that this technology has the potential to create these crops that can be beneficial for a variety of reasons. But I would say so far that is a potential that has not been realized for whatever reason. And some of the reasons are what I mentioned earlier. So the future of GMO foods. So as of 2024, there are 38 countries around the world that have completely banned the cultivation or the import of GMO foods. Obviously, the United States is not one. And the Philippines, which is a country that could benefit, I think, from golden rice, is one that recently banned golden rice for whatever reason. However, these bans can be difficult to enforce, particularly in some countries around the world. There's not necessarily a good mechanism for ensuring that everything that's imported and sold meets that requirement. So my final takeaway there is, to date, it seems that both the greatest promises and the worst fears related to GMO foods have not quite come to pass. And what the future holds, I don't think GMO foods are going to go away. I think that's a technology that the genie's out of the bottle. It's too powerful and too potentially useful for us to just leave it alone, like a lot of technology, all right? But there are real concerns that we need to worry about, and some of those that I've mentioned. And yeah, we'll see what happens over time. I think that some of the public resistance to it will probably not go away, but fade a little bit as people become more accustomed to the idea of GMO foods. But I think those concerns are still there. And we have a lot of thinking and I don't know. The story hasn't been completely written yet. And I'll leave it at that. Questions?
GMO seed, like if you buy corn seed, say, backyard gardener, normally I can't buy that stuff. It's usually only the big farms can afford the GMO seeds because they are so expensive on all fronts.
Exactly. Yeah. And that gets to that intellectual property notion.
So say there's a farmer that's growing a GMO crop, but they also practice no-till. How would the residues from that GMO, would that stay in the soil and impact future plants, do you think?
Sorry, my voice is giving out on me here. That's a good question. I don't really know. I think it depends on the type So some things probably would stay in the soil, but whether it would have a big effect on subsequent crops, I doubt it.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
About 20 years ago, I visited a farm up in Maine called the Kelmscott Farm. And they were basically a holding place for the old standard varieties of livestock. So is there currently with the U.S. so open to GMOs? Do we have a seed saving exchange bank that is also saving some of those old heritage varieties of seeds? And if so, are they privately held or are they governmentally held?
Well, now you're getting into something that's a little out of my area. So I guess I don't really know for sure. But there are seed banks. I think most of them are privately held in this country. Yeah.
Question about testing. So is testing for GMO organisms gets more and more, I guess, more easy to detect at lower levels? How is that changing, or is it having any impact on is detectable?
Yeah. Yeah, it will have an effect because the way the law is written, it says detectable. And then when it talks about detectability, it basically says words to the effect of using at least this level of technology or the best technology available. So as technology becomes more sensitive, then yes, more and more products will fall into that category. Presumably.
I have a question about this GMO situation. The health benefits and the detriment to the health of people, especially those who are receiving GMO foods in underdeveloped countries, it is not healthy for the people that are already experiencing starvation and all of those things. But it can also affect us here because we have so many preservatives and additives already in the foods, and now we have genetically modified food. So what is the aspect of health in this?
That's kind of a wide-ranging question.
But it affects us all.
It does affect us all. I think that the scientific studies that have been done so far have not found any ill health effects from consuming GMO products. That's the official FDA position.
But now the European one, for example, and they have, we believe, severe amount of studies. So I always find fascinating this tension that there is between the European studies and the US studies. So now just thinking as a citizen, as a consumer, like a soul, then how do we go about it? But it's so mainstream.
I don't have a good answer to that either. Because you see that in a lot of different areas. When we're talking about GMOs, but you can talk about food additives, you can talk about a lot of different things. And yes, the standards are not the same around the world. And it's not just between the US and Europe, it's different Asian countries. Sometimes things that we allow, they don't. Sometimes things they allow, we don't. And so who do we trust?
Yeah, I don't know. So, like, I'm just curious, to her point, like certain things like, was it yellow number 5 and some of these food dyes? What is it?
Red.
Yeah, red and some of these different colors that basically the EU has banned. And so when they're kind of maybe a little more progressive or a little more maybe not more progressive, but more cautious in terms of their approach with food additives and GMOs versus the way we operate. And then don't you get into a lot of situations with like World Trade Organization and stuff like that, which kind of dictates whether or not somebody can take the products coming from the United States. And so it kind of just gets flooded on the international markets, doesn't it?
Yes. Short answer to that is yeah.
The Northwest Coast, with the tribes that do the fishing there, now there is a GMO coming into their intellectual property rights and their cultural property rights are this very issue. So how is that affecting those representatives? Because ultimately it will cross into
they had BT corn and stuff like that in the 90s. Yeah. So it goes way back. We were studying BT corn when I was in college in 26. So, we've been done for some.
meat. You know, what are we supposed to eat? Cardboard?
You didn't like that lunch?
Now we're more of a statement. So it's farm bill time, y'all, and everything that you guys are talking about right now is directly involved in farm bill, from foreign trade to the types of foods that are grown to how we access food. So if there's ever a time to contact your legislator, to contact the people who represent you, it's right now. Like, the farm bill has not been signed. We're still in an extended farm bill right now. And if you have these concerns about your food system, now is the time you're listening. Like, we just had a major pandemic that affected our food system. And if ever they're putting money towards local farming and local food and stopping things like what you guys are talking about right now, it's now. So contact the people who you know in your area, even hyper-local. Like, that's the way you really make this change. And if it's important to you, within your reservation, within your county, within your district, contact your people. The farm bill still hasn't been voted on.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Regarding GMO trees, and I was wondering the impact on humans whenever they begin to smell the smoke, burning it, utilizing it. What do you know about that trees and our impact of the burning?
So smoke from GMO?
GMO, genetically modified trees that they have nowadays. Is there a major impact or study has been done?
I don't know if it's studied. Whatever you want to call it, my take on that would be there's probably not much surviving genetic material in that smoke. I would be a lot more concerned about the other health effects of that smoke before I was ever concerned about eating GMO.
I would think that the heat would destroy any type of DNA modification, denature the protein. So it would render it probably inert.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I have a question about gene editing. So, with gene editing, what is the status of what we know about how it affects health and quality of the food? Because that's largely not regulated. CRISPR.
Yeah.
It's actually less regulated, I think. It's less regulated in the area of human health than it's a very, very powerful technology that allows for very precise gene editing and gene insertion. And that is very, very powerful. And that makes it potentially very, very beneficial or very, very dangerous. Any other questions?
So you're talking about GMO. Okay, if somebody are the plants or what have you that are GMO, is there a possibility that they can cross-pollinate if they use pollination to drift to somebody that has non-GMO and they're not? They get a patent?
Yeah. That's, yes. In fact, some of the contracts that I talked about, they have restrictions about how far away similar crops.
So where does the advantage fall to then? For somebody that's planting such a crop and it's like the same one that's non-GMO, then who gets to plant what? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if I'm planting something that's non-GMO and Joe down here is planting it, then that keeps me from planting it. If his blows and crosses, they find out I have the genetic, then I can be sued for it, which I didn't plant in the first place.
It probably depends on who has deeper pockets.
But that's what the cultural property rights
culturally significant crops.
Well, those wind turbines will mess all that up if they let those go up.
Do they have an egg resource management plan with your tribe?
Excuse me?
Do you guys have an ARMP, an egg resource management plan?
Mr. Williams can address that.
We're still gathering information on that, so.
That's where that's the internal farm bill you have within your own government.
But I will say, in regards to the comment about the farm bill, is I've been tracking this over all farm bills. In 1989, tribes were mentioned 117 times. In the last farm bill, I counted 3,288. So there is progress, and our voice is being heard from that. And to the language of farm bill, I don't think there's been language in there yet on GLPs. But like she said, now we need to voice our concerns with their concerns. There are some good health factors you mentioned from third world countries that were eating rice, and there was that extra vitamin A that went into that, into those third world countries where nutrition is an issue. But then they stopped it or kept it from coming in. Was it cost?
No, it was really,
Just the fact that it was golden versus white rice?
yeah, it was kind of cultural, political.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I'd also like to point out with that the rice with the vitamin A is, why are people forced to eat a cup of white rice as their only food source for a day? Like, that's not a traditional diet. That they're being put on a survival diet there.
Well, if you're from Japan or China or something like that, that is a staple.
we have kids here in the United States.
Right.
This is on nutrition council.
Right, but like you introduce some vegetables, you don't make them grow crop or a full property, let them grow cucumbers and tomatoes and stuff like that, and that increases nutrition just as much as, say, the GMO patented vitamin A rice. Like, there's multiple ways to address a problem, and I think sometimes we get a little siloed in thinking there's only one answer.
Here, no. So if I'm not mistaken, the golden rice was actually created for Africa and Asian countries where they didn't have any other options at that point. So it was because of famine that it was created. I don't even think it's readily available in the United States. I don't think it was offered to us at all. It was specifically created with the intent to solve that vitamin A deficiency in those countries.
Right, but
That was the
my
idea.
point was, why are their diets so restricted that they only have white rice available to them?
Maybe because the soil is there, just because of the
Much more
accessibility.
Right, it's farming soil.
You know, we're talking about countries that are underdeveloped at all, like where, you know, we're just literally trying to get food into the mouths of people. And yeah, it is like a cellar. I agree. I understand what you're saying, but at the same point in time, I do know, and it's just like all of us in here. You know, we talk about community gardens and we talk about farming practices, and it's something that, especially in our developing nations across the world, we're really trying to focus on and getting the information and how to plant gardens, how to make the soil, you know, how to prep the soil in different parts of the world so that way these crops will grow or they can have a garden to support their community or their family. And in a lot of places it's not been brought back, right, since when it's been taken from them. I think it's very similar to what we're all here for. You know, I've been really elated to talk to a lot of you guys. You know, this community especially is so focused, and let's get back to putting gardens in place and putting our food sources right back in our communities. And I think that's where, you know, I love where your thought process is with that. But I think like the golden rice was strictly just to fill bellies of folks that don't have any.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to get down on that.
No,
Obviously,
I get it.
everybody has to eat.
It's just money. I
Yeah,
think
I'm
Hey, we've had a great discussion. Thank you, Dr. McGlynn. But I'm going to have to cut us off. Thank you, sir. Hey, and I just want to make a call out. We're canceling the rice dish for tomorrow's lunch, and we're switching straight sandwiches with a bunch of side vegetables over there. Just kidding. Hey, what's that? There we go. Hey, we are gonna take just a few minute break. If you guys get a drink, use the restroom. We'll reconvene. We're gonna switch out. We've got a new speaker coming up. Who do we have next? Let's see here. We have Cindy Luttrell. She's coming in with the Oklahoma Mesonet, and it's going to be very, very interesting in the presentation, and we'll tie a lot of the stuff in together in terms of some modern software systems that you can use to better improve your lives. So let's take a break, and we'll come right back. Hey, let's give them if we could start getting ourselves back into position, and we'll get started on our next speaker. We'll go ahead and pull our presentation up. You see it on there? There it is, right there. Down, down, down. Mezzanine. All right, come on back in and we'll get started. I'm turning over to Courtney. I'm just trying to. Sure. All right. Hey, I need that little. Oh, it's right here. Okay, so our next speaker is Cindy Luttrell. She's the director of the Oklahoma Mesonet. Now raise your hand if you've heard of Oklahoma Mesonet. All right. Well, this is a powerful tool. It's going to be really, really good. You got it? You got the app? I got the app too. So anyway, she's the director of Oklahoma Mesonet, a cutting-edge weather monitoring network that provides real-time weather data from 120 locations across the state of Oklahoma. A partnership between Oklahoma State University and the University of Oklahoma, the Mesonet equips citizens and stakeholders, especially in the agricultural and natural resources management, with tools to make data-driven decisions. Cindy grew up in Oklahoma and holds a BS in meteorology from the University of Oklahoma. With extensive experience in operational weather networks, she is committed to ensuring that communities have access to vital weather information for enhanced resilience and preparedness. Outside of work, Cindy enjoys exploring the outdoors with family and friends, so she's probably a lot just like all of us in this room doing the same thing. So if you could offer Cindy a warm welcome and turn it over to Cindy Luttrell.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. It's humbling to be here to listen to your stories and concerns about having a sustainable lifestyle and worries related to our food and plants that we care greatly about. And so hopefully today I can show you some tools to help you make better data-driven decisions when it comes to your daily lives. All right, so we're going to try holding this so I can see what slide. All right, so the Oklahoma Mesonet, we actually celebrated our 30th anniversary this year, but the concept for the Mesonet traces back to the disastrous 1984 flood in Tulsa over Memorial Day weekend. Unfortunately, widespread devastation that weekend for the city of Tulsa. And during that time, Dr. Ken Crawford on the left, he was working for the National Weather Service in Tulsa, and he was very frustrated by the lack of real-time rain reports during that event. He felt like if they had more real-time rain reports, they could have better warned for the flood. Even though warnings went out, he just felt they were not adequate. At the same time, Dr. Ron Elliott at Oklahoma State University was also very frustrated by the lack of real-time weather observations for agricultural purposes. Dr. Crawford on the left decided to leave the National Weather Service because he realized he would never be successful in starting a new federally run weather network while working for the federal government. So he left the federal government and became director of the Oklahoma Climatological Survey at the University of Oklahoma. Luckily, those two found each other. Instead of trying to make competing weather networks, they worked together and went to our legislature, and they agreed that, wow, these two competing universities can agree on this. We should probably give them some money. And so that all happened in the late 80s, early 90s. Our very first station was installed in 1991 in Stillwater and was commissioned January 1st, 1994. We have 120 stations today. We have at least one station in every single county. That's very important to us. And then here's just a diagram of what a station looks like. So they're a 30-foot tall tower. That's the world standard height for taking a wind measurement. We use still towers because when Mother Nature throws things at it in really strong winds, we don't want it to break.
And then we are also in the middle of fields. A pasture is our preferred location. So we're in the middle of nowhere, away from power lines, away from phone lines. And so we use solar power, batteries, and wireless communication systems to talk to our sites. Here's just a map showing where all of our locations are. So even though there's a town name listed there, the name is the nearest town. Again, we're generally located in rural locations. A pasture is ideal because that's what's representative of the larger area, not, you know, the airport. And then the different colored dots just show the type of property. So people allow us to be on their property free of charge. And so most of the properties that we're on are actually just ranchers across the state. But we do also have stations at every OSU agricultural research station, a few University of Oklahoma properties, and then a few federal partners that allow us to share property with them. So as you can imagine, when you put stuff in the middle of Mother Nature wants to do Mother Nature stuff. And so the grass grows, bugs come in, critters come in, because that's their home. And so we have field technicians that drive. We'll go ahead and move on to the next one. That's loud. We have field technicians that go to our sites on a routine basis, and they mow the grass. They clean the sensors. They test the sensors. This is pictures of our rain gauges being tested. Our rain gauges, they're so important, but they're so finicky. We want to make sure they're always working. So when our technicians visit the sites, they test the rain gauges, they clean the rain gauges, and then they test them again. And that gives us how they found them and how they left them, and we can make sure that they are working properly under both conditions. So all the sensors are cleaned, the site's maintained, and that happens 3 to 4 times a year, or additional visits as needed if something breaks. So our weather stations constantly recording the weather, and every 5 minutes we collect those observations from the sites, and then we process them with our computers, and we make 1,000 different products and put them on our website for people to use however they need. But it's great that we have all these weather observations, and if you're just interested in like how cold is it right now, like that's great, but there's like so many other things that you can do with it. And so we take those weather observations and then we put context to them. So we have a lot of different agricultural tools that we create. We have fire tools, public safety tools, climate tools. Just put that in, that it's really cold today, but like in the context of a normal December day, like how cold was that really? And we try to put those in context so that way you guys can make better use of them. So for farms specifically, we've done a variety of studies to try to quantify the economic benefits of our various products. For farming specifically, one study found that a farm had a median value of $1,000 per farm, an average value of $11,000 per year per farm. But like it did show like there is economic benefits, and then just some examples of like which things were most important. Unfortunately, in Oklahoma, irrigation it's a big O pivot, and you just turn it on no matter what. And so for at least a large crop, the pivots was not as important as the other tools. But when it comes to pest and disease control, prepping and preparing and harvesting your crops, farmers did report that they found a lot of value in it. So that's really cool, but I'm sure there's more that we can do. We have all these weather stations, we get all the data from them, but it doesn't matter unless you guys can access it. So we have a website. I heard somebody a minute ago say they have the app. We have free apps in your app store for Mesonet, or for iOS and Android. And just go to your app store and look for Mesonet. You can download us for free. But we also have a website that is now mobile friendly also, and you can go there and access the weather data anytime you want. If you're watching the TV weather and they have the maps on there with all the little tiny towns listed on it, that's our data, but you can actually get to it anytime by going to our website. So when you go to our website, it'll probably be defaulted to Norman because we had to pick a site to default to. But if you click on the little change icon there, you can change it to whatever your closest site is. And you can even tell it, like, I don't know what my closest site is, tell me, and it'll find it for you. So the main things we'll talk about today are the weather tab, the forecast tab, and the agriculture tab. And so if you go to the weather tab on the website, you'll see that you'll have some most popular options along the top. So local weather, that's just the current conditions for your favorite mesonet site. Radar, we don't run the radars, that's the National Weather Service, but as a convenience, we do provide that data on the website. And then rainfall, all of our rain gauges. And then, of course, a lot of other stuff down here on the bottom. But we have hundreds and hundreds of maps. And so here's just an example of one of our rainfall maps. You can look at the 1 hour rainfall, the 3 hour rainfall, the 24-hour rainfall, the 365-day rainfall, everything in between. And so as you guys could probably guess, our rain gauges are a point measurement right exactly where they are. And so we work with the River Forecast Center in Tulsa. They take our rain gauge data and then they combine it with the radar estimates to get a better guess of what happens over the larger area. So like, you know, you drive a mile down the road from a rain gauge, it can be totally different. Just like, you know, your neighbors across town, maybe you got 3 inches and they got 10 inches. It can vary widely, especially certain times of the year. And so these color overlays are created by the River Forecast Center in Tulsa. And so we add those onto our rainfall maps. So like you know that you're north of your favorite mesonet site and you got more or less than that number that's listed on the map. We also have things like wind speed and wind direction. That's really fun to follow when we have cold fronts coming through. And then air temperature, which we're getting into cold season, and so we can watch that freezing line move across the state and hopefully stay to the north or to the south if you're hoping the bugs will finally die. And then, so we have a lot of above the ground, you know, like where we are measurements, but we also have subsurface measurements. So we measure soil temperature and soil moisture under the sod, whatever is growing, whatever vegetation naturally grows there, and then also under bare dirt. So under sod, we have it at 2 inches, 4 inches, 10 inches, and 24 inches. So depending on what your needs are, we have a variety of depths. And then under bare soil, we have it at 4 inches. And that's just a picture of one of our bare soil plots. We do have to use herbicides to keep the grass from taking over on these and keep it bare, but we have a ring that we put around it to keep that from leaching out to the surrounding vegetation. So for our soil products, some of the ones we have, so this is a 1 day average 4-inch plant available water. And you can see different parts of the state and same type of value, but this is percent plant available water. And then we also have fractional water index. If we move over to the forecast tab, we'll cover the long range and the local and regional, probably the two most important options for you guys. In the long-term section, you kind of get those more climate view outlooks. And so this isn't going to be exactly what's the high, exactly what's the low, exactly how much rain, but is there a chance for warmer than normal temperatures, colder than normal temperatures, warmer or wetter or drier. And so there's a variety of options. Up above it, it's 3 to 7 days, but here we have 6 to 10 days, 8 to 14 days, and then 1 month. And then there's also seasonal outlooks that you can check out. Now they're not perfect, but they're really great tools to get that idea of like, we're probably gonna have a big cold front come through and it's gonna cool off, or we were in a drought for a while, and we could see in these maps, okay, it really does look like we have a rainy period coming up. We're going to be wet again. In the local and regional tab, the forecast, again, we are experts at telling you what already happened, not what's going to happen. So we get the forecasts from the National Weather Service, and these are the point forecasts for the mesonet site, your favorite mesonet site. And then my favorite part of this, though, is if you click on the hourly graph, you'll get a graph like this, because I think it's cute when they tell me it's going to be, 65 tomorrow, but they leave out the part that the wind's going to be out of the north at 30 miles an hour. I think I want my jacket if that's the case. So clicking on this forecast graph, you can see that hourly detail of the screenshot was from last year, but a south wind gusting to 30 miles an hour, and it's going to be around 60 degrees. Technically, there's no wind chill at 60 degrees, but I want my jacket. And then when the cold front's going to come through. So on this particular example, you can see a cold front coming through on the right side where the wind barbs go from being on the bottom, pointed up to the top. So the next part, so that we just went through the weather and the forecast section, we're going to go over to the past data section now. And so if you need some past data, so not data from today or even yesterday, you need to know the last month or something from last year, you'll want to go to the past data section and then over to Mesonet resources. If you were already familiar with our website, we did just change all of this about 2 months ago. So if you go there and it looks different, that's why we finally got that part modernized. But some areas of interest here are station monthly summaries, daily data retrieval, or I can't find what I'm looking for, help me, which is request data. We have long-term average maps that will show you a 15-year average for each of the Mesonet sites. This particular one shows the average high temperature for July in 2022. And so I don't miss that. But you could do that, even for this month, it's wow, it seems kind of warm this morning. What's the average November low? And get a look at that. So here it's showing for a specific year, but if you check that box for the departure from average, it'll then tell you, oh, that was 6 degrees warmer than average. And so it puts it in context. We also have a time series version of that. So if you want to see something over a line graph over a year, this is one for precipitation. I like this one because it kind of shows you wow, for the whole year, we're way down, we're just about right, or we're way over. And you can see those variations throughout the year. So here in this particular one, in July, there was a wet period, and then it kind of got back to normal. Station monthly summaries, if you're dealing with really old data, if anyone's here is familiar with the Co-op Observer program, this is kind of copied off of that, where it just shows the station max, the station min, average, how much rain fell in every single calendar day of the month, and then the monthly totals and averages. And again, daily data retrieval is I can't figure out where this data is, please find it for me, and you can fill out a form, and it'll email you the data. And then again, if you want to, I don't know what I need help, please help me. We have forms that you can contact us for help, and we're happy to get that for you. All right, so over to the agricultural section. I heard this morning someone was talking about pesticide drift. So hopefully we'll get into that here in this section. So all of our ag tools are under the agriculture tab. One that was really important until a week ago was drought. And so if you click on the drought section, you'll see now the U.S. Drought Monitor, that's not us, but we have lots of resources here that our partners make. So the U.S. Drought Monitor, relative greenness, that's a satellite measurement that looks at how green everything is, and then we have a historical archive that says it's more green or less green than normal. And then again, rainfall summaries by climate division is another really good one. In the commodities section, we've got our crops, horticulture, livestock, natural resources. As you click on each of those sections, you'll get a variety of options. So if you go into crops, you got alfalfa, corn, cotton, and those are just all the different crops or horticulture items in which we have special tools. So here we go, Drift Risk Advisor. So this is a tool that was created to help you know that you probably should not spray because it's probably going to drift over to your neighbors, and that's not cool. So you can go here and you can either get the current conditions. I want to go do it now. Is it all right? You can get a forecast. I'm thinking about doing it tomorrow. Is that reasonable? Or somebody damaged my crop. I need to look backwards and see what those conditions were to see if that was a bad time to spray. Or maybe you need to keep files for that kind of stuff. So anyway, so if you click on current conditions, you know, there's no inversion right now, probably good to go. Let's see. Oh yeah, so here's the forecast. And on this particular example, you can see it's too windy and it's telling you no, you should not spray. So anyways, it's just a tool to kind of help you make better decisions. And one of the things that we do measure are inversions, which are very critical for creating the conditions that can cause this drift.
Cindy, can you just tell them one thing, so about the misnomer about wind speed, and sometimes people think, oh man, if the wind is like 1 mile an hour, 2 mile an hour, and it's like, oh, this is the perfect time to spray. But they're not thinking about the thermal inversion part of it, and so they're basically spraying, and then it's thermal inversion, and it just immediately wind picks up and it goes up to the negative. So
yeah,
it's not just wind speed.
Yeah, it's not just wind speed; it's inversion. And we actually used to include dispersion values on that tool, but research showed us that that was not appropriate. And so, again, those of you that are already familiar with the tool, in the last year we did remove the dispersion side of that because inversion was the most important thing. And so we actually have a thermometer at 1.5 meters, which is head level, and then at 9 meters, which is like 30 feet. And so those are the two values that we use to determine if an inversion exists at the mesonet site. So yeah, that's, wind speed is not the only part, very important. Okay, so just an example of one of our ag tools, Alfalfa Weevil Advisor. You can see, you know, this doesn't run year round. It's only when you're growing alfalfa and you're worried about weevils. This tool is available, but for all of our ag tools, the one thing I really do want to point out is, oh, I heard somebody this morning talking about fact sheets. We love fact sheets. Make all the fact sheets. And so we have our own version of an OSU fact sheet for each of our tools because, I mean, I don't know how to use some of these. I'm not a farmer, but they're very helpful. Our goal is to make sure people know how to use them. So those are down there at the very bottom. First Hollow Stem Advisor. I don't know if you guys grow wheat, winter wheat out in these parts, but that's available in the beginning of the year. Then pecan scab, oh yeah, you guys like pecans out here. Pecan scab advisor, lasts 14 days and season long. And again, that one is not currently in season. Cattle comfort advisor, so we love our cows and they have a different heat index and wind chill because cows don't sweat, so like humans sweat. And so there's a different equation that we use to determine heat index or wind chill for cattle. And so this is that tool basically. It just does a daily max and a daily min. Just to help farmers, you know, be better informed if conditions are being met. Let's see. Oh yeah, and then so anyways, a lot of different things in our agriculture section, but one other thing I want to, this one, it's in our fire section, but it crosses over into the ag world, and that's prescribed fire. So most fires, 90% of fires in Oklahoma are prescribed burns, not bad, scary burns. And we do have a tool to help people, you know, like the Drift Risk Advisor, we have a tool to help people know, like, yeah, the conditions are probably okay to do this if you know what you're doing. Or, no, you should probably not do this today. And so there's a button at the very top you can click for use conditions for beginning burners, and those are some defaults that we have in for people that are not doing this every day for their professional job. And then you can go in and put in your parameters, or if you have wind directions that are a concern, you can go through and tag those. And it'll tell you, no, you probably shouldn't burn this afternoon, but maybe tomorrow morning's okay. And so just kind of help you identify, using data to help you identify, like, maybe it's not a good time to do it, or maybe it is an okay time to do it, just to kind of help you through that decision process to make the best decision. So anyways, I just wanted to wrap up with, we have a lot of tools. We're happy that we're able to put the data into context for y'all. But the other not fun thing about having all this data is we get to capture all the crazy Oklahoma weather that happens. Having these towers in place for 30 years allows us to see the boring weather and the not so boring weather. So we'll start with like our greatest annual rainfall. Again, because we have the data, we can see that 2015 was like our wettest year that we have experienced. I'm sure we've had wetter years. There just weren't that many data points to capture it. And so, again, we have our friends from the River Forecast Center provided the overlay, which we ran out of numbers. And so everything is black in southeast Oklahoma. We can capture things like we set the state record for the coldest temperature on record for the state of Oklahoma in 2011 up at Nowata. 2011 was not a good year. I think we broke like every record possible in 2011. As a climate office, we were so happy when 2011 was over. It was not cool. It was cold. It was cold, and then it was hot, and then it was tornado-y. So one of the things that we're really proud of at the Mesonet is whenever we have an extreme, it was like, wow, I think we just broke the state record. Well, because we are so particular about calibrating all of our sensors, before the sensors go out into a station, we put it in a chamber and we make sure it works when it's cold, and it works when it's hot, and it works when it's humid, and it works when it's dry, and everything in between. Because the manufacturer would be like, yeah, we tested this. It works perfectly at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're like, well, that's cute. Well, what about negative 31? And so we have that record showing that when it went out to the site, it was totally fine. We have a record for every time our technician was out there cleaning it. We have a record that for every day that it was there, it worked perfectly fine. And then the next day, we sent our technician out into the snow to go retrieve our sensor because we're like, we broke state record. We got to test it and make sure it's, it was right. And so he went out and he retrieved it in the snow and brought it back. And that's the test sheet showing like, yep, it worked perfectly fine at negative 31 degrees. And so we were able to go to the committee that blesses an observation as the state record and show them, yeah, okay, we got a good case here. And they accepted that. 2011 was we broke the nation record for the state hottest summer on record. So we even beat out Texas that year. And so we set the national record for the hottest state summer in 2011 after setting the record for the cold. And then also in 2011, we broke the record for the highest observed wind speed when the El Reno tornado clipped our site, and we measured 151 miles per hour. Thank you, guy wires and field technicians that keep those tight, and steel towers. And the only thing that got broken at that site was the wind sensor that's at this height, a piece of sheet metal, and it just destroyed it and wrapped the sheet metal around the site. But everything else was fine. So anyways, that worked. So there's that sheet metal that took out our cup anemometer. But hey, look, it missed the radiation shelters with our thermometers inside. And it missed the guy wires, so that was good. Because the guy wires are the only thing holding that tower up. So that's now the state record for observed wind. There's our apps again. If you want to go to your app store. And then one other thing, I don't know if we have anyone in this room that's not from Oklahoma. Awesome. Where are you guys from? Oh, you guys have a Washington Mesonet. I'm not sure how much of the state it covers, though, but you do have a Washington State Mesonet. So we have Mesonet friends all over the country now. We were not the first Mesonet, but we were the first statewide network, and we were the first statewide network that was intended to be multi-purpose. There were a lot of agricultural networks around, or various proprietary type networks, but we were the first one that were like, we want to work for everybody. I don't want to be just agriculture, just researchers. And we're very happy to say we now have friends all over the country because we're funded by the state of Oklahoma, so we don't leave Oklahoma, but we help others like, hey, this is how we did it, and now we have a whole community across the nation. We also now have what's called the National Mesonet. The federal government recognizes that this has value, and so for, maybe 10 years now, we've had a public-private partnership, not just our Mesonet, but other networks across the entire nation, where the federal government purchases our data, which helps support us, and then they provide that data to the National Weather Service and national agencies, so that way they can use the data to make better informed decisions also. But anyways, that's all I wanted to cover today. I want to say thank you, and please know that this is all online, available for you to use however you need it. And if you have ideas on how we can improve something, I would love to hear about it. You can contact me at cindy@ou.edu, and I'd love to hear from you.
So Cindy, don't go anywhere yet. So we're going to give out 3 hats. And they're going to be all questions around Mesonet. So, question, are Mesonet locations on private or public property?
Both.
Are they more public or more private? Oh, you guys are good. So, whoever answered both those questions, Craig, first person to come down here and get a hat. You got 3 hats. We got one right there. Here you go.
Thanks, sir.
Uh-huh. Do you have one more trivia question you can think of?
How many Mesonet sites have been destroyed by tornadoes? Oh, was it him back there? Oh, right there. Oh, yep, there she is. Yeah, so we actually, today is 2011. Today in 2011, we had our only 2 sites destroyed by tornadoes, and they also happened to be on OSU research farm property, and they were actually destroyed by the same tornado. And even though they're in completely different counties, far apart, it was kind of like a freak of nature thing. So today is the anniversary of that. It was kind of the highlight ending of 2011. We haven't had that many sites hit by tornadoes, but we did have 2 on Monday. Yeah, Monday. We had 2 more sites hit by tornadoes just this past Monday. So I don't know what's going on with November and tornadoes, but they like our Mesonet sites that month for some reason.
Awesome. All right, thank you. And who answered that last one?
Also, 2011 was the first year of the gardening for the College of the Muscogee Nation. 2 years back to back, we had a drought, 2011 and 2012.
That was a terrible drought.
That garden has survived since.
I think that's quite a testament to survive all of that. Yeah. Congratulations to that.
I just wanted to share something I mentioned earlier. These are the T-scan units I mentioned on the tribal trust land. So at lunch, I did get a message. I'll be seeking 3 more tribes in Oklahoma that want to receive those. What happened between the BIA and NRCS is we were not having a lot of these networks on tribal trust land. So that's what stemmed that. So, and then I'll also be reaching out to the TECO members of you in this room, you know who you are, to develop a curriculum for next spring to roll out with all the tribes.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Yeah, thank you. And can I get a big thank you for Cindy? That was awesome. If anybody, I went through a 2-day training with Mesonet, and it was awesome. And so if you're a producer, or if you're in some educational position that you think you need or want to do a more advanced version of what she presented today, I'm pretty sure you can reach out to them. There's lots of people in that class, and they do those classes fairly regularly. So reach out to Cindy. If you don't have her contact information, just I think it's cindy@ou.net or ou.edu. Yeah, there you go. Right there. Sorry. My memory, you have a good memory, huh? Just kidding. Anyways, Courtney, who do we have up next?
Curry Blankenship. You sure?
Yeah.
Hello again. So moving forward, we're going to introduce Curry Blankenship. He's going to talk about protecting our most valuable resource, water, OA. Curry Blankenship is an environmental specialist too for Muscogee Creek Nation Office of Environmental Services. Curry is a member of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians and the Muscogee Nation. Curry was born and raised in Tahlequah, where he graduated from NSU with a degree in environmental science and safety management. After college, Curry enlisted in the Marine Corps, where he served 6 years. Before coming to the Muscogee Nation, Curry worked for the Cherokee Nation environmental programs as an environmental technician and the United Katua Band, where he worked as their solid waste coordinator. So please welcome Curry Blankenship.
If we're short on time, I will get us caught up real quick, I promise. All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Curry Blankenship, Environmental Specialist, Muscogee Creek Nation. First, I want to give a shout out to our leadership, Principal Chief David Hill, Second Chief Dale Beaver. We are happy to have their support. Anything that we have going on, if these two are around, they are likely to show up, if not one or both. Also, I want to thank Mr. Asbill and the College of Muscogee Nation for having us and allowing us to be here today. So these are the boundaries of Muscogee Creek Nation. It covers 3 whole counties, 8 partial counties, if you don't know this. Over 3.1 million acres, and within these boundaries, there are over 100,000 members within this boundary. Better? So Muscogee Nation has had a water program since 2004. Our goal is to collect data and identify impaired water bodies within our nation. We have an additional goal to collect baseline inflow and outflow data of 18 watersheds that we collect quarterly. And I'll show you that later on in this presentation. Our 319 program is focused on the Wewoka watershed. We determine any kind of non-point sources. We also sample from the Deep Fork River, starting on Highway 56 and all the way to the refuge down there by Henrietta. Also, we just added 4 new sites. EPA threw some extra money at us, so we got an inflow and outflow to the Dustin Ranch, just south of us, that we monitor now. And then there's a ceremonial ground around Holdenville that we are looking at in an outflow. Okay, this is, when I refer to this 319 and 106, I mean with the Clean Water Act. EPA provides financial assistance for our 106 program, and we are able to develop a water quality program that ensures good water quality standards for our people. In 1987, EPA amended the Clean Water Act and added a 319 non-point source program. What we do with 319 is we do monitoring and technology transfer. I believe, I'm not sure when it was, but our GIS program got a network exchange grant that we use, and we input our data and share that with the EPA and other tribes in this area. Okay, if you can see to the top left, that's where we start on Highway 56 when we monitor Deep Fork, and then down there at the bottom right, and then somewhere in the middle there are 3 sources that we sample from. This is with our 319 program. And right here is, there's a certain plant here in Muscogee, I'm not going to say who it is, but they are permitted to treat and discharge over 4.1 million gallons per day. That's not why we're there, but they are permitted to treat and discharge over 4 million gallons of wastewater per day into this Deep Fork River. Yes, and that spot in the middle right there, that is that's the source. So these 3 locations, this one on the right is about 50 yards from the source. Then we sample at the source and then 50 yards below. And then that last point I showed you on the map, that was on downriver. So Highway 56 gives us a good baseline before you get to this, and then in the refuge afterwards. I will say in this middle right here, we're at the source point, like the nitrogen and ammonia levels are just through the roof. They're like non-detects. They don't even register on our in-house lab when we test, and I'll show you pictures of that here in just a little bit.
What industries or what is the source of that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll tell you guys, it's a company in local called Kelco, and they make a product called xanthan gum. They also have another line, a new product line that they brought on. It's very similar to xanthan gum, so they're using basically bacteria to produce a byproduct that is a food-grade additive. You're probably familiar with it. Recently, they've been in the news for the noise that their air compressors have been creating in the community. You may have seen me on TV a few times. But really, what's that?
It was all the way to Oklahoma City.
Yep.
I said, I know him.
I was on Channel 2, but I called everybody in the whole state. I called the EPA, called everybody. But long story short, the noise is a significant annoyance, but there's also significant potential environmental impacts, specifically on the water. And this new line, I don't think they have a full-fledged point source distribution permit yet. It's like a temporary. So they're operating under a temporary, from what I know. And so Accreditation got involved, thank God, and they're monitoring in conjunction with the Department of Wildlife, Fish and Wildlife Service, to monitor the outflow of this. And so I don't want to steal your thunder.
No.
That's where we're at. I mean, if it wasn't for Accreditation and our environmental department looking after our rights as a sovereign tribal nation, but also it looks after the rights of non-Indians in this area. There's some serious water quality issues coming out of that plant.
And here in just a second, I got a funny story that goes with what he just said. So I took this back in March or April, if I'm not mistaken, and I have another, my coworker, his name is Drew, he's not here, but he helps me out a lot. If I got someplace Mr. Williams needs me to be, Drew's on it. And so for the summer really, Drew has been down there doing the sampling. So October comes around and he's like, well, I'll go down there. I ain't been down there in a while. And that's what I come to. And so I pull up like, wow, has it been that long? Or am I in the right place? And there's a drilling crew out there and they're putting pipe in the ground. And so I pull up in my truck and we're just kind of looking at each other and who are you? Who are you? Why are you here? What are you doing here? And like, how long have you guys been doing this? Well, we've been here since August. Like, I go back, report to Mr. Williams. Well, maybe you should be going down there a little bit more. But so he said, are you going to sample here? Like, well, I'm going to try, yeah, if I can. And so I was able, actually, what they were doing is fixing the diffuser down there. So I was able to get down there. On the left here, you see it was really easy to access and collect my samples. And while I was doing that, I found these mussels, which is one of the things that we look for down there, especially on Deep Fork, is the mussel kills, the harmful algae blooms, fish kills, if there are any. I don't really know when these happen, or if they even happen at this spot. More than likely, yes, but you know, all I can do is take a picture and report it, and next time I go back down there, I would like to grab some of the bigger ones for, you know, cases like this, where I can show you guys, this is what we're doing, this is what we're looking for. While I'm down there taking my samples, someone from Kelco walks up. Who are you? Why are you here? Oh, they said, you know, you didn't know what we were doing. We've been here for a while. She was very nice, and she told me who she was, and I told her who I was, what I was doing, and just like, I'm not here to cause any trouble yet. But I'm just here I'm looking after the harmful algae blooms, the fish kills, this and that, just monitoring. This just happens to be one of our spots. She was good with that. Okay, go about your business. So these are the major waterways that go through our nation right here. 3 of these rivers are actually on DEQ's impaired water list. I believe it's the Cimarron, Arkansas, and Verdigris. Cimarron, I think, starts around Colorado, is one of the reasons why that river is on the impaired water list. Arkansas is because a lot of the orphaned oil wells that they're finding in that river now. Same thing with Verdigris up there around northern Oklahoma. They're finding a lot of orphaned oil wells, and just in the area, not in the river, but around the area, and it's causing a lot of contamination in those rivers. Oh, another thing I want to point out, almost every one of these lead to Lake Eufaula, which is a big water source for a lot of our tribal members for their drinking water, and within the rural areas as well. So these are some of the major reasons why we monitor these locations. 106 sampling locations are down south. Wewoka Creek is what we call it. These are where they take place. We start left of Wewoka and work all the way up to Walika. And these are the 6 spots that we do monthly and report back to EPA.
Can you talk about just real quick what water quality parameters you guys are testing as? Are you guys doing like turbidity?
Yes, and yeah, well, I'll get into that in a minute. Yeah. And our quarterly, our 18 watersheds that we sample quarterly, they go north of Manford, south of Holdenville, almost to Seminole and Muscogee, and everywhere in between. This far to the right by Gore, that's Greenleaf outflow is what we test. That's in Cherokee Nation's territory. Call them, let them know, hey, we're sampling here. They're cool with it. In the summer, it gets pretty, you know, especially with the bacteria and the E. coli, it's pretty high. So in those cases, we let, you know, the local leadership know, hey, you might be on alert. We're at a high number for E. coli bacteria, yeah, you know, accordingly. So the method that we use is the grab method. In this top picture here, you see a rope and bucket. Just stand at your water source, launch the bucket, make sure it's submerged about 80% below the water surface. Pull it up, put it in a 500 milliliter plastic container, and then we take it back to our in-house lab. Let's see, and these other pictures are just some of the equipment that we use in our in-house lab. Let's see, yeah, this is just some of the testing equipment that we have in our laboratory. And these are the parameters that we look for. I'm not going to get into every one of these. If you want to know more about them, you know, I can get these to you if you need to.
From all of this, what is your biggest concern, and what do you think is the biggest opportunity?
The biggest concern?
And the biggest opportunity, like if we were to focus on one systemic solution for water, what could that be for the Muscogee Nation?
Well, that's a good question, actually. Right now, we're conducting a trend analysis, is what we're doing. They're like, why are we sampling these locations? What, you know, we can't just sample and just send it off. Like, here, this is what we're doing. These are the results. We're putting together a trend analysis, seeing if there's any kind of trend and any kind of effects that, you know, mostly agriculture is what we're looking at. The effects that agriculture has on our water, and There are other entities like Bureau of Land Reclamation that have projects that we can do. One of the projects that we're doing is at Dustin Ranch, where we are building a dam and a pond. I think back in 2018, 2019, somewhere around there, when it flooded a lot, it blew out that dam. So we're restoring that pond and rebuilding the dam, and our friends at Uchi Butterfly Farm are going to put plants for the pollinators when we're finished. So right now, yeah, we are seeing what the need is and the kind of projects that we want to go after. Did that answer your question?
Would there be a health concern that you track in order to the E. coli that comes up when you report that to leadership? Is that a health concern?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and that's why we report that. Like, hey, there was a high number in bacteria, E. coli, coliform. You might want to alert your citizens of whichever town that you're in. This is some of the gear that we use. On the left and right are the sondes that we use. We have 3 of these now, which actually help Drew and I a lot. That way we can split up. We don't have to be together. So if I want to do our 106 sampling, I can do that and send Drew to do the 319. And the more sampling sites we have, the busier we get each month. So that's a good thing. In the middle is our turbidimeter. We have 2 of those, so it's easier for us to split up now. These are some of the tests that we have: alkalinity, phosphorus, phosphate, potassium, high and low range ammonia. These are all EPA approved tests that we do in our in-house lab. And this is Big Blue. This is our water truck. You may have seen this around town or out front here. This is what we do our sampling. This is very conspicuous. You can't hide in this thing. And some of the places that we have to go, you can't get there in Big Blue. So we have our side-by-sides, like the Dustin Ranch when we're working on the pond. We take these guys out. And this guy, he's a lot of fun. Haven't got to use him lately. Every now and then I'll just take him around the parking lot just to keep the battery going, make sure he doesn't die. And these are my favorite. Okay, sometimes we just can't get there on 2 wheels, so we got to go upstream, and what I like to say is we play Huck Finn. And, but these are a lot of fun.
Is that how you do all your fish collections?
Yes. Yes. I got a little, retractable rod and reel. And this is how we do our sampling. The easiest way to get to these waterways is from a bridge. It's public access. You don't have to worry about snakes or the environment or dogs or chiggers or ticks, just cars. As you see, we're wearing our yellow here, and we always got the hazard lights on, but it's pretty easy way to get our samples. And then these are just some of the sampling sites that I just thrown in here. Of course, the top left is on the Arkansas. Notice the river spirit in the background. Middle is, I believe this is behind a tribal member's home. We had a concern from a tribal member, and we went to go just investigate what was going on there. And then to the right is Wewoka Creek. And this just looks cool. I always feel like Vern from Stand By Me when we sample from here. I'm serious, you have to watch for the trains. And it's pretty high up there, but it just makes for a cool picture, I thought. And there's Drew and I out in the kayaks. I don't know if we were calibrating our machines that day or looking at something. It was just, I can't remember what we were doing, but yeah, we can't always get to where we need to be on wheels. And then some of the hazards that we come across besides dogs, and haven't ran into any bears or wild hogs yet, but this is about as good as it gets for now. And that's us in our in-house lab. Notice Drew, he's got the gloves and the coat and the safety glasses. The reason why I don't have any safety glasses is because I'm reaching for a pin. I'm not really doing anything. And sometimes we do domestic well testing for tribal members. Now this comes through housing. Tribal member says, hey, something's wrong with my water. Housing sends us a request, we go. Now these tests we send to an accredited lab because As much as I like to think I am, I'm not a chemist. So we send these to Accurate or Green Country Testing in Tulsa, and we get the analytical data back, and based on what they give us, we make our recommendations. And for the most part, it's a water filter will take care of their problems. Yes, ma'am.
What is the life cycle of a well like this, and how long do they last, and how much does it cost?
Yeah, okay.
Those will vary quite a bit because it depends on your location. The ones that are down around, like you fall in that area, they have a lot of sand in them because it's kind of a sandy soil. So we'll run into where they will clog their filters up. They have a relatively high water pressure because once the drought is, instead of picking up water, it's picking up all the sand. So we have problems with that. Around Bristow and south of Bristow, we have really high iron because of all the oil wells around there and the fracking and the different ones. So we have to look at the different locations. We have some pretty good ecosystems, even the Muscogee Creek Nation. So they're all just a little bit different. Some of them last for years, some of them not so long. It just depends, and those systems are right at about 10 grand.
Does it depend on like the water table?
Yep.
Because at our well in Newcastle, we had to go 125 feet.
Yeah. Some people go relatively short, 65, 75, then some of them are on really deep to get there. And so
There was a
that's a good question, but it's going to depend on the topography of your location and what your geological setting is. Thank you.
There was a lady in Hannon, hers was 800 feet. Yeah.
So y'all have a program in place to help those tribal members that they're having water quality issues through the well?
Yes, ma'am.
So is any of our water paths, waterways here in Oklahoma, are any of them having the forever PFCs in the water?
Say again.
Forever chemicals?
PFAS.
Oh, PFAS. That's on the horizon, and that's one of the challenges that we're bringing up. EPA is going to start looking at this, but it's cost so much just to, and I think the level is what, to the billions?
It goes way down. It goes like $300.
Yeah, just for one test. And so that's one of the issues that we're going to bring up to EPA. Okay, if you're going to start regulating this, or we need more funding to do so because we can't do it with what we got.
Okay, I'm going to ask, everything looks yucky. What's the silverly new thing that's in that photo? What is it?
That is a lamp, actually, and I believe that.
It's a what?
A lamp, heat lamp.
Oh. Okay. I'm educated now. I just had to ask. I mean, it's shiny and
It kind of is. Good question.
That's an empty wine bottle.
It's really a steal. That's what it is. And sometimes we get calls about oil spills. Not so much here in Creek Nation, but outside our boundaries. And the reason why that's so important to us is because they're close by to waterways that eventually lead into the Canadian or Arkansas or Cimarron. This one actually was in southwest Oklahoma. It was a ways away, and when they report these to the NRC, they tell EPA, it trickles downhill. Chief finds out, he tells Mr. Williams tells me, we go check it out, just to make sure that they are treating it in the way that they should be. And if it happens again, then we kind of covered our ends there. This one right here was, I'm not sure exactly where this was at, but it was like a private family-owned company. And Mr. Williams sends Drew and I down there, and we get into town, and I call the gentleman, and say, I'd like to speak to Mr. So-and-so. You're talking to him? Okay. Well, I'm calling in regards to this oil spill. What about it? Put the phone down, looked at Drew. It's going to be one of those. Okay. All right. So I was like, well, we're in town, and we just like to look. I'm Curry, Muscogee Nation. And So we get there, and of course we pull up in big blue. It says Muscogee Nation Environmental. We're a different little shade than he is, and it says water quality, and he changes real quick. And they were so polite, and it's like, oh, guys, what happened? So they're telling, it wasn't anything major, it's just a small little oil spill, and they jumped right on it. And everything when they report, everything in that report, everything I needed was there. I had numbers, names, the company, usually it's just anonymous, or there's just a phone number and maybe a person that you can't really get a hold of. But I had coordinates, and I was like, well, if you don't mind, can you take us to where it happened? Well, yeah, we're on our way out there. Come on, just follow us. Like, okay, great. So we get, and they did a good job. This to the right here is this little tributary that goes into this waterway that leads to the Canadian, actually. And they did a good job keeping it contained. The one on the far left, you can see the oil sheen in the water back there. They had diapers on the banks to suck up any kind of pollution, so they were on it. And within a day or two, it was going to be remediated pretty good. And so while we're taking our pictures and doing our little, field analysis, he walks up to me, because we're not anywhere near Muscogee Nation. Can I ask, how did you know about this? And of course, those that know me, I'd never miss a chance to be a smart aleck. I mean, got to be Indian to know that. Oh, what? It's like, no. It's like, when, I'll remember that. So I said, no, when you reported that early this morning, it rolls downhill, and here I am. Oh, okay, but they were so nice. Even his workers, they were very pleasant, very helpful. We were in and out. It was a good end. Okay, sometimes we get concerns from tribal members. This one on the top here, a tribal member come to our office because his neighbors, who were not tribal members, not trust land, you can kind of see the compound of RVs that are on this land. And these RVs had their little septic lines going into this waterway that's flowed behind both of their properties. He was on trust property. He was a tribal member. He just had a concern. Not much we can do, just determine what they're doing and turn it over to DEQ. But we were just there to get a closer look. In this case, the kayak would not have helped. You can see in the middle how it's just kind of deep in some points and not others. So we put our waders on and we're walking through this river, and I'm trying to get as close as I can to these RVs so I can get some pictures, and I'm being all in stealth mode and step on a little tree, crack in the air. And I can't see nothing. And Drew's like, hey, those are pit bulls. I was like, okay. It's like, sorry, this is the best I can do. So, and then below was a gentleman that, this was kind of interesting. He called, and the city, the city water left a notice on his door, if you don't fix this. They thought he had a water leak or a sewer leak, and it was leaking into his yard. I mean, that's what it looks like, but that wasn't the case. But they told him, you need to fix this or we're going to shut your water off. And so we went down there to check it out, and I called Mr. Hayes, who's pretty good at this. Hey, you got some more magic than I do. Can you call and put a halt to this real quick while we go check it out? And he was able to call whoever he needed to call. Yeah, go ahead, Ed. But it wasn't a leak in anything. There was a retention pond behind his property, and the drain hole, the top was kind of capped off, but there was a nest of raccoons living in it. So this retention pond was overflowing into this gentleman's property. Yeah. Okay, I'm actually going to read this to you because I don't want to mess this up. Midnight Rider, the Safety Act, 2005, was a popular transportation bill in the year 2005. You can credit Inhofe for this one, but and it was going to pass, and he inserted a one-paragraph rider in a 400-page bill, like anybody's going to read that, and filed that sucker at, 11:57 p.m., I think it was? That's why they call it the Midnight Rider. Pretty much in that little paragraph, and I'm paraphrasing, but it says, the state of Oklahoma has environmental jurisdiction on tribal lands, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And I remember when that happened, I was just a dumb college kid, and I was thinking, man, You know, environmental rights, fighting with the state, tribes fighting amongst each other. This would be a good gig to get into. This would be a career. Yeah, 20 years later, here we are. But, it kind of lay dormant for a while. Nobody really, paid much attention to it until McGirt happened. And Governor Stitt gets involved, and now we're kind of fighting this fight again. So on July 26, 2024, the 5 tribes in Oklahoma met with EPA. This actually happened down the road at River Spirit. Young lady, Emma, was with me. We got to attend. We were fortunate enough, and we just were there to observe because there were some heavy hitters in this room, and we were not them. But it was kind of neat to observe the consultation between the 5 tribes and EPA. Like, what are we going to do about this? And the latest statement from Muscogee Nation. Muscogee Nation clearly supports the withdrawal and reconsideration of the October 21st decision because Oklahoma's regulation over environmental resources within Indian country pose what Creek Nation considers to be important. Tribal environmental justice issues. Upon withdrawal, Muscogee Creek Nation proposes EPA imposes a set of consultation conditions. And Muscogee Nation believes these conditions are beneficial because of the following reasons. Number one, the state of Oklahoma has asserted in their comments to EPA that imposing consultation conditions would be unnecessary as they already have a meaningful engagement with the tribes. Muscogee Nation is concerned and believes that this is false. Any engagement with the state and us or any tribes is little to none. Any permit applications given to Muscogee Nation with little or no time to express concerns. The state does not assert that any attempts to confer with Muscogee Nation or tribes affected by such permits. Muscogee Creek Nation's position in that notice without opportunity to confer can hardly be referred to as meaningful engagement. Number 2, Oklahoma has systematically attempted to write off the importance of the presence of tribes. They feel that there are more Oklahoma citizens than there are tribal citizens around. Muscogee believes that the tribal citizens in Indian country who are also citizens of Oklahoma are far too many to declare statistically irrelevant. Muscogee Creek Nation demands for the state to engage in meaningful consultation prior to making any kind of impactful environmental decisions within Indian country. It has been recognized by the federal government that tribal governments are more directly accountable to the people they represent and are more aware of the problems facing Indian communities. This isn't Muscogee Creek Nation's total comments. I'm just paraphrasing each one, just so you know. Tribal consultation gives tribal citizens a voice, and they will be heard by the federal government and their representatives. The state claims in their comments to the EPA that the imposition of consultation conditions upon the state will amend the congressional statute, granting them authority to administer environmental regulatory programs. Consultation conditions are self-imposed responsibility that the state accepted when they asked to be the one to administer these regulatory programs in Indian country. And lastly, nothing in these conditions proposed by Muscogee Creek Nation will change the standards under which the state administered the programs. Muscogee Creek Nation simply requests that we just be engaged and involved in the decision-making process when you're there. That's all we're asking. And then finally, these are the water boys. This is me and Drew. And then that's our contact information. So any questions, comments, concerns? All right, Mado.
Meadow Curry. Okay, moving forward. Okay, so next we'll present Jeff Caskey. He's going to talk about the Intertribal Ag Council. Jeff Caskey is a technical assistance specialist and citizen of the Cherokee Nation. He is here today to tell us a little about the Intertribal Ag Council. So please welcome Jeff Caskey.
No problem. I'll just walk away and leave it hanging in here. A lot of y'all have probably heard this before, like my spiel before. I see a lot of familiar faces in here. So, like you said, my name is Jeff Caskey. I'm with the Intertribal Agriculture Council. Citizen Cherokee Nation. I've lived basically all my life in the Chickasaw Nation, where I reside. I'm a cow-calf producer down there. So like many of you, I'm an ag producer, a native ag producer. So I'm down by Tishomingo, Oklahoma, if any of y'all are familiar with that place. I am a technical assistant specialist. I serve eastern Oklahoma, and we'll get into this in a minute, and we'll kind of show you some of our areas, but we cover all 574 federally recognized tribes and Alaskan villages. So agriculture in Indian country, you know, is pretty diverse. So especially when we look at Oklahoma, in the eastern part of the state, you know, a lot of our tribes have a history in agriculture. In the western part of the state, maybe not so much. So it kind of varies with what agriculture looks like in Indian country. So we kind of deal on all levels of agriculture. And that can be like commercial sized agriculture. That can be, you know, urban agriculture, which would be more like kind of smaller gardening situations. Traditional hunting and gathering could also be considered agriculture, and things like that. And I also wanted to point out that this event's awesome. There's a lot of great partners in the room that we do a lot of work with. So we love coming to these events right here. And everybody's very passionate about conservation, which is great. All right, so moving on. So my story, I just went through that with you, kind of told you a little bit about myself. But our story, Intertribal Agriculture Council. So we were founded out of the 80s farm crisis. Some of you remember that, and some of you don't even know that the 80s existed because you're pretty young. But yes, there was a farm crisis in the 80s. And out of that farm crisis, what they found was that Indian ag producers were 5 times more likely to be foreclosed on than regular ag producers. 5 times more likely to face bankruptcy and foreclosure than the national average. So this report, when it went up the food chain to the Department of the Interior, you know, they decided that, hey, we need to form a commission on this and figure out what the problem is. So this led to the formation of the Intertribal Agriculture Council. The purpose of IAC, so we're established to promote and pursue the conservation, development, and use of Indian ag resources for the betterment of Indian people. Simple as that. It's kind of a long tagline, but simple as that. So we do serve all 574 federally recognized tribes, you know, and Alaskan villages. I have to add them in there too, although I've never been to Alaska. So we focus on some different program areas. Slides not up there, but we have some different program areas that we really focus on. Policy government relations is one of them. Technical assistance, what I do. Natural resource management, marketing support for American Indian foods producers, regenerative agriculture, which is financing, and then Native youth and ag leadership programs. So Oklahoma, and somebody better in the know, Dr. Crouch, can correct me on this. The tribal population of Oklahoma is around 14%, I believe, of the population are tribal citizens. And when it comes to agriculture, it's around 30 to 34% of our ag producers in Oklahoma are tribal citizens. So pretty high population of ag producers here in Oklahoma. IC is a nonprofit. We're a 501c3 nationwide nonprofit. We're funded through USDA Office of Tribal Relations, member tribes, and any kind of grant funding that kind of align with what we're doing. And I have notes so I don't have to turn around and look like this all the time. So our mission, provide a unified effort to promote change in Indian agriculture for the benefit of Indian people, like we talked about. It's our mission statement. It has been since day one. That hasn't changed. So Oklahoma is Indian country. You know, the whole eastern part of the state is technically on a reservation of some sort. So our impact, this would be our footprint, and this is kind of neat to highlight. So direct assistance, so approximately 15,000 tribal producers directly assisted through our programs, which relates to around 80,000 community members benefited. And so when we start talking about community members, that doesn't mean just tribal citizens. That means those communities, you know, those resources spread out right there. Generation of over 30 million in sales for tribal producers and production on tribal land. Over 1 million acres in conservation goals achieved on tribal land. Again, these are national numbers, not Oklahoma numbers only. Also helping shape federal policy through Farm Bill and other major legislation. We talked about the Farm Bill. We're a big advocate for tribal-specific provisions in that Farm Bill. And finally, helping facilitate badly needed infrastructure funding for food processing and distribution in Indian country. And then here are our programs again. So we have technical assistance. What I do, there are 17 different technical assistance specialists throughout the nation. Like I say, there are 2 of us in eastern Oklahoma. And then the western part of the state would be covered under the Southern Plains. And there's 1 over there. Policy and government relations, American Indian foods, regenerative economies, natural resources, and youth and professional development. So policy and government relations, that's our advocacy and accountability department is kind of what we like to look at them as. They're one of the founding organizers for the Native Farm Bill Coalition, and that's how we advocate in Washington, D.C. for tribal-specific provisions in Farm Bill, in legislation, to really make sure that the tribal voice is heard in agriculture. So which to date, as Dr. Crouch mentioned earlier, which to date has resulted in 63, or since the last Farm Bill, resulted in 63 tribal-specific provisions in the Farm Bill. So we are gaining ground on that, absolutely. Policy creation that comes directly from voices in Indian country ag, and pursue federal accountability for agencies when dealing with trust obligation when they're dealing with tribes and tribal citizens. So natural resources works in coordination with NRCS to improve access to conservation planning, technical assistance, and educational support for tribes and tribal producers. Regenerative economies. So this offers one-on-one consultation with producers that have agribusinesses, offers financial analysis of their operations, identify solutions. Financial literacy is a big thing right now, doing some tax workshops to make sure that they understand tax implications of maybe some of the government monies that they've been awarded recently. And then technical assistance network, like I say, this is where I work at. We're kind of the on the ground, the boots on the ground folks that go out and meet with producers. You know, we sit down at the tables with them. We help them apply for some of these programs. So we do a lot of USDA specific assistance, but we're not limited to just USDA. We can help them walk through whatever it is. Applying for a tax exempt number through the state of Oklahoma, we can help them do that as well. So we're tasked with outreach and resource identification for tribes and tribal producers. Tribal food sovereignty, initiative support, and sometimes serve as a liaison between tribes, tribal governments, and government agencies or outside organizations. We have a really great tribal liaison for the NRCS here, Dr. Crouch. We don't have to do a lot of that, but a lot of times what happens is our partners from outside of the area come in here. We kind of have to help them understand how to better work with tribes. And our outreach efforts include, regional events like this, youth mentoring, and then attending partner events. Like I said, kind of like this one right here. Anytime we get to go out and talk about what we do, we want to go out there and make sure that everybody has the information the same regardless of where you're at. So here's our technical assistance map. This is where we cover. Now, there's not one for Hawaii on there, but when that job opens up, there's going to be a lot of applications for that one. But you can see our lovely area right there, the smallest area or region. But we have the highest percentage of native ag producers in our region. That's why it's so small. We currently have 17 TAs. We're looking to add a few more because as long as we have the funding, but because there's such a need right now. We're looking to add another Alaskan one, and then we used to have the Dene, or the Navajo Nation used to have its own. We're looking to add that one back and another one for the Great Plains. And these regions, the way these are broken down is they roughly align with the BIA map and BIA regions. So some initiatives that we're really working on in the Technical Assistance Network, meat and poultry processing. So we are one of 6 federal contractors that provide technical assistance support to tribal meat processing. Flower Hill, Harley is here somewhere. She didn't want to hear me talk because she's heard this before, but Flower Hill is also one of those, and they're actually the administrator of that specific initiative. And we're really here to offer a lot of educational support, track down resources for that tribal specific processing. This year we had an event. It's a poultry specific processing event that we had at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. Last year we had a red meat processing specific event that we had in Tulsa, and we were able to tour a lot of the tribal meat processing facilities. So Muscogee Creek Nation has an excellent facility, Cherokee Nation, Quapaw Nation, Osage Nation. So Oklahoma is really kind of leading the pack with these tribal meat processing facilities, and this all came out of, or not all of it. A lot of it came out of COVID, but it's food security for our people in our communities, and that's a big, red meat and protein is a big part of that. Climate smart commodity projects. Another big initiative that we're working on right now, and IEC is partner on 4 of these events. 3 of them include Oklahoma in them. Me specifically, I'm just working on the Farm Journal Foundation, which is the improved grazing. But we got funding and partner funding out of all these. We're doing a lot of the outreach and sign-ups on these, and we'll do the boots on the ground work on these too. So youth and professional development. This is we're trying to really increase funding and big push because the youth are the future of our agriculture, and that's any community. That's not just Native community. That's everywhere. So we have to get youth involved in agriculture. We have to keep them involved and engaged, and that's the future of the industry. So we support Native youth, career placement, internships, and our internship program is tied in with NRCS. It's a partnership with NRCS. The Food for Families is a really, really neat project, and what that is for any Native youth who has their own livestock, whether it's goats or sheep or cattle or pigs or chickens or whatever it is, they have the opportunity that we will add at their county show. We will add money onto their premium sale, or we will pay for them to have that animal processed and put into their freezer. So they get to take that animal and all the work they put into it, and then they get to have the animal processed, and then they get to eat it for a year, or 6 months, or however long it takes. They get to understand the fruits of their labor, essentially. So it's a really neat program, and that sign up for that is going to be in the springish after January 1 for sure. We also have scholarships. If we don't offer scholarships, a lot of our partner organizations do. We always point kids in their direction. Occupton has a really good one, IFAI. There's some really, really good partner scholarships out there too. We have a youth essay contest and the annual youth summit that's coming up. It'll be held with our main annual conference that's out in Las Vegas every year. And I do want to give a shout out that we do have all the finalists figured out for our youth essay contest for this year. There were 36 that were awarded the trip to Las Vegas, cost-free to them. 2 of the top 3 recipients were from Oklahoma. 2 of the top 5 recipients are Muscogee Creek Nation citizens. So these are great kids, right? We got a lot of good, great kids in agriculture here in Oklahoma. So I always like to see that, and I'll always brag on them. And there's a little bit about our internship program. Like I said, that's a partnership with NRCS. It's a national partnership, and those kids come out and they have a capstone project, and they work on it, and then they get to ride around with NRCS wherever they're at in the world and kind of learn that business. So really, really neat. American Indian Foods. So this is a really, really neat. Let me see what I did. Skipped. There we go. American Indian Foods. What we have here is we provide marketing support for products that are made and produced by American Indians, and we have a vetting process that people apply for this trademark, and it's a trademark that's been around before organic or any of those other ones were around. This one's been around since early 90s. And what it says is that this product was certified and produced by an American Indian, and they can put that on there and use that as a value add. Like, hey, that's a good selling point for some people, for sure. So that's a neat program. And what that also means is there's export assistance with domestic markets, also international markets. And we'll provide that support for these American Indian producers to get their product out to places that they wouldn't normally get it to. This is a new one this year. So we were awarded. It's a national award to provide technical assistance to Native producers, to subaward out some funding for capacity building. This will be for commercial food operations. There's more to come out about this, hopefully at our annual conference, but this will be an opportunity coming up for Native ag producers. And then membership, like I said, we're partially funded through member tribes. And why is that important? Because we're a nonprofit and our technical assistance is free. Well, it's important because this helps fund us for one reason, but when we interact with tribes, we take what they're saying, and we take that to Washington, D.C., or we take that to their state legislators, and we say, here's what we're hearing. Here's what's important to this community, and here's what needs to be done about it. So we can push some of those policy initiatives and advocacy. And then here's our annual conference that we have every year, and this is a gathering of thousands of tribal ag producers in Las Vegas, which is scary in itself. You let a bunch of Indians loose in Vegas, and it's crazy. But basically, it's to share knowledge and network and create lasting relationships that promote Indian agriculture, and that's what we're here to do. Sure. What's working is The value-added products, niche markets work. In certain areas, people want to buy certain things that are produced by American Indians because they've been producing these things for thousands of years, right? Things that aren't working, competition. So it's hard for smaller producers in certain areas to compete with Tyson and some of these big plants. It's just tough. They're never going to be able to compete on the cost level that some of these big companies have been working for 100 years to perfect that process. So how do we sell that to the public? Well, we have to do that value add. We have to say, like, this is why this product is better, and this person cares more about that animal than this company does. And so we have to tell that story. So telling that story and getting those stories out there, that's what works. That's what works. Yeah. Well, the tribes need to lead that because it's their word, it's their people. We're just here to, however we can assist them moving forward their agenda in agriculture, that's what we're here for, whatever that looks like. But we don't get in the middle of the politics. That's for them to do. We just say, what do you need us for, right? Because that's where we want to help at. Who do you need us to talk to? What do you need us to do? What connections do we need to be made? But tribes working with other tribes, that's how you advance those. Like they talked about earlier about the 5 Tribes Council coming up with that. That's power right there. When you get half the state together to say, here's a problem and here's how we're going to solve it. I mean, that carries some weight. Yeah.
To work with them proactively, because obviously these companies are so big, and not just from food perspective, but I'm thinking also the chemical industry.
Mm-hmm.
Just Dow, DuPont, and 3M. How is there any way that you have found to work proactively with these industries that are so mainstream in all?
Again, what we do is we take the tribal concerns that they bring to us. And if it's not a concern at the moment for them, then we don't advocate on it. But if it is, that's what we take up there. So we have at our annual conference, we'll have these caucus meetings for each region, where all the member tribes from that region will sit down in a room and say, here's what we want you taking forward this year. Here's what we want you to work on. And we take those and we narrow them down to 5 or 6, or it may be 2 or 3, or it may be 10. But it's hard to get 10 things accomplished in one year. It's easier to get 2 or 3, like, really important ones. But those tribes vote on that. Like, they say, this is our initiative for this year, push forward this. At the end of this year, we'll see where we're at on these, and if we got them all knocked out, then let's work on 3 more or 5 more or whatever. We won't know until the annual conference. Like I say, we let the tribes drive this ship the whole way. They tell us what they want us to do, and that's what we do. Again, we don't get in the middle of it politically because it's not our place to. So we just say, where do you want us to go? That's where we're going.
On you guys' marketing and branding support of Native American products, I had that idea, and I didn't know you guys did that, and I kind of saw something that Moose Square that kind of maybe kind of thought you guys may be in that area, because I had this idea of Muscogee made.
Yep.
M-U-S-K-O-K-E. And I don't know if, do other Indian tribes go out and kind of do their own thing and and kind of work with you guys to develop that? Because what I envision is kind of an MIO type store in eastern Oklahoma.
Yeah.
That is not just made in Oklahoma, but made in Indian country.
Yeah.
And so, whatever branding on that store will be, but if we could get the tribe in Oklahoma to kind of jump on it, then we kind of create our own MIO space versus what they've done with the MIO right now.
Yeah, the Choctaw Nation's great at it. They've been doing it for a little while. We also are working with them on getting their American Indian foods trademark, but the Choctaw Nation has used Choctaw Farms. For basically anything that they sell in their travel stops, we'll say Choctaw Farms on there. Now, they didn't raise it all. They're outsourcing that, but they're putting that label on there, and they know that when people come to their Choctaw travel plazas, they want to buy something that says Choctaw Nation on it. So, yeah, absolutely smart way to do it. Whatever works and whatever gets you the best price for that product, and hopefully you're sourcing a lot of those products from your tribal citizens that are either sitting in here or live right down the road from you. Like, that makes the most sense because, you know, there's no transportation costs on that. So that's what we really want to see. There is not. It's completely free. You have to be 51% owned by a Native American. And there's a vetting process to where we make sure that you are a tribal citizen of a federally recognized tribe, and that business is 51% owned by that person. At that point, it's a one-page application. You fill it out, and then we make sure that your inventory matches up with what you say you can sell, and that's it. It is. Yep. Indianag.org is our website. So here's my information. I serve Eastern Oklahoma. Quentin Inman serves Eastern Oklahoma. Evan Wapakichi serves the western part of the state. Yes, sir.
Is there any revetting of products that get trademarked? Like, say someone sells a share of their company and they're no longer 51% native. How do you ensure that through the lifespan of the product actually?
They would revet upon any sale of a business or anything. I don't know what that process looked like because that's not my department, but there is some sort of process in place. And I think they don't have to reapply every year, but they get reassessed annually. I believe is how that works. And then here's, we're on social media. We're on the internet. We're wherever you want us to be, right? So find us. We're at most events that are happening around the area. We'll be there or have a business card or our name on the bathroom wall or whatever. We'll be somewhere. So we're easy to find, right?
That's how we booked them.
See? Exactly. And if you yeah, and I'm Cherokee, so if you serve lunch, I'll be there probably, right? A lot of y'all know what I'm talking about, because everybody in here is part Cherokee, probably. Anybody else? All right. Thank you all very much.
Hello, Jeff. Okay, last speaker of the day. I'm going to introduce Justine Kogel. Last but not least, Justine Kogel has spent many years working within the Cheyenne River Sioux Reservation in agriculture, community development, and at the Farm Service Agency. Her husband and children are enrolled members of the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe. Justine holds a master's degree in economics from South Dakota State University and has career experience in finance, program management, nonprofit leadership, and ag business, both personal and professional. So please welcome Justine.
Do you like that? Cut it short. Like, nobody likes to hear about themselves.
Before you, my goodness.
You're okay. Oh, one up above. I see. Oh, there. You're good. I couldn't see it either. It's this big and I couldn't find it, guys. So I'm going to do my best to stand here. I'm going to tell you guys, first off, that's very hard for me to do. But I might. I want to thank you guys for hanging out till the end. I know it's been a long day. We've had so much information. I love this. I don't know where Chris went, but what a great, great conference to be in attendance of. So many resources. There are so many people in this room that have so much more knowledge than I could even hope to imagine. So I want to thank you guys for being here first and foremost. My name is Justine Kogel. I hate listening to anything about myself, so I'm like, nope, you don't have to read anything. We're good. I have the privilege to be here on behalf of a Keepton. Now, a Keepton is a native CDFI, and so what we get to do is work within tribal communities with tribal producers just like you guys, and we get to help on a financial aspect as well as education. So I'm going to try not to talk your ear off because I do know it's the end of the day. But our whole basis for what we do is this. Our mission is to transform native agriculture and food economies by delivering creative capital, leading paradigm changes, and enhancing producer prosperity across Indian country. What that means is that we're here to help native producers on a financial level, financing anything from land purchases to garden supplies to livestock, and finding ways to make that working capital work for you. We have a really neat model we're going to tell you about here. I'm not going to forget about Garrett. I have a cohort here, a coworker right here. Garrett is here. He's on our lending side, so if you have loan questions, he's going to be your go-to. I'll help. Garrett just came on board with us not even a month ago, so this is his first conference. We're very excited to have him. So, a Keepton is the Lakota word for working together in a cooperative effort, which I feel like is what we all strive to do each and every day, right? We know that our food economies don't exist without one another. We are very cohesive and need each other to exist and to have success. And so that's what we base our entire program on. We do business and goal planning, succession planning, financial literacy training, and of course, lending. And that's where the community development financial institutes really have gotten to step up in our tribal nations and say, hey, we're here, and we're here for you guys. So while there's laws that we do have to follow, we're a lot more flexible than what a bank is, which is why we've been able to develop the loan products that we have. We are relatively new in the sense of whether it be a nonprofit or a CDFI. We were started lending in 2019, so 5 years, going on our 6th year here coming up as the year is winding down. We've reached 28 tribal nations, committed $30 million in lending capital out there in 5 years. We're one of the fastest growing native CDFIs, and we know the need is huge for capital within native agriculture. And we have, well, now it's over 400 loans that we've serviced. So those are our numbers. That's the highlights. If you guys want to dive deep into there, you can visit our website. But some of the stuff that we do, I listened to Jeff. We have a number of our partner organizations here. So we all really enjoy partnering together. I don't think I need that. I think I'm loud enough. Am I loud enough without that? Yeah, I figured. Blessing and a curse. But one of the things that we really strive to do, and like many of our organizations that you've heard from today, we're all really invested in youth. We want to make sure that the next generation continues in agriculture. And we do that by showing them the success that is in agriculture right now. So we do have a youth loan program, we have a general loan program, operating lines, and we have a land down payment program. Our maximum that we can do on any loan for a producer is $250,000. Now, I look at that and I'm like, that's amazing. I love that. We can do a lot with that. But if we're talking about buying land, that's a down payment in a lot of realms. And so that's why we call it that. Now, can you buy a parcel of land for $250,000? Yeah. In certain areas. In other areas, absolutely not. But we're here to partner with you guys and to help you find the rest of it. We want to make sure that you're going to find success. So along with that, I get to work on the program side. So we get to do the business development, marketing, the webinars. If you guys end up on our website, you will see a wealth of resources for education. Anything from gardening education to raising cattle to, we just had one on what the new tax codes look like for this coming year, because let's be real, we all should be kind of
from the University of Minnesota, and he comes every year. And that webinar is out there for your guys' information and to really learn from what the tax code is doing for us this year. As far as eligibility, have to be involved in native agriculture. That's the big thing that we do. Our basis is that we do anything production agriculture. So we are not allowed to necessarily lend on agritourism specifically. We cannot do just a solid value added. But anything that we can tie back to farming, ranching, fishing, timber, retail, gardening, anything like that, come to us. If you have an idea, come to us. If we can't help you, we're going to help you find somebody that can help you, because that's what we do in the CDFI world. So, youth loan specifics for all of you that have kids or grandkids or nieces and nephews. This is a big deal, and if you couple this with other loan programs, your kids can really have an awesome base coming out of their youth. So ages 10 to 12, we can do $5,000, 13 to 15, $7,500, and 16 to 18 for $10,000. So in today's cattle prices, necessarily, maybe that's not the number of animals that you might want to be purchasing, but it's a place to start. We have repayment for up to 12 years, which in the life of, an agricultural loan is a long time. So we really love to work with kids on these. If you guys have kids that are interested, get a hold of us. Our general loan, you have to be 18 years old, 12 years of repayment, up to $250,000. We can use it, like it says up there, equipment, infrastructure, there are basic operations, refinancing debt, buying livestock, anything of that nature. We pair everything that we do with education and technical assistance. So if you go to our website and you see our loan documents, and I don't think they're that bad, but maybe you do, call me. We will walk you through anything that you need to do to apply for a loan with us. We don't want anybody to feel scared by the numbers. We will help you with that. Operating line of credit, same thing, 18 plus years old. I don't need my 13-year-old thinking she's going to take out a $250,000 loan. So we do let them, adults. Up to 12 months of repayment on our operating lines, and again, $250,000 max. This is my favorite, and I talked about this a little bit earlier, and it's my favorite because I was one of the first ones to actually get to use this. We were in a situation as a producer that we needed a down payment. And we were stuck between a rock and a hard place with our local bank and Farm Service Agency, and a PTAC came through for us, which immediately sold me on the organization, which is why I'm probably not working for them. But if you have an idea and we don't have the appropriate vehicle that makes it look exactly like it should, we can get creative. But we do have this, and it's awesome. So land mortgage down payment assistance. We can utilize this for consolidating interests on land, purchasing a piece of land to operate on, or a building combination for your operating needs. So I love this loan. It's given my family hope. So now we get to continue our operation, and my kids get to continue living in that environment of agriculture and raising cattle. So we're very, very familiar with working in the dynamics of native agriculture. Our entire staff ties back to agriculture in some way, shape, or form. They all tie back some way, shape, or form to tribal communities. So when we talk about trust land, when we talk about fee land within native boundaries, all of these different dynamics that we experience day to day, we're also the boots on the ground like Jeff was talking about, because we're experiencing it as well. We have a lot of producers that work for us, and they're the ones that you're going to be talking to. So they get it. So, we have two types of loans, you guys. We have a traditional loan. That's basic, right? Our traditional loan is everything that you would imagine imagine at a bank. You're paying principal and interest, set number of years, great for equipment and infrastructure. However, well, we'll look at it. 5 years, interest only. This is my favorite model. So we have our traditional model, we have our interest only model. The reason this is my favorite is because it allows you at any step, any stage of your operation to build in your operation, to reinvest in yourself and your business without it costing you more money. So let's say I'm a cattle rancher, and I use that because it's easy for me, because that's what I do. You come to me and you're like, hey, we want to expand, and we want to start keeping our heifers back. Okay, well, here's how we can help you do that. Instead of you coming to us and we say, you owe us X amount of dollars at the end of every year, we're like, no, no, no. Actually, we just want you to pay the interest. I want you to take that principal payment, and I want you to utilize what the principal payment was and hold back those heifers and build your own herd. Or go purchase those heifers so you can grow quicker and become more sustainable in your business on your own. So that way, eventually, you're not going to necessarily need to have a loan with me, because you're going to have grown to where you can sustain yourself in your working capital needs. So that's what we try and do with our interest-only repayments. So the traditional repayment option is what you would basically see, except for right now you're not going to see the 2% interest. Sorry. Not even a little bit favorite.
We're already on your website.
Isn't that nice idea? But the principle's the same, right? I mean, you're going to pay principal and interest over the same amount of time. You're going to do the same thing every year. This is the example of our interest-only repayment. Interest-only repayment, we're going to go, the term of interest only is going to be for 5 years. So those first 5 years, you are only going to be paying $13,000 to us, just the interest. We are able to have lower interest rates and longer terms to help you succeed. Then after that, we're going to go down to a loan period of 7 years where you'll pay both the principal and interest payment back to us. By that point, the goal is that you will have grown your herd, you will have grown your efficiency levels, you will have grown your crop base big enough that those payments aren't going to kill you. And so that's our entire principle and our entire goal of what we do. And now that we're 5 years old, we have 5 years of data proving that this is helping. Proving that what we're doing is working. We talk a lot about our partner organizations, and IAC is one of them. So Jeff was over here speaking, and I'm just cheering him on because they're our partners. We partner with IFAI, we partner with TAP, because we want to see the success, and this is how we do it together. So we've built our loan process in just that. We don't want you to ever feel alone. We have quarterly check-ins. Once you're one of our clients, we want to make sure that you feel like you're succeeding. We want to make sure that anything that you're doing with us is helping you. We want you to understand your numbers. My husband looks at his numbers and he's like, whoop. I'm like, honey, let's sit down. Then I'm like, actually, I'm not going to keep my husband anything, so I make him sit down with one of our other workers. But we want to make sure that things are working for you. So we walk you through. We walk you through the intake process. We're going to walk you through any of the loan documents, any of the application documents. Can I call you out, Vicki? Yes. Vicki? Right here, Vicki is one of our clients. This is her on the screen and in real life. So if you guys have any questions from a producer side, she's here. But really, the loan process we try to simplify. We know when we go in for loans at banks and FSA, that paperwork is thick. It's a lot. Now when you come to PCAP, it's still going to be thick, but it's not as thick. And we're right there helping you through it. Because we do have to get the appropriate documents in place. We have to do all of that. And that's why Garrett's here, because I don't do that. I get to do the fun part. So we do a lot of informal check-ins. If we get an email from one of our producers, they're getting a call back from me saying, hey, what's up? How can I help? Because that's how much we care. We're literally got a lot of cool information in it, but really the basis of it, and what I drive from this market study, is that we're here as a native CDFI. We've put $30 million in capital funds out to producers in lending needs. There is a $43 billion need in Indian country agriculture. That's why we're here. We know the need is there. We are trying to fill loans as quickly as we can. We are fundraising as much as we can because we want to be there for all of you. And so the market study is amazing. It's a very deep document. If you're a data nerd like me and numbers, dive into it. It's got some cool stuff in there. 43% of producers are wanting knowledge on land issues. We know our land issues are different than a typical place. So we try and fit in on those webinars and on our education end. We know that 75% of us, maybe more, have off-farm income. One of the things that I would love to see in the future, and I don't know if I'll see it, but is when we have a ranch or a farm or anything in agriculture, that it would support the family again. That's one thing that a Teton would love to see. It's one thing that I would love to see. We do some advocacy on the Hill, so we help with that need a little bit. We partner with IAC to really push that forward. So earlier today, remind me of your name? Lainey, who's from Langston, said, this is the year. If you guys want to see change in the Farm Bill, call your people. Take the 5 minutes to call. So we're trying to find the solutions to this market study. It's what we're striving to do each and every day. Now, we're going to change over a little bit. You guys heard about the loans, and that's what everybody loves to hear about, because where is the money, right? Everybody wants, show me the money. And so now you know how to get a hold of us to do that. Find us. We will be there. We also have some partnerships working within this Food Business Center. We are partnered with the North Central one, which doesn't affect you guys because it is North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota. However, there are regional food business centers for Oklahoma as well. So if you're not aware of those and what they're doing in your area, please log on to the Regional Food Business Center website. It has all sorts of information. We're also working with IAC, so Jeff, who just spoke, on their food business center. So we're partnering on that, and hopefully getting funds back into the hands of producers so they can continue to expand and continue to do the cool things that really showcase who we are as native producers. We're also doing the climate smart stuff. I say stuff because it's such a vast program. We have funding through the Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities. I have to say it right, because sometimes I screw it up, the acronym. And so we are rolling out a program right now. And when I say rolling out, I mean literally, like, we just opened it. So if you guys are interested in learning more about that and how to utilize those funds, we are doing a survey, which is where you get the code. So the QR code is there. If you don't like QR codes or your phone doesn't, that's me. We do have more information on our website. But we're going to offer climate smart loans that are designed to help producers build their balance sheet through using climate smart practices. There is a multitude of different practices. I cannot tell you all of them right now because I don't know all of them. I have a great worksheet on it. If you want it, shoot me an email. My card's out there. We have a specific person that we hired for this because it is a deep program that has lots of nooks and crannies. And so if you guys are looking to improve your efficiencies, do some no-till cropping, different type of grazing practices, get a hold of us. We'll put you in touch with Craig, who is our guy that's handling all of that. The cool thing about this project, and you guys will love to hear this, it's a $250,000 and we will help you to manage that. So it's using a lot of NRCS-based practices, and we're working within those constraints, but it's pretty awesome. So definitely take note of that. We're here to help with those things. Eligibility. Farmers must partner with authorization to obtain FSA tract maps. So you do need to have FSA involved. If you do not, we have technical assistants that can help you with that, or we call IAC and say, hey guys, help us, help them. Enrolled farmers must certify you have control of the land for the length of time, which gets a little dicey sometimes when we're talking about tribal leases in certain parts of the country. We'll navigate that with you. You can't receive federal funds for the same practice on the same chunks of land. We're navigating through those situations as we speak, because like I said, we're just rolling this out basically this week. So anyway, that's kind of the basis of that program. There's lots of questions that come down with that. I'd like to tell you I have the answers. I don't, but get a hold of me. I will get you in touch with Craig, who will find the answers for us. Youth programs. Youth are near and dear to my heart. I have kiddos that are involved with ag, and they are our future. We have programs specifically designed to help kids understand business, to help them understand agriculture. The scholarship program is coming up. We're actually reopening it in December. So that scholarship program is for any high school senior, Native American, child, youth, young adult, whatever you want to call them at that point, who is going to school for agriculture. Now, I say that and I'm like, wow, there's only a handful of kids that are going to go to school for agriculture, right? But it can be anything. Business, biology, science, journalism, STEM, anything STEM. Because it all relates back to agriculture. And if you are going to use that degree in any way, shape, or form to strengthen native agriculture, maybe you're going to become a journalist and focus on ag in native communities. Maybe you're going to become a biologist and study GMO. That was way over my head. I love that presentation, but it was, I have studying to do now. Thank you. But we have that availability. So if you haven't signed up for our newsletter, please do, because these opportunities are coming forward soon. We do a summer youth internship as well. We pair with other Native American agricultural businesses and organizations, do an internship process, make the kids do a business plan, because it's always important for them to understand how that all works, how to make a budget. And so we really try and network those kids so they can grow. The other thing we have is the Youth Business Plan Contest, and that's going to reopen in December. Oh, ignore that date on there. Those dates are old. Somebody needs to do their job. That might be me. So we have a business plan contest that will open again in December. This is really simple. And I tell kids, this is free money. So if you have any youth that are like 16 to 18, you tell them, hey, you want a computer? Guess what? You call up Justine and you do the business plan contest, because she has an opportunity where you could win money to spend it on anything. You want a computer, maybe they need an iPad, maybe they need something for their cattle, maybe they need something for their garden. But it's cash prizes. So keep an eye out for those things coming up. We also develop curriculums. Right now we have our financial management guide for cattle ranchers. We have a youth entrepreneur guide for kids. And then we have what is coming, and I believe, Garrett, it's on the website. I haven't checked. I'm looking at Garrett. He's checked. The new one is for agribusinesses. So not just cattle ranching, but all agribusinesses. We have a financial guide. Those are all downloadable. They're all for free for anybody to utilize to understand your financials and your business better. We also have booklets that can help provide you more information on succession planning. I hate the idea of succession planning for my own operation, so this is really important for me, And I'm sitting down and getting this done this year, before the end of the year. It is hard, but we have a booklet that will help to walk producers step by step through creating a transition plan, a succession plan that will help you in case you're ready to retire early, in case something were to happen, and that way everything is in order. It's something we don't often do as native producers or producers in general. We hate that, but it's important that we have a guide to help. The other guide that we have is something I developed. It's the Rancher Record Keeping Book. It's for, it's got information on crops, it's got information on livestock. But I told my husband, I love him as much as I cry about him. I really do love him. But I'm like, keep this book in your ranch pickup and fill it out. If we're doctoring a sick cow, I want to know about it. I want it wrote down because records are important. And sometimes we forget that records are important, but it's really nice to go in at the end of the year and say, oh hey, this is where we're at. So we're working on getting a better system in our own household, so I wanted to share that information with you guys. Free financial planning information, on top of what I've already told you about, we have a multitude of webinars, a multitude of information on our website. Please check it out. And here's my plug again for our newsletter. This is, I tell people to sign up for newsletters because ours comes out about once a month and it gives you all the details of what's going on. What our webinars are, deadlines that might be coming up for either our programs or our partner programs, and really gives you good information just on a basis of where we're at as an organization and what we have to offer you. So I encourage you all to sign up for that. And that's all I have. So that basically was, we sent out the survey, we worked with a contractor, and we sent out a survey and it asked, what are your capital needs? What are your needs to basically finance whatever you need to finance in a regional plan? So if you're at a bank and you're being financed at 10%, and we can finance that as a CDFI, what would that number be? And so we collected all of that information, and the number came out to be $42 billion. Where people would have to be. So if we could, you don't have a distinction about how I don't know that, but I can ask our consultant how exactly they, I wasn't around. So I have to be honest, but you have my heart, follow up with me, because I can get you the numbers.
Laura, the report's like 200 slides. Since we talked earlier, and it breaks down every category of what the farmers or the folks may want to use the money for. So it's pretty incredible.
Okay.
So you mentioned creative financing. So are you guys able to combine your general loan, your operating loan with your down payment loan, much like other programs?
We can combine it, but our maximum for a producer or a business is $250,000.
So what if I come to you as a person, but I have an LLC as well? So my person and my LLC can both get $250,000?
No.
Yeah, because I don't know the answer. Because like if I'm getting a down payment for my home, but then I'm getting a general loan for my agricultural business happening at my home, are they able to be loaned one separately?
So I don't think we would do that because we would ask you as a person to back your LLC. So, which we have yet to ever have this happen. If something drastic were to ever happen, we would have to claim something back or get some way of revenue to kind of protect ourselves. You as an individual would be tied to your LLC on our contract. I don't think that it would be able to be paired like that. I think we'd have to be able to back you as a person with your LLC. If that makes any sense. So you would
sign as LLC, but you would also co-sign for your LLC as an individual.
Which is how that works with farm service agency too, if you have like an S corp and you're an individual operator.
Right.
I'm thinking it would be similar.
Yes.
I have one part. With your youth loans, you mentioned about all areas of agriculture. So one thing that we frequently explore is like the social media aspect, because a lot of producers don't want to do that side. Or setting up a website for producers. So is that eligible for your youth loan applications as well?
If we can make it where it is production ag, that's something that our main deal is it driving production agriculture forward in Native American agriculture. And that's what we mainly look at. Some of that will get a little bit more in depth and maybe a little more hairy, and we might have to tweak it several different ways in order to get it through the whole loan process. But I think that would be something that we could definitely look into.
Could be workable.
Yeah.
Let us know. And I love having a loan officer here.
So can you do FFI, youth loan, and?
Exactly, and pair them?
I do
Yes.
believe so, yes.
And you could also do an FSA loan, like, because FSA has their own youth loans, and so we can pair together and work together on those, just like we would for an adult.
I have a quick question. So, a lot of collateral that the Native Americans have here in Oklahoma, maybe fractionated land, you talked about that, and someone's going to go out and get a loan. Are you guys going to collateralize their restricted property? I mean, what are you guys using to back the loans?
I'm on the program side, can I say that?
How do they actually get
Yeah, yeah, you're gonna answer our loan questions, would you?
We did this discussion the other day, and we try to do like a one-to-one, and we will be, I guess we would be willing to be like second and third kind of lenders on that whole deal, to kind of try to help drive that and work with that. So as long as we are able to make it work on the books, a lot of times we can, make it work with you guys. That's our main goal is to, if we can make it work on the books, make it look good on the books where we're not negative, we're willing to, do whatever we can.
You just got to find the collateral to basically back the loan.
Yeah.
So is your collateral over 100%?
It's 1-to-1 ratio. So, I mean, if you want to pull out, $100,000, and we can show that you've got $100,000 somewhere in collateral at all, we're gonna
Make it work.
Okay.
Can we all give Garrett a round of applause as a third week employee for a Peton? Those were some dicey questions and great answers.
That's why you brought him.
That is why I brought him up. So, well, he really picked he really picked me up at the airport, so I can't even. Well, if you guys have absolutely any other questions, please get a hold of us. We're going to be here all day tomorrow. Well, half a day tomorrow, and I'm ready for the leg wrestling.
Yeah, we're about to do this, so you guys hold on.
Leg wrestling, Chris, is that what we're? Thank you guys once again.
Hello, Justine. So next we're going to have our Dean of Academic Affairs, Miko Tyner. He's just going to come up and do some closing remarks and just close out the conference for today. So this is Miko Tyner.
Hello, Courtney. Well, it was a wonderful day. Did you guys enjoy it? All right. Well, we're glad you're here on our campus. We're really proud of our campus. We're celebrating 20 years here at the College of Muscogee Nation. So just thank you for being here. Thank Chris and his staff from our extension program. They've done a wonderful job. I think our extension program started probably about a year ago. And so they're doing a number of things throughout this year. And so I'm really proud of them. They're doing great work. I think one of the things that the college does, for our reservation, for our students, is provide that impact of change for our students. I think earlier in October, we were able to go to Falcon Conference. One of our extension work studies gave a presentation, and he did a fantastic job there. And he just talked about the impact of the College of Muscogee Nation had on his life. And so it was wonderful to hear that. As a land-grant institution, I'm glad that Lakeston's here. OSU, Oklahoma's the home to the 3 land grant types here, and so I'm glad to partner with them throughout our various endeavors. Thank you to AHEC and Falcon to be in here. Appreciate all your support for TCUs. And all our different tribal partners, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. We're glad you're here. Continue to enjoy the festivities tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow. Maru, on behalf of our president, Dr. Randall, thank you.
All right. I know this is what you guys are staying for, so. All right, today, so is anybody out there, Neil, can you look in the door and see if anybody's out there, any vendors, just have them come on in. They're all part of the program, and we're going to play this little game. It's going to be really fun. Won't take that long, and then the winner's going to get this really beautiful Pendleton blanket. So this is our 20th anniversary Pendleton blanket. You can't buy this anywhere except right here at the College of Muscogee Nation, and on Pendleton's website. Just kidding. Okay, they're all coming in. Let me get Shannon. Can you hold that up and let them see that? Maybe just flip it around a little bit. Stop. All right. It's only been used 2 times, so it still looks new. Just kidding. Okay. All right. Is everybody in here? We got everybody? Okay. We need everybody stand up. You've been sitting all day. All right? You guys are playing too, right? You can put it down. You can fold it up or whatever. So we're going to play a game called Heads and Tails. All right? Now I need my lucky nickel somewhere over here. Oh, there it is. All right. Courtney? You're going to be the designated flipper. Okay. So has anybody done this game before? All right. If whatever you want to guess, if you want to guess heads, put your hands on your head. If you want to guess tails, just put them on your backside. And then if whatever it is, if you're wrong, sit down. If you're right, keep standing. And we'll narrow it down real quick. All right. So, yeah. We got the winner right there. All right, heads or tails? Y'all, everybody get ready. All right.
Heads.
Heads. Dang. If you guess heads, stay standing. All right, this is heads or tails, so everybody get ready. Heads or tails? Heads. We got anybody still standing? Yeah, Dr. McGrady's still in there. All right, ready? Flip it up high this time. There we go. So let us see it. Heads. Dang. What's the odds of it being heads or tails each time? Same, right? Just kidding. Oh, was everybody ready? Yep. Heads again. All right, this is our favorite nickel. All right, so we got anybody still standing? Yep. Okay. Heads or tails? Get ready.
It's head.
Heads again. That's unreal. We're going to stop by the casino on the way to the deal here in a little bit. All right, heads or tails?
Tails.
Tails. Dang, sorry guys. We got a winner. Hey, come on down. Come on down, we'll take your picture. I thought we was going to have a showdown right up here in front. Hey, thank y'all for coming today. We're having our after party over there at OSU. We have a really cool band, Daniel Burgess. Thank you. And you guys go over there. If you go over there, park on the west end. And we do have a bus out here if anybody wants to just take the bus. Mado, we'll see everybody tomorrow.